Chapter 1. The Prelude. In the early morning, a dazzling sun streamed through my window, compelling me to reluctantly pry my lazy eyelids open. Sigh. Why does my room face the sunlight? Cry. I must endure the torment of this annoying sun every single morning. Lazybones, are you up yet? At the sound of that affectionate voice, I instinctively leapt out of bed. Up. Come eat breakfast, or you'll be late for school. All right, I'm coming. Thankfully, my reflexes are swift otherwise. If my delayed response exceeded a certain time, that affectionate tone would quickly transform into the initial tier water magic spell, Water Bullet. This was a favorite alarm tactic of my mother, a competent mid-level water mage. If I were to get hit, it would truly be a disaster. In truth, that wasn't even the main concern the first time my mother used that spell. It soaked my blanket, leading to mockery by my friends when I hung it out to dry, being unjustly accused of wetting the bed. I almost forgot to provide some context. As the protagonist of this tale, my name is Chong Gongwei. I reside on the Tianwu continent, one of the two sole landmasses in the world, along with the western Libo continent. The remaining territories are vast oceans. The Tianwu continent boasts three kingdoms: the resource-rich Duru Kingdom, the chivalrous Shuda Kingdom, and my homeland, the magical Aisha Kingdom. The Daru Kingdom is the largest, claiming a third of the Tianwu continent. Wealthy in resources, it is both prosperous and strong. Its military primarily consists of warriors with a secondary focus on mages. Due to its substantial financial backing, the Daru Kingdom has the largest military force among the three kingdoms, portraying itself as the strongest at least on the surface. However, the kingdom does not glorify military might and shows little interest in expansion, earning it the moniker of the peaceful kingdom among the people of the continent. Shuda Kingdom is a realm that venerates the dignity of knights, with only a modest number of mages. Its military primarily consists of warriors, and its cavalry is the mightiest among the three kingdoms of the Tianwu continent. Its unique three Dragon Rider regiments consist entirely of knights holding mid-level titles or higher. In open plains devoid of barriers, no army can stand against their charge. Now, regarding my homeland, Aisha Kingdom indeed, it truly deserves the title of the Kingdom of Magic. Every citizen, even the poorest among them, receives basic magical education. The kingdom houses numerous large magic academies, ensuring every citizen has the right to learn magic. Of course, the prerequisite is having the financial means to cover tuition. Even those lacking funds can obtain fundamental magical knowledge through tutelage from village or town elders. The magical education system comprises three stages. First stage, the Primary Magic Academy, designed for children aged 5 to 10, spanning 5 years. Graduates who pass the final exam earn the titles of Magic Apprentice or Junior Mage, contingent upon individual aptitude. Second stage, the Intermediate Magic Academy, where advancement depends on one's performance in the Primary Magic Academy's graduation exam. The better the score, the more prestigious the academy one can attend. This stage does not follow a traditional academic year progression, is based on credits, with graduation attainable upon accumulating 60 credits. The fastest recorded time to graduate from the Intermediate Academy was 3 years, but it generally takes 5 to 10 years. Most families above the poverty line halt their magical studies after completing the Intermediate Academy. The approximate number of intermediate mages across the kingdom ranges between 300,000 and 450,000. Third stage, the Advanced Magic Academy, admission to which is not guaranteed by merely holding the Intermediate Mage title. Applicants must pass the assessments set by the Mage Guild. Upon passing, one can enroll in schools corresponding to their test results. Remarkably, there are no tuition fees for students attending advanced magic academies, as all expenses are covered by the state, a critical factor contributing to the flourishing of magic in our kingdom. The premier institution among these is the Royal Magic Academy, accessible only to those exhibiting exceptional magical talent, with stringent entrance examinations. Even princes and princesses must undergo assessments to gain entry. Upon graduation, individuals are certified according to their test results. The three human nations on the Tianwu continent are exceptionally united, bound together by their mutual adversaries, the demonic beings and beastmen from the western continent. To the west lies the Holy Light Empire, ruled by demons, and the Lanwu Empire, governed by beastmen. Demons bear striking physical similarities to humans, their only distinguishing feature being their purple eyes. Naturally combative and ambitiously cunning, Demons are innate practitioners of dark magic. Conversely, beast men lack magical abilities, however. Their inherently powerful physiques serve as formidable weapons. Furthermore, beast men possess high magical defenses, with their elite formations, the Behemoth Legion, renowned for their formidable combat capabilities. East and West continents stand apart, separated by the Tian-Du Mountains. Humanity, at the cost of millions of warriors' lives, constructed the mightiest fortress in history, the Sightland Fortress, resting on the mountains. Since its completion, the demonic and beast clans have been unable to breach its defenses, resulting in 2 centuries of peace across the continent. In this world, elemental magic is categorized into 6 types: light, dark, water, fire, earth, and wind. Aside from these elemental magics, there exist specialized types, such as summoning and spatial magics. Mages are ranked as follows: apprentice mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, archmage, mage knight, mage tutor, and the legendary grand mage. Magic levels comprise 9 tiers. Level 1 to 3 constitutes low-level magic. Level 4 to 5 corresponds to intermediate magic. Level 6 to 8 classify as advanced magic, and level 9 is labeled as forbidden magic, which requires the joint casting of 6 or more mage tutors. Only archmages can independently wield forbidden magic, having been recorded in legends. Warrior ranks include junior warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, knight, earth knight, sky knight, light knight, sword master, and the legendary war god. Combat energy is classified into tiers: basic combat energy, earth combat energy, sky combat energy, and divine combat energy. Holy light possesses immunity to all magic except forbidden magic. Summoned beasts exist in 2 forms: growth type and level type. Level type summons grow stronger with higher levels, starting from level 1 to 9. Growth type summons are exceedingly rare, and when encountering level type beasts, they engage in fierce battles without mercy, denying each other the chance to grow. Currency is denominated as follows: 1 diamond coin, 100 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, 1 million copper coins. Magic crystals are classified from high to low: purple, blue, red, green, white, black. Let's pause the background exposition. Here it's time to delve into the main narrative. A new chapter is about to commence, with history inevitably spiraling toward its destined direction. Chapter 2. The choice of light magic. After hastily consuming a couple of bites of breakfast, I hurriedly exited my home to attend school. Hurry up, don't be late. Do not leave a poor impression on the teacher. Study magic diligently, be cautious on your way, and return home swiftly after class. My mother tirelessly recited these phrases daily, to the point where I could recite them by heart. Yet, her concern always warmed my heart. My name is Chong Gongwei. I am 7 years old, residing in a small village on the outskirts of Senkei City, the second largest city in the interior of the Aisha Kingdom. That my family is relatively well off, and my parents harbor great aspirations for me, which is why they enrolled me in the Senkei Junior Magic Academy in the city, where I am currently in the 3rd grade. From a young age, I have been fascinated by magic, but due to my inherently lazy nature, I have only managed to grasp some basic spells and fundamental magical theories over the past 2 years. Today, I must inform my teacher of my chosen primary and secondary magical disciplines for class placement. Every magician has their primary and secondary magic. Typically, one specializes in a primary discipline while dabbling in no more than 3 secondary ones. What should I choose? So that I am quite fond of fire magic, but I perceive it as perilous, contradicting my principle of prioritizing safety. What magic is the safest? Light magic seems to be relatively safe. I have heard from my teacher that light magic has virtually no offensive spells before one learns advanced magic. It primarily focuses on defense and healing. So there should be little opportunity for dueling with others, right? I shall choose it. The Aisha Kingdom places a high value on magic, hence students in every academy frequently engage in duels to enhance their practical experience and gauge their magical prowess. However, as my own magical abilities are still quite rudimentary, no one has approached us younger students for duels thus far. Such encounters usually occur in the 5th grade or at intermediate magic academies. I am quite clever. What shall I select as my secondary magic? Wind magic seems suitable. I can learn some basic wind spells for swift escapes. But wait, even though wind magic is fast, It cannot compare to instantaneous teleportation that I recall my mother mentioning a sorcerer who once teleported 10 kilometers in an instant. That sorcerer is a master of spatial magic, so I shall choose spatial magic instead. Having finally made my decision, I exhaled a sigh of relief. The future renowned Archmage of Light, known as the Son of Light, Duke Waitina, could not evade his fated path and chose the light magic that would allow him to traverse the entire continent. Additionally, he often resorted to spatial magic for his escapes, that as I strolled leisurely towards the city, envisioning a safe and beautiful life ahead, I couldn't help but let a blissful drool escape my lips. Chonggong! Ugh! Otter, you startled me. My best friend, neighbor, and classmate, Otto, the village chief's son, bounced up beside me. Have you decided on your magical discipline? I have. I shall major in light magic and minor in spatial magic. That fits your style. You really know me well. You could guess my reasons for choosing these two disciplines without me telling you. I looked at Otto with some surprise. Of course, you prioritize safety, don't you? Ugh. By the way, what are you choosing? I will major in water magic and minor in spatial magic. Otto puffed out his chest proudly. I knew you would choose spatial magic, but why water magic? You wouldn't understand, Otto replied, gazing at me like a little adult. Come on, tell me why. There are many girls studying water magic, and hardly any boys that I can tease them and snatch their tasty treats. You're so mischievous at such a young age. I'll tell your dad. I lifted my chin defiantly. In truth, I was somewhat tempted, but upon reflection, although there are indeed more girls in water magic, once we advance to the Intermediate Magic Academy, bullying girls could lead to dire consequences. The elder brother Luo from our village was beaten badly for bullying the academy's belle. Otto, you're in for trouble in the future. As I pondered, I couldn't help but cast a sly glance at Otto. Why don't you study water magic with me? He attempted to win me over to avoid being exposed. No! As long as you share some of the treats you acquire with me. I want to tell your dad, okay? Deal. Who said we aren't friends? We've arrived at school. Hurry, we'll be late. The Senkei Junior Magic Academy is the largest magic academy in Senkei City, covering over 20,000 square meters, complete with numerous training grounds and classrooms for various magical disciplines. Otto and I are students of class 3 to 4. Thankfully, we're not late. Otherwise, the old witch would have us standing in disgrace again. Otto grumbled to me. Enough of that. The old witch is here. The old witch is, of course, our homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, a stern fire magic master in her 50s. She possesses little charm, which is why my close friends and I have dubbed her the old witch. Good day, students. Good day, teacher. As the old witch entered, a hush fell over the classroom, for none wished to provoke her wrath. Have you all decided on the magic you wish to study? Yes, we have. Good. Please come up one by one to register. When it was my turn to register, the old witch scrutinized me. You are majoring in light magic? Yes, teacher. Do you realize that currently very few in the kingdom major in light magic, aside from monks who specialize in healing? Oh, why is that? I was unaware. It turns out, during the holy war between the eastern and western continents 200 years ago, many humans studied light magic, as it serves as a counter to the dark magic of the demon race. Those who practiced light magic constituted over 30% of the sorcerers. Even the most basic healing spell of light magic could inflict damage on demons, as light and dark magic have a reciprocal enhancement effect. However, in the present day, 200 years of peace and prosperity have rendered light magic nearly obsolete compared to the more practical water, fire, earth, and wind magics. Moreover, light magic primarily comprises defensive and healing spells at the basic and intermediate levels, leading those who favor offense to predominantly choose water, fire, earth, or wind as their major disciplines. Even in terms of healing, while water magic is slightly inferior to light magic, its balance of offensive and healing spells has driven even girls interested in healing to abandon light magic. Only the peace-loving monks continue to major in it. For a 7-year-old like me, such historical context was beyond my comprehension. However, after my teacher's explanation, I remained resolute in my choice of light magic for the sake of my safety. All right. All students have chosen their magical disciplines. Class is dismissed early today. Tomorrow, you will be divided into classes based on the types of magic you have selected. Hooray! Class is over. The study of light magic for the Son of Light is about to commence. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. Let us await with bated breath. Chapter 3. My teacher filled with a sense of accomplishment. I returned home, where my mother had already prepared dinner. You're back. Were you well behaved in class today? I was very well behaved. By the way, Mom, I've chosen my primary and secondary magic disciplines today. What? Honey, come quickly. Our son has chosen his magical disciplines. Is that so? Son, did you choose wind magic? Upon hearing this news, my father rushed over in excitement. Certainly not. Our son must have chosen water magic. Right, son? My mother looked at me with hopeful eyes that my mother is a mid-level water mage, while my father is a mid-level wind mage. They have debated since my birth about what magic I should specialize in. Looking into their eager expressions, I felt a pang of guilt. What should I say? My mind raced, and then I decided to respond this way. Neither. I have chosen light magic as my primary discipline and spatial magic as my secondary. What? They both stared at me, astonished. What did you choose? Is it earth or fire magic? You unfilial child. How could you not follow your mother's path? Your pocket money for this month is gone, humph. Is your little bottom feeling itchy? My father looked at me with a threatening gaze. No, dear parents, please do not be angry. The my choice was not the fire or earth elements. I have chosen light magic as my major for a reason, all for your sake. What do you mean? For us? Indeed, it is for you, and also for the harmony of our family. Just think about it. If I had chosen water magic, Father would surely be displeased. And if I had opted for wind magic, Mother would not let that go easily. Hence, I have ruled out both options. Fire magic opposes Mother, and in honor of my gentle, beautiful, and kind mother, I cannot choose it. Likewise, for my handsome, dashing, and robust father, I must also avoid earth magic, which is contrary to wind. Thus, I have chosen light magic, which does not conflict with any member of our family. Truly, I have considered the happiness and well-being of all of us. As I spoke, tears welled in my eyes while gazing at my parents. They exchanged glances, and Mother approached, embracing me gently. Our dear Changong is so considerate, thinking of us. Father joined us, wrapping us in a warm embrace. I cherished this harmonious atmosphere, realizing that a few fabrications and a couple of compliments had them completely charmed. Changong, you must study diligently from now on. At the very least, aim to become a high-level magician. Yes. Father, I shall not disappoint you. Suddenly, Mother seemed to recall something. Changong, it appears that light magic lacks offensive spells at the beginner and intermediate levels, and it seems that very few are studying it nowadays. Fear not. Rest assured, I will become a high-level magician. In truth, I had no desire for such arduous effort. Otherwise, I would not have chosen light magic. Let me first navigate this immediate hurdle. All right, let us dine and celebrate my choice. The night passed without further conversation. The next morning, I was awakened by the sun and Mother's gentle call. After breakfast, Odd came to find me. Changong, it's time for school. Today is class division day. I'm coming. I am coming. Let us go. Just like the previous day, we arrived at the classroom just in time. The old witch approached us. All right, students, please settle down. We will now begin class assignments. All students from the 5 classes have already selected their primary and secondary magical disciplines. And we will reorganize the classes based on those choices. The current distribution is as follows. 3 classes for fire magic, 2 for water, 2 for wind, and 1 for earth. I will now announce each student's class assignment. When I call your name, please proceed to the appropriate department. The offensive capability of fire magic is indisputable, that a large question mark loomed in my mind. Why was there no class for light magic? Tandina, Fire Class 1. Richardson, Fire Class 1. Odd Lin, Water Class 2. All my classmates received their assignments and went to their respective departments, leaving me alone. After the last student departed, the old witch turned to me. Changong, come with me. I will introduce you to your teacher. Since you have chosen the light magic, which has not been selected in over a decade, the school has arranged for a special instructor to guide you. Could it be a dedicated tutor? I hope it is a kind teacher, not someone like the old witch. Otherwise, I am doomed. I have suffered enough at her hands. As I pondered, I followed the teacher out of the classroom till we arrived at the faculty office on the third floor. ISNT, this the principal's office. Come on, Changong, let us go inside. Seeing my hesitation, the old witch tugged at my sleeve. Oh, all right, teacher. Upon entering the principal's office, I was greeted by the kind gaze of the principal seated behind his desk, who smiled gently at me. Teacher Lin, is this the student from your class who has chosen light magic? Let me introduce you. This is the great magician, Professor Shiyushio, who specializes in spatial magic and has a secondary focus on light magic. I followed the principal's gesture and saw my future teacher, a sprightly man in his 50s. Impeccably dressed in a purple wizard's robe, with a 4-star badge indicating his magical rank. The absence of stars marked a novice, and he had a rather stern expression. Hello, Professor Shi, I entrust this child, Chang Gong, to your care. Teacher Lin, you need not be so formal. You are Chang Gong Wei. You must study magic diligently under my guidance. I am quite strict, and I hope you will work hard. I will do my best to impart my knowledge to you. What could I say? I was rendered speechless, realizing I had overlooked this crucial detail. It seemed my fate was sealed, and I was destined to become cannon fodder. Oh, Creator, how unfair you are to me. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best. It appeared that my days of hardship were just beginning, that on the way home, Odd inquired about my magic instructor. To preserve my pride, I boasted about having a very amiable teacher. Odd expressed envy, mentioning his own class teacher as strictness. Could anyone be stricter than the old man? Shiyushio, sigh. For now, I could only hope for a heart attack to befall him tonight. Thus sparing me from his lessons. While dining, Professor Shiyushio sneezed. Who is cursing me? Historians of the future would remark. Had it not been for the great magician Shiyushio, who laid a solid foundation for the child of light during his formative years, perhaps world peace would not have been achieved. Yet, how was this so-called solid foundation established? 30 years later, the now great Magus of Light would shudder at the mere mention of Shiyushio's name. Chapter 4. Fundamental Knowledge. Changgong Wei. What time is it? Professor, she glared at me, with eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, teacher, what are you doing here? I'm so sorry. I overslept this morning. I had been so terrified of this terrifying teacher that I lingered outside the school gate for ages, not daring to enter, only to discover he had come out. This was disastrous. Late? That means you must be mentally unprepared. The most important aspect for a magician is mental training. First, you need to wake yourself up. Run 5 laps around the academy immediately. With no choice. I began to jog slowly. By my name, Shiyushio, I summon you, my servant, Light Tiger. This was a level 5 phantom beast. Every magic student possessed their own phantom beast, and one could have multiple. However, summoning several at once required immense mental energy. Changgong, you better run fast. You know what will happen if he catches up to you. I looked back at the Light Tiger, a creature several times my size, baring its teeth at me. Instantly, I summoned all my strength and sprinted forward. The Light Tiger pursued me leisurely, and when I slowed down, a light arrow, a mid-level offensive spell, zipped toward me, prompting me to quicken my pace. My situation was dire. Finally, after what felt like a monumental journey, Professor, she mercifully allowed me a 15-minute break. Oh, how wretched my fate seemed. All right, have you rested enough? Now, let us review what you have previously learned. What magic do you know, Changgong? I can perform the illumination spell. What else? Nothing more? In 2 years, you have only learned an illumination spell. Professor, she proceeded to question me about various fundamental magical concepts and pose some tricky inquiries. My grasp of magical fundamentals was indeed dismal, as I had mostly been sleeping in class, but I answered the tricky questions quite well. After all, I consider myself quite clever. Professor, she scrutinized me for a good 2 minutes before letting out a deep sigh. How did I end up with such a lazy student? No wonder Teacher Lin insisted I discipline you, that I knew your grades were always among the lowest, but I did not expect it to be this dire. Very well, class is dismissed for today. Do not be late tomorrow morning. Having encountered a student as poor as I, even he seemed at a loss. What? You are letting me leave just like this? ISNT, it's still morning. By the way, I have assigned you some homework." He handed me two rather thick books that I took a look. One was titled Fundamentals of Magic, and the other was Elementary Light Magic Spells and Explanations. What on earth was this for? I gazed at him in confusion. "You must memorize the entire Fundamentals of Magic book by tomorrow to catch up on what you have fallen behind, that I do not want my student to be inferior to others. The other book is your future textbook, which you may also peruse. Now, you may go home." "Teacher, do I really have to memorize the entire Fundamentals of Magic book?" I still clung to a sliver of hope. "Of course. I will be checking tomorrow that if you wish to continue playing with a light tiger, you may choose not to study." With that, Professor, she turned and returned to the faculty office, leaving me in a daze. What kind of teacher was this? A veritable demon. 300 to 400 pages in one book to memorize in a single day. The weather was splendid today, clear and windless, standing in stark contrast to my current mood. Upon returning home, I found my parents absent. They had both gone to work. Father was a blacksmith, while mother served as the village healer. That I took out my book on the fundamentals of magic and flipped through its pages. Although I was quite lazy, the memory of the morning's torment still lingered. My calves were cramping as a result of the punishment. That as the sun gradually descended, I persevered and finally managed to memorize 10 pages. Just 10 pages. How could I possibly complete this in a lifetime? Oh, who has returned so early? My mother, who usually came home first every day, had arrived. "It's me." Upon hearing my feeble voice, she hurried over. "My dear son, why are you back so soon? You seem so listless. Did you get into trouble with your teacher?" "No, Mom." As I thought about the nearly impossible assignment I had, I collapsed into her embrace and couldn't help but cry. After all, I was still just a 7-year-old child that my mother held me and asked, "What's wrong? Tell me, has someone bullied you?" Yes, Mom, my new teacher is so awful. He assigns me homework that I could never possibly complete. And he even punishes me physically." "What kind of assignment? How did the teacher punish you?" I hesitantly recounted the events of the day. "Chong-gong, this is where you have gone wrong. Although I have always known you struggle with your studies, I never imagined it was this severe. You haven't even mastered the basics after 2 years. The teacher's actions are justified. You little sloth need a strict teacher to discipline you. Your father and I have spoiled you too much. Your mother is right. Let me see what homework you've been assigned. And what is so impossible about it?" My father had returned as well. After looking at my assignment, he chuckled. "My silly son, aren't you usually quite clever? What happened this time? Although this book is thick, you don't need to memorize it word for word. Let your mother go prepare dinner while I tutor you." Then, my father began to teach me how to tackle this seemingly insurmountable assignment. Chong-gong. You see, this section primarily discusses the principles of magical application. That in our world, there exist numerous elements, with 6 basic elements that you should be aware of. To wield magic, we must communicate effectively with these elements, allowing them to acknowledge you and gather around you. Then, through incantations, you can transform the gathered magical elements to achieve your desired outcome. This is magic. Observe. In the name of my glorious power, elements of the wind, heed my call, come to my side, and protect your friend with a wind shield. My father elucidated while demonstrating practical examples that he divided the entire book into sections, each elucidating its main content, and then explained the principles of each section in relation to practical applications. With my father's guidance, I quickly discovered the key and gradually developed an interest in magic. Well, it's quite late now. Let us finish the remaining part tomorrow morning, shall we? All right, Dad, I never imagined magic was like this. Immersed in the ocean of magical knowledge, I realized I had learned more that evening than I had in the past 2 years of wandering through my studies. Chong-gong, in the past, it was your father and I who were at fault for not paying enough attention to your studies. From now on, I will make sure to tutor you regularly. You will undoubtedly become an excellent magician in the future." My father affectionately patted my head and gazed at me with kindness. "Dad, I will definitely study magic diligently." The son of light declared grand ambitions, unsure if he could truly achieve them, yet he did so in his future studies of elementary magic, though compelled with Shiyushio around. The thought of not studying diligently was not an option. Chapter 5. Meditative reflection. After my father's tutoring, I had finally grasped the foundational knowledge of magic. Not bad. It seems you truly put in some effort yesterday. Come with me. As soon as I arrived that morning, Teacher Shuda assessed me. While I couldn't respond fluently, I managed to answer adequately, feeling relieved that my efforts hadn't gone to waste. Today, I wouldn't have to endure long-distance running, that I had finally passed Teacher Shuda's scrutiny. Following her, we arrived at a small building in the academy's backyard. Changgong, you have a basic understanding of the fundamentals. However, you must continuously enrich your knowledge. You know what determines the potency of magic, the level of the magic, and how can one cast advanced magic? By reciting incantations. That's obvious. Teacher Shuda playfully rapped my head. To wield advanced magic, you must have a strong mental force as a foundation. Otherwise, all your foundational knowledge is in vain. The best way to increase your mental strength is through meditation. Starting today, for the next 3 months, you are to meditate daily. Tomorrow, I will be traveling to the capital and may not return for about 3 months. My heart soared with joy. I was finally free, but Teacher Shuda's next words plunged me back into despair. Changgong, my specialty is spatial magic. Although I am merely a grand magician, I can still teleport back in an instant. That if I catch you slacking off, prepare to be the national champion in long-distance running. Teacher Shuda threatened with a stern expression. During meditation, you must concentrate and feel the light elements in nature, attempting to store them. This will gradually enhance your mental strength. While I am away, you must spend at least 8 hours here every day. Do you understand? If upon my return your mental strength does not satisfy me well, hearing the words of this tyrant, my heart sank. Sitting for 8 hours a day would drive me mad. The basic meditation methods are in your foundational knowledge, and I trust you already know what to do. Meditation also requires certain techniques. You can visit the library to research and find the meditation methods you prefer, which should yield better results. When I return, I will begin teaching you the specific applications of magic. All right. You may begin your meditation. Under her watchful gaze, I settled onto the mat, closed my eyes, and embarked on my meditative journey. Though the tyrant had left, I still struggled to perceive the beauty of the 49 years. How could I enhance my mental strength without all this hassle? It seemed I had no choice but to visit the library. Upon arriving at the library, situated in the northeast corner of the academy, I perused numerous texts on meditation. Finally, I discovered what I had been seeking. Liberation at last. I flipped through an ancient yellow-covered book I had found tucked away in a corner. Authored by a light magic master over 150 years ago. The book stated that as long as one could sense the magical elements to be gathered, any posture would suffice. That IT provided several examples, including lying down and sitting. That I could meditate while lying down. For someone as lazy as I, lying down and sitting were entirely different concepts. How delightful. Returning to the small building where I was alone, I followed the book's instructions, lying on the ground, embracing stillness, and attuning to the light elements in the air. Gradually, I began to perceive numerous tiny lights swirling around me, imparting a sense of warmth and kindness, akin to the embrace of my parents, so comforting. Are you the light elements? I inquired in the realm of my spirit. That a wave of warmth enveloped me. Hello, dear light element uncles and aunts. I am Changgong. Can we play together from now on? Another wave of warmth followed. Then we shall be good friends. I sensed the tiny lights splitting off delicate strands of light that entered through my forehead, surrounding me with a gentle warmth that if someone had been present, they would have witnessed a soft glow radiating around me, lasting for quite some time. That I lost track of time, gradually feeling a connection with these light elements through my forehead. Enveloped in warmth, and I unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to me, I had inadvertently gained the recognition of the light elements that I in the continent. Every magician who practiced magic did so by sensing the surrounding elements and forcefully gathering them to themselves to enhance their magical power. As their magic grew stronger, their mental strength deepened, achieving the purpose of their training. However, I, who had no intention of meditating, simply wished to increase my magical power without exerting effort. Naturally, I did not compel the elements to gather around me. Yet, during my communion with the light elements, my innocence shone through, and they accepted me. From that moment on, My speed of gathering magic and recovery would exceed that of ordinary individuals by over threefold. I truly became friends with the light elements that I knew not how long had passed when I felt someone nudging me. I groggily opened my eyes to find it was my mother. "Mom, what brings you here?" I was worried sick. "What time is it? You still haven't come home? I just went to the school to speak with the principal, who said you should be here studying." "Don't push yourself too hard. You fell asleep." I glanced outside and realized it had already turned to evening, yet it felt as though I had only just lain down for a short while. It appeared that this meditation truly worked wonders. Silently, I checked my magical power. What was once a mere flicker had now transformed into a small sphere of light. Wow, the results were astonishing. "How wonderful. Hurry home. You must be hungry. Seeing you work so hard makes me truly happy, dear." Mother had no idea that my teacher was actually absent. I merely took a day-long nap. How splendid. From now on, I can practice my skills every day while sleeping. After returning home and having dinner, I retreated to my room. What a genius I am, having devised such a brilliant plan. I couldn't help but indulge in my own self-satisfaction. By the way, my magical power has increased, so my magical prowess should also be enhanced. Let's give it a try. I extended my hand. "In the name of my longbow's might, O light element, illuminate everything before your friends." I invoked my only known spell, the illumination spell. I recited the incantation. I felt a warm energy converge at my forehead, merging with the magical energy within me, surging towards my outstretched hand. A white sphere of light materialized in my grasp, radiating a gentle glow. Though bright, it was not at all blinding. Wow, the effect is remarkable. Previously, I could only conjure a faint light on my palm. Yes, my illumination spell has reached its peak effectiveness. I sensed energy continuously flowing into the light sphere, sustaining its brightness, while the light element continuously surged from my forehead, showing no signs of depleting my magical energy. This is the astonishing recovery rate of my magical power. How wonderful! With this practice, I can enhance my magical ability without the arduous meditation. Time to sleep. I shall meditate while lying down. This way, I sleep so soundly. Thus my daily routine became rising early for breakfast, heading to school to meditate and nap, returning home for dinner, and then resuming meditation. 3 months passed, and through my relentless efforts, my magical power gradually strengthened, with the light sphere now 5 times larger. Each time I meditated, I felt a growing intimacy with the light element, as if they were my elders, caring for me with utmost tenderness, while I, like their child, reveled in their affectionate embrace. The child of light thus created his unique method of meditation, which later became the fundamental source of his boundless magical power when he ascended to become a Grand Magus. Chapter 6. Encountering the demon. Ouch! That hurts. While I was meditating, an unknown object struck me. Groggily opening my eyes, I saw a stern face before me. "Old devil!" I couldn't help but exclaim. "What did you say?" The recently returned teacher Shio regarded me with a chilling gaze. "Oh, nothing. Teacher Shio, you're back. And I missed you so much." "Is that so? Then what was that about the old devil?" Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "Oh, I just had a nightmare, dreaming of numerous demons pouncing on me." "I wasn't referring to you. How could such a kind teacher like you be called a devil?" "Oh, really?" Teacher Shio looked at me with a puzzled expression. "I instructed you to meditate here, yet you were merely sleeping." "Very well. In the name of my esteemed Shio, heed my summons and appear, my servant, Light Tiger. Longbow, go out and run." "No, teacher. I've been diligently meditating lately. I merely dozed off for a moment due to exhaustion." I couldn't reveal that I was lying down to meditate. Who would believe that sleeping could enhance one's skills? "Is that so? Then I must check. Come here." "Oh." I approached Teacher Shio that he retrieved a magical stone from his dimensional space, a storage space available to intermediate mages and above, with capacity determined by the mage's magical power. He handed me a primary magical measuring stone, specifically designed for assessing magical power. "Repeat after me. In my name, light element, heed my summons and gather before me. In my name, light element, heed my summons and gather before me." As I recited the incantation, the light elements converged at my forehead, merging with the light energy ball within me, surging towards the magical stone in my hand. The magical stone emitted a faint glow, which gradually intensified that I continuously infused my magical power into the stone until the power I input balanced with the energy coalescing at my forehead. The brilliance of the stone illuminated the entire room, remarkably similar to the effect of my illumination spell. Teacher Shio was astonished. You truly haven't been slacking off. I never expected your magical power to have reached the level of an intermediate mage in just 3 months. It seems you've been meditating for at least 18 hours a day, or even 24. Such results are impossible for even the most diligent practitioners on the continent, who typically require over a year to progress from novice to intermediate mage. It appears you are truly a genius in practicing light magic. Of course, I am exceptionally clever. I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. What are you so proud of? This is merely the beginning. We must see your future performance. Having magical power is meaningless if you cannot apply it effectively. Teacher Shio promptly doused my pride with a bucket of cold water. After returning Light Tiger, I secretly wiped my cold sweat. I had successfully passed this hurdle. It seems my nap was not in vain. These days, I have grown accustomed to meditating while lying down, finding it significantly more comfortable than before. It's getting late. I must hurry home. Tomorrow, we begin learning the basics of light magic. Remember to bring the introductory light magic book I gave you. All right, goodbye, Teacher Shio. I dashed out of the classroom like a gust of wind. Watching my departing figure, Teacher Shio revealed a faint smile, perhaps sensing that this child is quite suited for studying light magic. Good morning, Teacher Shio. After successfully completing my task yesterday, I was in high spirits, especially since I wouldn't have to run anymore that I arrived early today. You're quite early. Did you bring the book? Yes. Good. Today we will begin learning the basics of light magic. Many intermediate and advanced light spells evolve from fundamental spells, so learning the basics is crucial. Today, we will study the first spell, Light Shield. Light Shield. Yes, having learned the foundational knowledge of magic, you should understand that primary and intermediate light spells are primarily for defense and restoration, with Light Shield being the most basic defensive spell in the light magic repertoire. In the name of my esteemed Shio, light element, heed my summons and gather before me, blocking all evil. A faint, translucent halo appeared before Teacher Shio. The light shield can block typical primary magic attacks, and its duration depends on the caster's magical power. Now, it's your turn to try. Oh, in the name of my longbow's might, great light element, gather before me and block all evil. No, that's incorrect. You misread IT. IT should be heed my summons. Ah, how could this happen? A light shield thicker than Teacher Shio's materialized before me, silencing his words. You recited it incorrectly. How can the effect be better than the correct incantation? I don't know. I just felt that the light elements are like my elders, nurturing me. I shouldn't speak to them in a commanding tone, so I recited it that way. Teacher Shio tried my incantation, but the result was the same as his previous attempt, leaving him equally bewildered that in truth, the light elements recognized me, and my respect for them made them more willing to assist, resulting in this unusual situation. Although Teacher Shio is a grand magus, he does not specialize in light magic and lacks the recognition of the light elements. Hence, he could not achieve the same effect I did. All right, let us test the effectiveness of your light shield. In the name of my esteemed Shio, gentle water, heed my summons and gather before me to eliminate the creature before me. Water bullet. When a mage reaches the level of Grand Magus, they can utilize basic magic from any element that a water bullet with a diameter of 5 centimeters surged toward me, causing me to instinctively shut my eyes, feeling the light shield tremble without any pain. Opening my eyes, I saw the water sphere had vanished. Haha, it seems my light shield is quite formidable. Seeing this, Teacher Shio commenced his assault with various primary magic spells, bombarding my light shield. Initially, it only trembled, but gradually, the speed at which my magical energy recovered could not keep pace with the depletion of the light shield. As I approached my limit, I cried out, Teacher, Teacher, I can't hold on any longer. Please spare me. Only then did Teacher Shio seize his magical onslaught. It appears your light shield is quite effective, significantly stronger than average. However, using the light shield also requires some technique. He then began instructing me on how to utilize the light shield, such as dodging any non-omnidirectional magical attacks whenever possible and only employing the light shield when evasion was impossible, which would greatly reduce the consumption of magical power. Thus began my study of the first primary light magic spell. Over the following 10 days, Teacher Shio subjected me to various primary magical attacks to familiarize myself with the use of the light shield. It was exhausting. I once suggested that Teacher Shio change his teaching method, but he said nothing, simply summoning his light tiger. I immediately expressed my preference for the original teaching method. Truly, he is a devil of a teacher. Having barely overcome the meditation hurdle, what lay ahead for me was, it seems I am destined to toil under the hand of this devilish instructor without respite. However, I find solace in the fact that regardless of the magnitude of magical energy expended during the day, a moment of contemplation in the evening revitalizes me for the following day. Moreover, it appears that my magical prowess is escalating at an even swifter pace than before. Thus commences the long academic journey of the illustrious child of light. Chapter 7. Spatial Magic. Under the hands-on tutelage of Teacher Shio, my magical aptitude has experienced a remarkable transformation over the past 6 months. During the infernal training, I have grown capable of enduring approximately 2 hours of relentless assault from the demon. Each morning upon arriving at school, I am met with a barrage of defensive maneuvers, which continue until I am utterly exhausted. Only then does Teacher Shio permit me to meditate and restore my magical energy. Before resuming the onslaught in the afternoon, for the entirety of this period, my studies have focused exclusively on the foundational defensive spells of the light element that I often perceive Teacher Shio as having sadistic tendencies. While I, a pitiable little punching bag, endure his relentless torment, upon reaching the entrance of the classroom, I first cast a light shield spell upon myself, followed by a reflective prism spell outside of it. The prism spell has swiftly become my favorite among the magics I have learned during this time. It serves as a defensive spell that reflects incoming attacks, and I have mastered its application quite proficiently. Carefully managing the 2 spells, I push open the door, now apprehensive of the chaos that typically awaits me. Each day, I am bombarded upon entry, often emerging dusty and disheveled. Hence, I generally enhance my defenses before stepping into the classroom. Good morning, Teacher XIU.IN greeting. I am met with the radiance of a light arrow. Swiftly, I sidestep and redirect the arrow using the angled surface of the prism. Why employ an angle, you ask? Although the prism can indeed rebound an opponent's magic, it demands considerable magical energy. By using an angled surface, I can significantly reduce the area of impact from their magic, yielding excellent results. That my control over these foundational spells has become quite robust, allowing me to merge the light shield and prism into a new, basin-sized shield, which I have dubbed the Light Prism Shield. While it may not provide omnidirectional protection, the dense concentration of light elements greatly enhances my defensive capabilities, and its reflective properties render it exceptionally effective. Teacher Shio once assaulted me with a mid-level spell, yet was unable to breach my Light Prism Shield within a short span of time. Impressive reflexes. Let us put our defensive studies on hold for now. Starting today, we shall embark upon the study of spatial magic, which is my area of specialization, that I hope you will apply yourself diligently. Wow, spatial magic, how splendid! I can escape in the future, and no longer would I need to fear this irritable old man. I am determined to learn well, that if he continues to torment me, I could simply utilize a spatial spell to return home. But is it truly that simple? First, allow me to explain the fundamental principles of spatial magic, that it is divided into movement magic and attack magic. Movement magic primarily emphasizes technique, yet the potency of your magical energy determines the distance you can traverse, while your mental acuity dictates the precision of your transfer. Generally, the shorter the distance, the greater the accuracy. The operational method of movement spatial magic involves using your mental energy to lock onto your desired destination, then employing a simple incantation to channel your magical energy and transport your body there. This includes short-range instant movement, long-range instant movement, and large-scale long-range instant movement. Short-range instant movement is the most commonly used, primarily for evading enemy attacks, while long-range and large-scale movements are rarely employed due to their high demands on mental energy and lower accuracy. often resulting in deviations of several hundred kilometers. Additionally, large-scale long-range instant movement necessitates the support of a magical array. Teacher, does that mean when you claim to have returned from the capital using long-range instant movement to supervise my studies? You were deceiving me? I inadvertently let slip my thoughts, prompting a moment of embarrassment to cross Teacher Shio's face. Focus on your studies and refrain from such questions. Today, we begin learning short-range instant movement magic. With sufficient magical energy and mental acuity, this spell can allow you to reach any location within a 500-meter radius. As he spoke, Teacher Shio suddenly vanished from my sight, only to reappear behind me with a gentle pat on my shoulder. How remarkable! I exclaimed. Teacher, how did you perform that without uttering an incantation? That is precisely what I am about to explain. The incantation for short-range instant movement is exceedingly brief, merely a single word. If you can manage your magical energy effectively and mentally focus on your destination while silently repeating that word, you will succeed. What word? Go. It's that simple. Indeed, give it a try. Alright, I concentrated, setting my target on the corner of the classroom. And silently intone go. Suddenly, I felt a rush as I found myself in a different location. However, my feet fell into an empty space, and with a loud splash, I landed in the water basin outside the classroom. Clambering out, drenched and disoriented, I spat out water. This is dreadful. The margin of error is far too great. Upon returning to the classroom, Teacher Shio could not suppress a smile at my bedraggled appearance. Now you comprehend the immense mental requirements of instant movement magic, do you not? During the transfer, your mind must be entirely focused. Even a moment's lapse can lead to significant deviations. Today, you shall practice here diligently, striving for precision in your transfers. Yes, Teacher Xiu.as he departed, I plopped down on the floor, relieved that I was no longer subject to the torment of the devilish training. For the sake of my safety-first escape endeavor, I resolved to practice diligently. I set my transfer distance to 3 meters ahead of me, and lo and behold, I succeeded. I continued to practice short-range instant movement until my magical energy was depleted. The results were promising. I had become increasingly proficient, managing to teleport nearly anywhere within the 30-square-meter room. Yes, I decided to take a break and plan a surprise for the old demon tomorrow. Gradually, I drifted into a meditative sleep. From that day forward, I began to practice short-range instant movement continuously. Contrary to my expectations, the devilish training did not abandon me. Each morning still brought an hour of torment, followed by further practice. Gradually, I expanded my range from 30 meters to 50, then 100, and eventually 200 meters. After a year of diligent effort, I had reached the pinnacle of short-range instant movement, capable of transferring freely within a 500-meter radius with remarkable accuracy. Longbow, come. I shall take you to a new training ground. That I followed Teacher Shio to the academy's rear courtyard, where I beheld a vast expanse of 300 square meters, filled with towering 5-meter wooden frames, each tethered with thick ropes to large burlap sacks. Teacher, what purpose do these serve? Did I not mention? You are to practice short-range instant movement here. Observe closely. With that, Teacher Shio pushed down all 100 burlap sacks from their lofty perches, causing them to sway and tumble throughout the courtyard. Pay attention, that he said, as he executed an instant movement directly into the midst of the sack array, seamlessly maneuvering without ever colliding with a single one. After a minute, he stepped back outside the array. Now it is your turn. You will practice within the sack array, and I shall have the light tiger assist you in moving the sacks. Teacher, please spare me. Fear not. It is nothing to worry about. My recovery magic is quite effective. That if you prefer, I can replace the burlap sacks with iron balls. No, burlap is preferable. Burlap is preferable. Amidst such terrifying suggestions, I could no longer voice any complaints and promptly dove into the array. That I dodged and weaved, but within mere moments, I was sent sprawling by a sack, much to my dismay. Teacher Shio quickly cast a basic recovery spell, and I was thrust back into the fray. That I continued to dodge and evade. Though I was frequently knocked aside, that my small frame endured the merciless trials of the demon instructor. Strangely, despite the daily inhumane torment, my body grew increasingly robust. Teacher Shio imparted that enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Only by protecting oneself can one hope to survive, and the best means of protection is to run. This philosophy resonated with my own beliefs. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I studied magical theory. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I faced the burlap array. The difficulty of the array gradually increased as my abilities improved. The so-called increase in difficulty amounted to Teacher Shio unleashing an all-encompassing mid-level spell upon me from outside the array. Chapter 8. Magical evaluation time has flown by, and I find myself now at the age of 9.5. Despite the daily inhumane torment, my growth remains unaffected. I stand at 152 centimeters tall, weighing 40 kilograms, with a cascade of light blue hair cascading to my shoulders. Though my features may not be conventionally beautiful, they are nonetheless endearing, as affirmed by the villagers, my classmates, and my teachers. My father often remarks that if one were to assess my features separately, they might not fare well. Yet together, they form a pleasing visage that I end such moments. My mother often smirks, retorting that it is not her fault for having inherited less desirable traits from my father. However, I must say, my mother is a true beauty. Despite being over 30, she bears no signs of aging upon her visage that I in recent years, although I have harbored a strong aversion to the teachings of the old devil. I must concede that I have acquired a wealth of magical knowledge from him. The rapid enhancement of my abilities has left my parents utterly astonished. Now, within the confines of the burlap array, I have nearly perfected the art of evading all assaults. When I activate my instantaneous teleportation, I appear only as a faint shadow within the formation, rendering even Teacher Shio incapable of discerning my movement trajectory. The single-line offensive spells can no longer touch me. I have come to regard the burlap array as a game, often practicing while playfully making faces at Teacher Shio, infuriating him to the point where he has attempted to employ high-level spells against me. However, he is limited to using only 7th-level magic, which belongs to the realm of spatial attacks. Yet, due to the immense power of his spatial magic, which risks obliterating the entire arena, he refrains from unleashing its full potential. To my further chagrin, he has even dispatched the light tiger into the array to pursue me. Nevertheless, my mastery of short-distance instantaneous teleportation is now unparalleled. Even Teacher Shio cannot hope to catch me. The acceleration of my magical and mental prowess is nothing short of astounding that I can now sustain the use of both the light prism shield and instantaneous teleportation for over 3 hours. During these past 2 years, I have mastered several spells, of which I shall enumerate those that are particularly distinctive and favored by me. Elementary Light Defense Magic. 1. Light Shield, a comprehensive defensive spell of the light element. However, I have since abandoned its use in favor of the more effective Light Prism Shield. 2. Light Prism Mirror, a reflective spell of the light element. With my enhanced mental capacity, I am now capable of reflecting non-comprehensive attacks from any angle. 3. Light Prism Shield, a self-created combination spell of the light element, with a small area of defense approaching the level of advanced magic. Even Teacher Shio, known for his seriousness, has praised this spell. Although he cannot utilize it himself, 4. Sacred Guardian, a protective spell that defends against toxic gas intrusion. It is a low-level dark spiritual magic that can induce confusion and madness in foes. This spell is often employed when Teacher Shio inadvertently releases gas, and it has proven quite effective. Elementary Light Offensive Magic. 1. Arrow of Light. This is the sole offensive spell among the entire repertoire of elementary and intermediate light magic, condensing light elements into an arrow-shaped attack. Its power is modest. Elementary Light Recovery Magic. 1. Healing Spell, a low-level recovery spell that effectively heals minor injuries and can alleviate ailments such as colds and fevers. I regret learning this spell, as it has led my mother to frequently request my assistance in treating others in the village, without any remuneration. 2. Divine Healing Spell, employed to remedy various states of confusion. Elementary Spatial Magic. 1. Short Distance Instantaneous Movement. This is my forte. Within a range of 500 meters, no single-direction magic can reach me. 2. Long Distance Instantaneous Teleportation. Theoretically, I have learned this, but I have yet to put it into practice. Otherwise, what if I were teleported to the demon realm? That would be dire indeed, as the demon and beast tribes harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity. 3. Small-Scale Dimensional Slash, an offensive spell within the realm of spatial magic. It is the most potent attack spell in my arsenal, capable of tearing through surrounding space and devouring all objects, including magic, within its effective range. Teacher Shio has prohibited me from using it, as I once consumed a beloved cup of his. Currently, I can unleash a dimensional slash approximately 1 meter long. While devouring low-level magic poses little issue, Teacher Shio cautioned that the backlash from this spell can be severe, if one's magical power cannot withstand it. One risks being consumed themselves out of course. The current version I unleash is not capable of that. Only a large dimensional slash could achieve such an effect, and he has advised me against using it recklessly. These are the spells I currently wield. Teacher Shio's assessment of my skills is as follows: exceptional in evasion, mediocre in defense, subpar in recovery magic, and utterly inept in offense. However, deep down, I believe he is quite satisfied with my progress. Particularly my talent in defensive and movement magic, my control over instantaneous teleportation has surpassed even that of this grand sorcerer, allowing me to create my own defensive spells that I end summary, if one were to disregard offensive magic. My strength is already approaching that of an advanced sorcerer. Alas, it is not my intention. Rather, it is the allure of short-distance instantaneous teleportation that captivates me. Haha. If I cannot win, I can always flee. Right. In less than 6 months, I shall graduate from this place. Haha. At last, I can escape the clutches of the devil. While the burlap array can no longer torment me, Teacher Shio's comprehensive intermediate magical assaults still leave me utterly exhausted. As I contemplate the bright future ahead, I cannot help but feel elated. This morning, upon arriving at the classroom, Teacher Shio announced that he must journey to the capital for an extended period, but would return before my graduation examination, urging me to contemplate deeply and enhance my magical power in his absence. Without him, the devilish training session shall cease, that I am positively bubbling with J. Oh, why did I end the time to come? I shall once again indulge in daily slumber. In the next chapter, the protagonist will confront their first challenge in life. I invite everyone to stay tuned. Here, I would also like to express my gratitude to all the readers for their support and encourage everyone to share their valuable feedback. Chapter 9. Encountering danger on the way home, attending school has become remarkably easy. I sleep at home all day, then continue my slumber at school. Haha. The feeling of 1949 has finally arrived. I comfortably recline on the ground, focusing my mind as I begin to sense the light elements in the air. Under their gentle embrace, I gradually drift into slumber. The light orbs within my body now occupy approximately 23 of all my meridians. According to Teacher Shio, my magical power is sufficient to cast 5th-level spells, but due to my tender age, he refrains from teaching me intermediate magic, stating that I shall learn it upon entering an intermediate magic academy. The classification of sorcerers according to their magical capabilities is as follows. Generally, those who can wield 1st-level spells are referred to as magic apprentices. Those capable of utilizing 2nd and 3rd-level spells are known as junior sorcerers. Those who can cast 4th and 5th-level spells are termed intermediate sorcerers. Those proficient in 6th-level spells are advanced sorcerers. Those who can wield 7th-level spells are grand sorcerers. Those capable of combining 9th-level spells are called magic guides. And those who can independently utilize 9th-level spells are legendary grand guides. Ah, what time is it? I stretch languidly and glance at the darkening sky. It is nearly time to return home for dinner, as my stomach is beginning to grumble that I skip merrily out of the academy. Heading in the direction of home. Exiting Senkei City, I follow the familiar path I tread daily. Due to my timid nature and fear of the dark, I cast a light spell with my left hand, illuminating a 30-meter radius as bright as day. I wonder what delicious meal my mother has prepared today. I hope there is bone soup, my absolute favorite, as I contemplate this sumptuous dinner. I find myself smacking my lips, only to feel even hungrier. Suddenly, I sense a rise in the surrounding temperature. What is happening? Who is using fire magic here? Just then, a thunderous roar resonates in my ears. Oh no, a fire lion. A 6th-level magical beast. No, it is a magical creature that has not formed a pact with a human upon its birth, thus classified as a magical beast, that my legs begin to feel unresponsive. It gazes at me with its blood-red eyes, perhaps sharing my previous thoughts, licking its lips. Ah, dear fire lion, I am but a child. You cannot eat me. I am a precious flower of the motherland. I have little meat on my bones. How about I fetch you something to eat from home? Oh no. Before I could finish my plea, the fire lion lunged at me. Instinctively, I activated my instantaneous teleportation. Having been pursued by the light tiger on numerous occasions in the past, dodging the fire lion's attack, I launched a flare into the air, which was merely the light orb from my earlier illumination spell, delivered skyward as an arrow of light. Upon reaching its zenith, the flare burst forth, creating a vast expanse of brightness, a magical signal for help. You foul fire lion, what can you do? You cannot catch me. With the thought of my instantaneous teleportation in mind, I felt considerably more at ease, and I am quite confident in my abilities. Surely, the fire lion cannot surpass the combined might of the light tiger and the old devil. At the very least, it cannot do me harm before my magical power is depleted. Before my magical energy runs out, I shall escape using my instantaneous teleportation, moving 500 meters with each leap. Repeating this several times, the air is uncomfortably hot, and for my safety, I summon nearly all the defensive spells at my disposal. First and foremost, I invoke the Sacred Guardian, which filters the air to isolate the heat emanating from the fire lion. Then, I conjure the light prism shield with my left hand. Making a face at the fire lion, I chant the incantation and unleash an arrow of light from my right hand. While its power may be modest, it will still sting upon impact. The fire lion, now enraged, unleashes a barrage of intermediate fire magic spells at me that I dodge and evade, circling around it as effortlessly as I did in the burlap array. Leaving it disoriented, the flames surrounding the fire lion begin to wane, indicating a rapid depletion of its magical power. I pants heavily as it regards me, and I cannot help but chuckle. Magical beasts are not as formidable as I had imagined. Having expended so many spells, my magical power is dwindling rapidly as well. However, it cannot strike me, and now I await rescue. The village guards are likely to arrive shortly, as we are not far from the village. Suddenly, the fire lion raises its head and lets out an ear-splitting roar that I feel the temperature, which had previously fallen, surge wildly once again. What is happening? It is unfortunate. This is the 6th level fire magic. An overwhelming inferno that engulfs everything. There is no escape now. That be why the name of my longbow. O great element of light, gather before me and thwart all malevolence. I barely have time to cast a light shield as the raging flames descend upon me, enveloping a radius of 300 meters in magical engulfment. Due to my negligence, the energy of instantaneous transfer did not reach its peak, trapping me within that. I poured all my magical energy into the light shield, reciting the incantation over and over. Yet the sheer force of the flames was insurmountable. I could scarcely hold my ground. It felt as though I would become a mere roast for my longbow. Oh, elemental water in the air, heed my call and transform into impenetrable hail to vanquish this evil before me. Ah, salvation! With a spell from an unknown source, my burden was lifted as the hail spell countered the fire lioness magic. The fire lion was also at its last gasp. Its magical energy had long been depleted, and what just transpired was merely its final strike. It's the longbow. Longbow, come quickly. It's your son. Mother has arrived. Finally, I am safe, and I fainted. Time passed, and gradually, I regained consciousness. Upon opening my eyes, I saw my mother, her eyes red, sitting beside me. Longbow has awakened. Child as father. Hurry here. Longbow, how do you fare? Are you feeling better? My magical power had reached its limit yesterday, and I bore several burns from the fire lion's magic, coupled with the immense drain on my mental and magical energy. I had fainted. Thanks to my mother's water magic healing, I was nearly fully recovered, though my spirits were still low. Mother, I'm fine, son. How do you feel? My father rushed in from another room. Much better, father, that if it weren't for the elder's intervention, you wouldn't have seen your mother again, my mother said, embracing me in tears. Longbow, what on earth happened? My father inquired. That I recounted the events as they unfolded. My father, with a serious demeanor, admonished, you foolish child, remember this. Never grant any enemy an opportunity. With your current magical prowess, encountering an enemy of intermediate magic or higher means you must flee immediately. You have no means to inflict harm upon them. Moreover, how can you be so careless in battle? If you had expanded your light prism shield for defense, perhaps you wouldn't have been injured. I barely absorbed my father's words, but I distinctly remembered to run upon seeing an enemy. From that moment on, regardless of the adversary, I ensured my defenses were impenetrable. The child of light had bravely overcome his first trial in life. Chapter 10. Among friends due to my injury, my mother requested a leave of absence from school, allowing me to rest at home. After breakfast, both my parents went to work, leaving me alone in bed, staring at the ceiling in boredom. Longbow, are you home? Open the door. Who is it so early? It's me, Ode. You can't even recognize my voice. Ode, what brings you here? As I spoke, I hurried to the courtyard to open the door. Longbow, I heard you were injured. How are you feeling? Much better. I can't believe I was caught off guard yesterday. Why would magical beasts appear near our village? Who knows? Here, take this snow spirit elixir. I had to grind for ages to get it from my father. You're giving me your father's treasure. The snow spirit elixir is a prized possession of the village chief. Crafted by Ode's grandfather over many years, known for its efficacy against fire poison that I no need. Ode. Thank you that I'm nearly recovered. Don't waste this precious elixir. Enough of that. Just eat it. When you're better, I want to challenge you in magic. Ode, I truly appreciate it. With teary eyes, I consumed the snow spirit elixir. A refreshing sensation coursed through my body, bringing me considerable comfort. What is the thanks for? You re my leader. I depend on you. Just don't forget your brothers when you make it big. All right, from now on, we share our fortunes and misfortunes together, enjoying life side by side. Though I was 2 months older than Ode, we had grown up together, and he always called me his leader. Why should I be older? He always insisted I let him win when we played, claiming to respect the elderly and love the young. So that I never expected Ode to be so kind to me. The pure bond between children is the most precious of all. Why didn't you go to school today? Ode, our teacher has asked us to meditate at home to enhance our magical powers. Graduation exams are just a few months away, so we have a month off to meditate. Isn't the same? Oh, how fortunate you are compared to your luck. I just sigh. Seeing Ode, I regretted not choosing water magic alongside him. Longbow, we've been so busy with studies these 2 years that we haven't spent much time together. How's your light magic? Doesn't your teacher seem to care? You always look so dispirited when I see you. Ever since I started training under the old sorcerer, I have been leaving early and returning late, rarely able to meet Ode. Even when I returned at night, I was utterly exhausted from the old sorcerer's relentless training, so we had little contact that I was surprised to discover that Ode had been thinking of me. True friendship reveals itself in times of trouble. Not just not good, it's downright torturous. The old which pales in comparison to his terror. Worse than the old which. You're truly unfortunate, Ode exclaimed in astonishment. Ode, what kind of magic have you learned? Just a few healing spells and water attack magic that I've excelled in wind magic. My wind blade spell is the best in our class. Seeing Ode's proud demeanor, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity and teased. Is it to impress the girls in your class? Ode's laughter abruptly ceased as he asked in surprise. How did you know? We both burst into laughter. Longbow, how many days will you be resting at home? Probably 4 or 5 days. Then I'll come to see you every day. Once you're healed, we'll have a duel. Okay, you little rascal, you think you can bully me just because you excel in attack magic? Just wait and see that no matter how well Ode trains, he can't possibly surpass my magical power. I'll wear him out, After all, we are just kids, and our competitive spirits run high. Soon, 2 days passed, and my injuries had healed completely. Ode came to visit me daily, and today we agreed to have a duel that I was eager to see just how far his skills have progressed. Leader, I'm here. Come out quickly. Coming. Are you in such a hurry to meet your doom? Who has to say who will win? You can't win me with no attack magic. Let us see about that. Ode assumed a stance, casting a wind spell followed by a water shield before beginning his attack spell that I calmly observed him, not the least bit anxious, as I knew his level of skill could not execute an all-encompassing attack spell. My instantaneous transfer would surely allow me to evade. Indeed, a water orb flew toward me, and I used instantaneous transfer to sidestep 1 meter to the left, the water orb grazing by me. Ode rubbed his eyes, likely thinking he was seeing things. Following that, a barrage of various elementary water magic spells rained down upon me. How could such spells possibly land a hit? Leader, what kind of magic is this? It's much faster than my wind spell. Of course, this is instantaneous transfer, a spell of spatial magic. Leader, you're cheating. What kind of duel is this, always dodging? Very well, I won't dodge anymore. Come at me. As I spoke, I reinforced myself with a light prism shield. Seeing that I wouldn't evade, Ode immediately launched a water orb at me. A sly smile crept across my face as I directed the light prism shield toward Ode. The water orb struck my shield and rebounded back, splashing him thoroughly. Ode was knocked off his feet by the impact of the water. And no more. I yield. What is this? I concede. Ode scrambled to his feet. Admit it, as long as it's not an all-encompassing magic. It can't affect me. My defenses and evasion have reached the level of an intermediate sorcerer. Truly, you're impressive, leader. I didn't expect you to be this formidable without attack magic. That I yield. From now on, I'll stick with you. Seeing the admiration in Ode's eyes brought me immense satisfaction. Let us go to school together tomorrow. I'll take you to a place that is perfect for practicing evasion. Though you may not achieve my level of instantaneous transfer, it will greatly enhance your wind spells. All right, thank you, leader. Haha, tomorrow, I'll let you experience the might of the burlap array. That I must express my gratitude to the reader Yi Han Feng for their valuable suggestions. Chapter 11. The Royal Academy. Early in the morning, Ode came to find me. Why are you here so early? I haven't had enough sleep. Let me rest a bit more. Get up. Longbow, didn't you say you'd help me improve my wind spell today? Hurry up. I clutched my blanket, unwilling to budge. Are you getting up? If not, I'll use ice magic. You're insufferable, not letting anyone sleep in the morning. All right, I'm up. I'm up. As I heard him begin to chant the incantation, I quickly scrambled out of bed. This guy was so eager to embrace suffering. I'd indulge him, haha. Ode swiftly maneuvered through the sack maze. Indeed, this lad has made remarkable progress. In just 2 months, he has managed to endure nearly an hour within the confines of the sack maze. All without my magical ambushes. Reflecting on the clumsy state he was in during those initial days brings a smile to my face. Ode now fully comprehends why I returned home utterly exhausted every day. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Let me out. If he were to emerge without my consent, I would undoubtedly teleport him right back. Very well, with the graduation examination approaching in a few days, it's best to conserve some energy. Ode, breathless, darted in front of me and plopped down on the ground. Boss, I've improved quite a bit, haven't I? Well, it's passable considering you're not using teleportation. Achieving this level is commendable. In just 2 days, the exam will take place. Do you believe you can gain admission to that academy? In Senkei City, there are 13 intermediate magic academies, 2 of which are classified as A tier, 4 as B tier, and the remainder as C and D tier. The A tier institutions are the finest, with a few students each year earning a place in the Royal Magic Academy, the nation's premier institution for magic. You should at least aim for a B tier. What about you, boss? I am uncertain. The subject of the graduation exams change annually. Who knows what this year's test will entail? If they focus on evasion and defense, I could undoubtedly qualify for an A tier school. But if they emphasize offense, I'm doomed to a D tier. Frankly, I am not overly concerned about which academy I enter. However, my mother has promised me 5 silver coins in pocket money each month if I gain admission to an A-tier institution. 5 silver coins represent a substantial fortune for me, so I shall endeavor to give it my best shot. Boss, didn't your teacher say he would return before the graduation exam? It's the day after tomorrow. Why hasn't he come back yet? I'm not certain. It would be preferable if he did not return. I could hardly withstand pre-exam training. Would you like pre-exam training? I can arrange that for you. A familiar voice suddenly echoed. Ah, Teacher Shio, you're back. We can skip the pre-exam training. I was just joking earlier. She. Boss, I must take my leave. Upon witnessing Teacher Shio's stern demeanor, Ode, that ungrateful rascal, swiftly turned and fled. Ode, you little rascal, I hope never to see you again. Long bow. Teacher, for reasons unbeknownst to me, the moment I lay eyes on the old devil, an unsettling feeling washes over me. and my legs involuntarily tremble. Long bow, the graduation exam is imminent. Do you have confidence in yourself? I cannot say for certain. It depends on what subjects this year's exam covers. You silly child. You are studying light magic, the only one in decades. The school wouldn't test you on offensive magic. That would be unjust. Teacher Shio's sternness softened, revealing a compassionate side. Ah, splendid. Then I am certain I can gain admission to an A-tier academy. I leapt up in joy. Of course, for the prospect of future pocket money. Your competitive spirit is quite strong. However, this time I do not wish for you to attend the academy's graduation exam. Why? I asked, puzzled. I have already enrolled you in the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, and I hope you will directly participate in its entrance examination, that I have high expectations for you. You must strive to excel. The Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is an esteemed institution under the Royal Magic Academy, renowned for nurturing exceptionally talented young mages. Each year, 13 students are admitted to the Royal Magic Academy, making it the best intermediate magic academy in the nation, classified as an S-tier institution. What? No. The Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is so prestigious. They surely have stringent regulations. After narrowly escaping the old devil, I cannot bear to walk straight into the jaws of a wolf. Teacher Shio, is my level sufficient? The students there are the finest in the country, and my magic is so weak. I hurriedly attempted to decline. Who says your magic is weak? You are the most outstanding student I have trained. How can you know your limitations without giving it a try? Hearing Teacher Shio praise me directly for the first time left me devoid of any joy. I will consult with my parents at home and give you an answer tomorrow. No need for that. Today I will accompany you to your home. I will speak with your parents, and they will undoubtedly agree. Surely not. Teacher Shio, usually so composed, seems unusually eager today. With no alternative, off we went. Knowing my parents, it was evident that my admission to the capital was a foregone conclusion. As I had anticipated, upon discussing it with Teacher Shio, my parents were far more excited than I was. After all, what parent would not rejoice at the prospect of their child entering the nation's best school? However, Teacher Shio, I have heard that admission to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy requires a noble's recommendation that we are commoners. Will they allow us to take the exam? My father posed a crucial question. You need not worry about that. I have resolved it. I have a good friend who is a viscount, and I will have him provide a recommendation for Long Bao. My mother suddenly nudged my father and whispered, the tuition for the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy is quite expensive. Even if I have to sell our possessions, I will ensure my son attends. That I will spare no effort. How can we allow our son's talent to languish due to our limitations? Listening to my father's resolute words, I realized the immense expectations my parents held for me. Dad, Mom, rest assured, I will definitely pass the exam, I exclaimed, only to regret my enthusiasm immediately. Long Bao, you are truly obedient, my father said, patting my head. Mr. Wei, you need not worry about these matters. I will cover all of Long Bao's tuition. Observing the puzzled expressions on our faces, Teacher Shio continued, I have a deep passion for magic. However, my aptitude is lacking. Despite exerting 10 times the effort of others, I have merely managed to become a great mage. Even with continued effort, I will likely only reach the level of a magic scholar in this lifetime. Yet Long Bao is different. I have discovered his exceptional talent for light magic that I hope my student surpasses me, attaining the realm of a magic scholar or even a great mage. Long Bao, you must not disappoint your teacher. Upon hearing Teacher Shio's words, my parents naturally expressed their profound gratitude. With all issues resolved, I had nothing more to say. It was time to embark on our journey. Chapter 12. Arrival in the capital. Long Bao, you must heed Teacher Shio's advice. Study diligently and strive for excellence to bring glory to our family, that if you truly cannot pass, return swiftly. Do not cause your father and mother worry. Teacher Shio, I entrust Long Bao to your care. My mother cried for quite some time, embracing me. All right, my dear wife, no more tears. Long Bao will return. Let us hasten their departure. After bidding farewell to my parents, as well as the academy's teachers and classmates, including Ode, who cheekily told me to practice my magic diligently so I could protect him in the future, I set off with Teacher Shio on the road to the capital. Teacher Shio, how far are we from the capital? Still quite a distance. We must traverse 3 provinces, roughly over 2,000 miles. That far? We averaged about 80 to 90 miles a day, and after more than 20 days of arduous travel, we finally reached the capital. Neither Teacher Shio nor I could fly using magic. Only high-level wind mages can employ wind flight with distance determined by magical power that I had initially hoped to use teleportation, as it can cover 500 meters at once. However, Teacher Shio forbade it. Throughout the journey, he taught me numerous examination techniques and applications of magic that I in order to not disappoint my parents and Teacher Shio's expectations. And of course, to fill my future coffers, I worked unusually hard, astonishing Teacher Shio and leading him to believe I had undergone a transformation. After more than 20 days of diligent effort, combined with the 2 months of contemplation prior to Teacher Shio's return, my magical power is now brimming. Teacher Shio remarked that I had reached the threshold of becoming a high-level mage. Due to my weak offensive magic, Teacher Shio taught me 2 new light magic spells along the way. One is the Radiant Binding Array, primarily used to ensnare enemies, classified as a mid-level offensive spell. The other is the advanced light magic spell, Light Blade, which I can only cast once given my current magical power. Teacher Shio advised me to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary, as I still have the option to flee. The capital is indeed a grand city, with towering, sturdy walls and 8 expansive gates. The thoroughfares are bustling with an unending flow of pedestrians, while merchants' carts rumble past, their wheels echoing in the air. Luxurious carriages, intricately carved and likely carrying nobles, traverse the streets, creating a vibrant tapestry of activity that IT is indeed worthy of being the capital, Aisha city, of our nation. As Teacher Shio and I strolled through the city, it was evident that it was far larger than Senkei City, with an array of shops lining the streets that I longed to explore the new and exciting offerings. But Teacher Shio pulled me along with familiarity towards the vicinity of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy in the east of the city. Long Bao. Over there is the magnificent complex of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. The entrance examinations begin in 3 days. Let us find a nearby place to rest. We found a modest inn to stay at. Teacher Shio had intended to secure a nicer accommodation, but all the slightly upscale inns nearby had been booked by nobles arriving from various regions. So we settled for this one. Nobles naturally hope for their children to gain admission to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. If we hadn't acted quickly, we might not have even secured this place. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, dear teacher. It was at that moment I grasped why Teacher Shio had urged me not to waste time wandering aimlessly when we entered the city. Gong, come, I shall take you for a stroll. All right. Together with Teacher Shio, we ventured into the bustling streets of the capital of the Magic Kingdom, a place teeming with shops selling various magical paraphernalia. We arrived at a magical artifact store, and to my astonishment, it was filled with an array of enchanting items. Magical robes, some low-level magical crystals, wands, and even magical beast eggs. Every sorcerer possesses a magical beast, and one must hatch their own. The eggs sold here were sealed and required blood as a medium for hatching. The resulting magical beast would recognize the first person it encountered as its master. In such a commonplace shop, only eggs of magical beasts below level 4 were available. High-level eggs were exorbitantly priced, and those above level 7 were unattainable. Even for the wealthy, luck was essential. Gong, see if there is anything you fancy. It's a gift from your teacher. Thank you, teacher. I eagerly began to select items, ultimately choosing a white magical beast egg and a wand adorned with white crystals. Young sir, you have a fine eye. Among our wares, this wand is indeed the best. The magical beast egg is a level 1 beast, and it is a gift for you. This wand costs 50 gold coins. The magical beast egg was of the light element and had little demand. So expensive. Teacher Shio furrowed his brow, but as a role model, he willingly purchased it for me. Upon returning to the inn, Teacher Shio helped me assess the wand. It was capable of enhancing magical attack power by 30, indeed a commendable wand. Though the magical beast egg was rather ordinary, being merely a level 1 beast. You've received your gift. Remember to put in your utmost effort for the exam in 2 days, and do not disappoint your teacher. This wand accompanied me for a considerable time until I obtained another, while the magical beast that hatched from that egg became my most significant companion. Perhaps it was fate, for the egg bestowed upon the Child of Light turned out to be a growth-type magical beast, playing a crucial role in the Child of Light's journey to becoming a Grand Sorcerer. Chapter 13. The entrance examination at the crack of dawn. Teacher Shuda roused me, reiterating the details of the examination as he guided me to the entrance of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Teacher Shuda, why arrive so early? The exam is still quite some time away. I yawned. These past few days have been exhausting, with Teacher Shuda incessantly reciting the rules and details of the examination until my head spun. I had hoped to hatch my magical beast to see what it was, but Teacher Shuda insisted I maintain my mental and physical stamina before the test, and he seemed even more anxious about the examination than I was. Let us assess the situation. Chonggong. If you follow the steps I have laid out for you, you should pass without issue. Understood. An hour of waiting felt like an eternity, especially with Teacher Shuda's relentless chatter. All right, you may enter now. Chonggong. Good luck. Teacher Shuda gave me a thumbs up. Okay, I responded in kind. Stepping into the academy, I was immediately struck by its grandeur. It was truly a prestigious institution. The main courtyard spanned over 15,000 square meters, bustling with a multitude of candidates that Teacher Shuda had mentioned. This year there were more than 10,000 applicants, yet only 200 would be accepted. 1 in 50. At that moment, the magical broadcasting system, using a unique crystal, announced, "Attention all examinees. Please line up from east to west according to your registration numbers, with every 600 candidates forming a line. Kindly maintain order as you prepare for the first test." I was number 1503, situated in the third line, and as I positioned myself in the middle of the queue, I glanced around. Almost all the other candidates were clad in resplendent magical robes, making my simple attire stand out starkly. The surrounding examinees cast scornful glances my way, some even sneering. "A commoner dares to apply. What of it? Are commoners not human? Just because some have a touch of power, what makes them so special?" All right, everyone, please be quiet. The first test is about to commence. Each line will approach the supervising teachers in order of their registration numbers for the test. The announcement continued. There were a total of 20 lines, each with 2 supervising teachers at the front, one to guide the students and another to record their scores. The first test was quite simple. Each candidate merely had to measure their magical aptitude using the crystal. The entrance examination comprised 4 sections, with candidates ranked according to their total scores. The top 200 would be admitted. That I waited impatiently, the minutes dragging on. An hour passed. Candidate 1503, please proceed for your test. At last, it was my turn. Approaching the teacher, I greeted, "Good day, esteemed teacher. I am candidate 1503. This was a lesson from Teacher Shuda, who had taught me the importance of politeness to create a favorable impression, which might just earn me a higher score. You may begin your test." The supervising teacher smiled and nodded at me. That I concentrated my magical energy, placing my right hand upon the crystal. Light elements quickly gathered at my brow and flowed into the crystal through my hand, causing it to emit a soft white glow. As my magical power intensified, the light grew increasingly brilliant. "All right, that will suffice, young candidate." "Thank you, teacher," I replied, ceasing my magical release. "Your magical power is quite strong. You are studying light magic, aren't you? Continue your studies diligently, for advanced light magic is exceptionally formidable. You may now rest in the designated area until the next test." Yes, I felt optimistic. This section of the examination should pose no challenge. Observing the candidates ahead, none seemed to possess magical power as potent as what I had just displayed, and I couldn't help but smile with pride. The next test assessed one's magical comprehension, and the method was similarly straightforward. Each candidate was to cast their most proficient spell within a designated barrier. The afternoon session approached, but we were not permitted to leave the academy at noon. Lunch was provided by the institution. After eating, I strolled leisurely around the academy, which was indeed vast. Besides the main courtyard, there were numerous small testing grounds and several teaching buildings. The campus was picturesque, adorned with lush greenery, small groves, artificial hills, and fountains. That it seemed that studying here would not be a bad experience after all. The afternoon examinations began, with all candidates divided into 10 testing grounds, each overseen by 5 main examiners who would assign scores. The entrance examination for the Intermediate Magic Academy was intense. The candidate spells were expected to be at least intermediate level, with some demonstrating advanced magic. The main examiners frequently whispered amongst themselves, and their smiling faces indicated their satisfaction with the candidate's performances that it was my turn. Candidate 1503, you may now demonstrate your magic. Yes, esteemed teacher. I bowed and extended my left hand. In the name of Changong, great light element, gather before me to shield and reflect all evil. What was this incantation? Amidst the examiner's intrigue, a light shield materialized around my left arm. This is a light shield, but it is supposed to be an all-encompassing defensive spell, the examiners conferred. The teacher in the center asked, Candidate, please explain the characteristics of your magic. Certainly. This spell is a creation of my own, based on the light shield and light prism, by combining the defensive and reflective properties of these two basic light spells. I have fused and compressed them, allowing it to block level 6 non-directional attack spells. The examiners exchanged glances, and ultimately, they reached a consensus, a prodigy. The fusion of magic is inherently challenging, especially when blending spells of a single element. Could they not be astonished that I had achieved the effects of advanced magic through the fusion of two basic spells? Another hurdle cleared. With exhilaration, I exited the academy, due to the large number of candidates. The remaining 2 tests would be held the following day. How simple that seemed. I chuckled at the thought of the examiner's astonished expressions. Upon stepping out of the academy, I spotted Teacher Xiao, whose anxious demeanor made me realize for the first time just how endearing he truly was. Chapter 14. My Fortunate Luck. How did it go, Changgong? I gave Teacher Xiao an okay gesture. These 2 sections today should pose no problem. Rest assured, Teacher Xiao. Do not be complacent. Tomorrow's efforts are crucial, as the final tally will determine success. The night passed without incident. The next day at the same hour, I arrived at the academy for the 3rd test, which assessed magical control. The examination methods varied according to the candidate's primary subjects. For instance, the fire elements test was quite simple, requiring candidates to cast a basic fireball spell and control it along a specified route without detonating. The scoring was based on completion time. Other elements followed a similar pattern. As for the light element, Teacher Xiao had informed me that there had been no candidates specializing in light magic for several realms, leaving him uncertain about what the magical control test would entail. It seemed fate was at play, that as the sole candidate specializing in light magic, I naturally proceeded directly to my examination site. Arriving at the 5th testing ground on the right side of the academy, I was astonished to find that I was the only candidate, yet there were 5 supervising teachers present. How extravagant! Greetings, esteemed supervisors. Greetings, student number 1503, that due to the absence of individuals studying the light system in recent years, you stand alone in this realm. Consequently, following discussions among the examination committee, a novel approach has been established for your undergraduate assessment, remarked the teacher seated at the center. Oh no, is this some sort of special treatment? I exclaimed in disbelief. What must I do? Then, teacher, the several invigilating teachers exchanged glances, and the central figure smiled mysteriously at me. It's quite simple. Really, we heard that you devised a defensive spell during yesterday's magical comprehension exam. Today, we would like to test it. You need only withstand our continuous basic magical assaults for 30 minutes to pass. During your defense, we will grade your magical control. This seemed too good to be true. After all, this was my forte. Nevertheless, I decided to proceed cautiously and inquired. Only basic magical attacks. Can I use the secondary spells I have learned? Rest assured, they are merely basic spells. However, I must caution you that our basic magical assaults are not to be underestimated. You may indeed use your secondary spells. Now, shall we begin? I promptly gathered the elements, conjuring a prism shield, followed by a divine guardian for added protection, all while preparing for instantaneous teleportation at any moment. Basic magic does not encompass all-encompassing spells, which provides me with a significant advantage. The 5 invigilators launched their attacks. Once the examination concluded, I emerged unscathed, having barely employed the prism shield that IT was astonishingly effortless. Far easier than the array of sacks. Although the 5 teachers' basic offensive spells were uniform, there were numerous gaps in their attacks. How delightfully simple. Teacher, have I passed? The 5 instructors exchanged exasperated glances before announcing, You have indeed passed. Student, I cannot help but feel that your primary focus lies in spatial magic. One remarked that I scratched my head, feeling somewhat sheepish, and replied, I apologize, esteemed teachers, but during my time in the Basic Magic Academy, my mentor assessed my skills as exceptional in evasion, mediocre in defense, subpar in recovery magic, and abysmal in offense. Thus, student number 1503, there is no need for embarrassment that I end magical confrontations. The ability to evade an opponent's attacks is paramount. This is especially true in battles between mages and warriors, as warriors typically do not afford mages the opportunity to chant spells that if one can maintain a safe distance while casting advantageous spells. The odds of success are greatly increased. Therefore, do not consider this a source of shame. Instead, continue to strive for improvement. Wow, I had not realized that evasion held such merits. This will surely become my motto moving forward. Thank you. Esteemed teachers, I said earnestly, bowing deeply to the invigilators present. Upon exiting the examination room, I couldn't help but ponder my remarkable fortune. I had no pressing matters to attend to, so I decided to explore the surroundings. According to Teacher Shuda, after the first 3 assessments, the top 500 students based on their comprehensive scores would proceed to the 4th test. This meant results would be announced tomorrow, with the final examination commencing the day after. I was in no rush to return, as Teacher Shuda would undoubtedly have endless commentary awaiting me, that I arrived at the fire system examination hall, and as I inadvertently glanced back, I spotted a male examinee with red hair, approximately my age, seated in a corner, appearing quite despondent, that I approached him. Hey, what's wrong? Did you not perform well? Worse than not performing well, I performed too exceptionally, a melodious childlike voice responded. Why is that? My teacher advised me not to excel too much. Merely qualifying would suffice. Otherwise, once school begins, I would face many challengers, leaving me no time to practice magic. Wow, your teacher is even more extreme than mine. Mine is only somewhat intense during training, yet your teacher restricts your efforts during exams. Impressive. Please don't disparage my teacher. He only seeks my best interests. How considerate of him. Author's note. You think you can be lazy and yet possess all talents? This individual is truly a diligent student. What about your performance then? Initially, I aimed for a middle-tier ranking, but upon observing a few students excel, I inadvertently pushed myself and ended up finishing 10 seconds faster than the quickest among them. And how many seconds did you take? 6 seconds. Wow, this guy is a genius too. I had no idea you were so capable. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chong Gong Wei, with a major in light system magic and a minor in spatial magic. I extended my hand. He promptly stood and shook my hand. Hello. I am Mark Sade, majoring in fire system magic and minoring in wind system magic. Shall we be friends henceforth? Certainly, from this moment, we are friends. The 2 youthful voices solidified a lifelong friendship. Chapter 15. The Fate of a Genius. After bidding farewell to Mark, I returned to the inn with Teacher Shuda, when suddenly a thought struck me. Given my current standing, I was bound to be challenged by numerous individuals in the future. Oh no, how could I have overlooked this? This bodes ill. Clearly, Mark's teacher is quite astute. Teacher Shuda, if my examination results are particularly impressive, will I face many challengers upon entering the Royal Magic Academy? Of course, she replied. Ah. Then why did you not forewarn me to temper my expectations? Only through real combat can one truly progress. Chong Gong, that if you wish to avoid being overthrown by others, you must strive diligently. My intentions are for your benefit. For my benefit, it seems the days ahead will be arduous. With a heavy heart, I struggled to enter a meditative state. Rise and shine. Chong Gong, we must go check the rankings. Upon hearing, check the rankings, I sprang to my feet, eager to see the results, hoping my position would not be too high. Arriving at the Royal Magic Academy's entrance, I found 4 large yellow papers affixed to the outer wall, listing the top 500 students in individual subjects and those qualifying for the final assessment. I hurriedly approached, scanning from the back to locate my name, fervently wishing to find myself among the last 400, hoping to avoid the top 100. To my astonishment, I was stunned that my scores were as follows: Magical Power, 9th, Magical Comprehension, 1st, Magical Control, 2nd. First place was held by a fellow named Hai Long Yang, who ranked within the top 5 in all subjects. This was disastrous. My future seemed bleak. At that moment, a teacher emerged from the academy, approached the overall ranking board, and covered Hai Long Yang's name with a piece of yellow paper, writing his name between the 10th and 11th positions. Attention, candidates! Due to the use of certain improper methods during testing, the Academy has decided to demote Hai Long Yang's rank from 1st to 10th. Consequently, all students in the top 10 will move up one position. The surrounding candidates erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Wow! I wonder what methods Hai Long Yang employed. How unfortunate for him to have lost his first place. With Hai Long Yang's rank dropping, that means the first place now belongs to Chang Gongwei. I barely registered the remaining chatter, as I was utterly astounded. Could it be that luck favored me so? Surely, even a genius cannot be so fortunate. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder from behind, startling me. Turning around, I found it was Mark. What's wrong? Chang Gong, you look like you've seen a ghost. Did you not perform well? Let me see the rankings. My name is right here. My scores are Magical Power, 18th, Magical Comprehension, 16th, Magical Control, 1st. I exclaimed. This is dire. However, at least my overall score isn't too high, just 12th. Thank goodness for that. Let me see your scores. Mark stared at the rankings in disbelief, then suddenly seized my shoulders and exclaimed, Wow, Chang Gong, you are incredible. You achieved first place overall. At Mark's shout, nearly 4,000 pairs of eyes turned toward me. That I quickly reacted, without time to scold Mark, and instantly teleported 500 meters away to escape the crowd, then executed several rapid teleports to return to the inn, shouting, Mark, are you trying to get me killed? I could only hope that no one had recognized my features. Teacher Xiao returned as well, wearing a peculiar smile. Chang Gong, you truly live up to your title as my esteemed student. Achieving first place. Excellent work. However, before tomorrow's examination, it would be prudent to remain indoors, as at least 1,000 individuals are waiting outside to challenge you. Heh. I could no longer feign surprise at Teacher Xiao's mischievous grin. I could only lament my fate as a genius. There were certainly many candidates stronger than I. Why, then, was I first? The Royal Magic Academy's entrance examination does not solely evaluate a candidate's current abilities. It primarily considers long-term potential and development prospects. Teacher Xiao, can we return to Senkei City? Upon hearing my desire to go back, Teacher Xiao immediately erupted in anger. What do you mean by going back? Oh, so you wish to return without me? I fear your parents would not spare you either. Just think about the immense hopes they had for you when you set off, if you return to tell them that you placed first but fled in fear of competition among your peers. Do you believe they could ever forgive you? How would you continue your magical studies thereafter? Reminded of my parents' admonitions before my departure, I found myself at a loss for words. Though I may be rather lazy, I possess one paramount virtue, filial piety. Without my parents, there would be no me. Teacher, please do not be upset. I was merely jesting that I shall strive to do my best. Seeing that I had abandoned the notion of returning, Teacher Xiao's face brightened with a beaming smile. For my achievement as the top scorer in the first round of examinations brought him honor as well. I have prepared the rules for tomorrow's examination for you. They are as follows. First, 500 participants will draw lots for a series of arena-style duels. The victor will earn 50 points, while the defeated will receive 30, that the results from the first round will be added to the second round. With points awarded based on rankings that AS the first place winner, you shall receive an additional 50 points in the second round, meaning that even if you lose the examination tomorrow, you will still have a score of 80, which guarantees you a place in the top 200. That the second place from the first round will receive an additional 49.9 points, and so on, while the 500th place receives no bonus points. Therefore, performing well in the preliminary round is highly advantageous for you. During the examination, the use of beasts or combat magic is prohibited. It appears that I am now firmly ensnared in the grasp of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. It seems that even prodigies endure a certain fate. I resolutely vowed to lose tomorrow. I must. Chapter 16. Encountering a stalwart adversary at long last, we have arrived at the ultimate showdown. I pondered who my final opponent might be, preferably someone of middling rank, as losing would better showcase my true abilities. Attention, candidates, the drawing of lots is complete that I will now announce the matchups for the examination. First place, Changong Wei, will face the 12th place, Mark Sida. Second place, Li Cha Luan, will duel against the 79th place, Lei Sai Hung Lan. What a twist of fate. I am matched against Mark. This rascal. I am all in. After all, it's merely a matter of claiming first place. I am determined to avenge yesterday's grievance that I silently resolved that a gentleman never forgets a grudge. Just wait, Mark. I will make you rue the day. The competition proceeds in reverse order of ranking. With those of lower ranks competing first, I am the last to take the stage. Where has that little rascal Mark scurried off to? I scanned the crowd, perplexed, but he was nowhere to be found. Surely he isn't bolted out of fear of facing me today. He wouldn't dare. Otherwise, his teacher would surely have something to say. I shall not search further. We shall meet in the arena. The competition commenced, divided across 10 platforms, that in fact, Mark was tucked away in a small corner. Upon learning that his opponent was me, he nearly fainted. After uttering that fateful remark yesterday, he regretted it deeply. Oh no! Changong, there's no escaping your wrath tomorrow. Why am I so foolish? It's all my fault. Please, Creator, grant me the mercy of leaving with my whole body intact. The contestants were truly giving their all, striving to gain admission to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. The current battle featured a water mage against a wind mage, both unleashing their most potent offensive spells without a hint of defense. The stage was alive with a tempest of magic. One conjured hail while the other summoned a whirlwind. It was terrifying. I could not help but wonder how I would prevail in such a contest. After much contemplation, I concluded that my only strategy would be to defend and retreat, exhausting my opponent's magical energy before striking. Luckily, my magical reserve should be somewhat superior to theirs. Ultimately, the water mage fell victim to a wind blade from the opposing contestant due to a momentary lapse in focus. To ensure the safety of the participants, the Academy dispatched 10 senior water mages and 2 sorcerers to oversee the event. Despite the fierce battles, no incidents transpired thanks to their presence. After 3 long hours, it was finally my turn that I stretched my limbs and strolled onto the stage. Behold, the first place winner of the preliminary round, Changong Wei. He doesn't seem all that impressive, a light magic user. And he has no offensive spells? Surely he must have bribed the supervising teacher. Where is his opponent? Why hasn't he arrived yet? As I stepped onto the stage, I surveyed the surroundings, yet Mark's figure was still absent. Could it be that he truly fled in the face of our confrontation? I had meticulously planned to deliver a resounding defeat to Mark, to serve as a warning to the other candidates that I am not to be trifled with. Perhaps this would lessen future troubles. Is Mark, the 12th place contestant, present? If he does not arrive within 30 seconds, he will forfeit. I'm here. With no other choice, Mark finally appeared. He flew onto the stage with a gust of wind, bowed to the supervising teacher, and then, lowering his head, whispered to me, "Boss, I didn't mean it yesterday. Please don't be angry. I beg you to show mercy." So, he is aware that I would show him no leniency. What you have done cannot be undone. Can one regurgitate the food they have swallowed? If you want my forgiveness, you must endure a beating. No, boss. I am terribly afraid of pain. Please let me off the hook. You'd best do your utmost. Let me see what you're capable of. Do not hope for mercy. All right, boss, be careful. With that, he cast a fire shield upon himself that I hastily summoned my light shield, for I dared not underestimate him. After all, his prowess is formidable, as evidenced by his first place ranking in magical control. Boss! Here I come. Mark recognized that pleading for leniency was futile and thus prepared to give his all. Neither of us knew the full extent of the other's capabilities, yet we understood from our rankings that we were formidable adversaries. To hold back would only result in a thorough drubbing that a fireball of rudimentary magic hurtled toward me, that I raised my left hand, employing the light shield to intercept the fireball, just as it approached. It veered off at an angle, circumventing my light shield and targeting my rear. Truly, the first-place contender in magical control is impressive that I swiftly teleported aside and retaliated with a light arrow, which upon striking his fire shield, proved utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, his fireball was fast approaching once more. Does your fireball not explode? Haha, boss. This is no ordinary fireball. It is a concentrated fire element that I can control 4 fireballs simultaneously, so beware. As he spoke, he unleashed 3 additional fireballs, sending them toward me from different directions. This is outrageous. I must flee. The audience erupted in discontent. This is the first-place contender. He is being chased by a few fireballs? What a farce! I thought to myself, if only they knew that I too would not be intimidated by fireballs, that IT is easy to criticize from the sidelines. Let them take a shot at it. I utilized instant teleportation to evade for a while when it dawned on me that this strategy was unsustainable. Our magical powers were comparable, and my energy expenditure would surely be greater than his. I could not keep dodging, or I would undoubtedly lose. That IT appeared I had no choice but to resort to some underhanded tactics. With that thought in mind, I instantly teleported beside Mark, striking his body with my light shield. His fire shield could not withstand the force of my light barrier, and in his moment of triumph, as he watched me evade his fireballs, he was taken by surprise when I suddenly appeared at his side. The fireballs he had conjured lost their momentum and detonated in the arena's corner. Wow, boss, you can do that too. I offered no reply, instead teleporting beside him and delivering a left hook. Mark dodged to the left, unleashing a mid-level fire spell, Blaze, in retaliation that I swiftly evaded. Boss, you've left me no choice. Element of fire, heed my call. Form an endless stream of meteors to obliterate my foe. Goodness, this lad is truly relentless. A full-scale advanced fire spell, Meteor Storm. Yet, I could not deny his formidable prowess. The arena was too confined. Had we been in open ground, his spell, which could cover 200 square meters, would not have reached me. However, this stage measures merely 15x15, that I knew my light shield would not suffice against such an onslaught, that IT was all or nothing. O mighty light element, my friend, I beseech you to coalesce in a countless blades to annihilate all that stands before me. Chapter 17. Still first an elderly wizard clad in a white robe, seated at the center of the examiner's table, lamented, "The world has indeed changed. Today's youth wield advanced magic even before entering intermediate magical academies that I in my day. At their age, I could scarcely manage a few simple illumination spells." A fellow elder in a red robe chimed in. Indeed, both of these children exhibit remarkable potential. Just look at that one named Chonggong. So young, yet has devised his own defensive spell. And Mark is no slouch either. His magical control is quite impressive. Not only can he adeptly control the trajectory of his fireballs, but he can also maintain energy without it leaking out. Quite commendable. It appears he specializes in fire magic, that I shall observe his character closely to see if he is worthy of inheriting my legacy. Mark is indeed impressive. But it seems Chonggong specializes in light magic, that it has been ages since anyone pursued my light magic teachings, that I shall not overlook this. I am determined to make him my disciple. Wow! The magical insignias of these 2 elderly sorcerers are crafted from purple magic crystals, positioned on the left breast of their robes, signifying their esteemed rank. This indicates that they are among the last 10 Grand Magisters remaining in the Celestial Dance Continent. As I and Mark struggle fiercely on the stage, little do we realize that we are being schemed against by these 2 Grand Magisters, that we are desperately pushing our limits to unleash our utmost magical prowess. This is my first time wielding the light blade, and I am uncertain of its efficacy, that I sense my magical energy swiftly depleting. The initial wave of light blades has just collided with a meteor of fire. It seems my light blade possesses greater might, cleaving through some of the smaller meteors and even negating the larger ones. With my magic gaining the upper hand, I hasten the release of my magical energy. My absolute magical power slightly surpasses that of Mark. His greatest folly is engaging me in a contest of high-level magic, that my control over magic is not as refined as his, and he would fare better utilizing lesser spells to combat me. However, the fiery meteors are excessively draining on his magical energy, leaving him barely capable of sustaining his spells. let alone maintaining control. The arena has descended into chaos, marked by charred remnants of fire magic and numerous lacerations from the light blade. The March robe has been torn in several places, while mine has suffered significant scorching, alas. I have no funds to procure a new robe, as they are quite costly. Both of our magical energies have been thoroughly exhausted, leaving us reliant solely on our willpower. Boss, I can't go on any longer. Please spare me, Mark weakly implores. No sooner has he spoken than his fiery meteors vanish entirely, and even the fire shield he conjured collapses due to the loss of magical support, leading him to faint from the severe depletion of both magical and mental energy. I hastily cease my magical discharge. I do not wish to genuinely harm him, that if he were to endure a moment longer, I would find myself in a similar predicament. This lad truly is formidable. My magical energy is nearly depleted as well, and I rise slowly to his side. You rascal, still can't manage it, can you? The supervising instructor, witnessing my ability to stand, promptly declares, Mark has exhausted his magical energy. Long Bow wins. Upon hearing the announcement of my victory, a wave of elation washes over me, though I now lack the strength to contemplate the future. After the results are proclaimed, the instructors responsible for first aid rush to the stage to administer restorative magic to both of us. I, too, succumb to unconsciousness, following in Mark's footsteps. When I awaken, I find myself in a tavern, with Teacher Shio vigilantly watching over me. You reawake? Splendid. Once again, you have secured first place. Now that you're awake, I can rest easy. Do take some time to recuperate. I find myself at a loss for words. It simply is what it is that I close my eyes, entering a meditative state. The following day, I awaken to the sun nearing its descent, and Teacher Shio is absent, that I stretch languidly, feeling quite famished, and make my way downstairs, where the owner happens to be present. Uncle, do you have anything to eat? I am so hungry. Indeed, allow me to fetch something for you. Perhaps the owner is aware of my achievement in the examination, as he is particularly warm in his demeanor toward me. Shortly, a steaming pot of beef stew with potatoes is brought to me. The aroma is tantalizing, and I can scarcely contain my saliva. Thank you, uncle. I shall partake. Eat swiftly lest you choke. Observing my ravenous consumption, the owner affectionately pats my head. Through my diligent efforts, I managed to devour all the beef alongside 6 bowls of rice. I had scarcely eaten for 2 days. Teacher Shio, you have returned, I exclaim upon finishing my meal and spotting her reappearance. Indeed, I went to fetch your admission notice. Come now, let us return to the room. Back in the chamber, Teacher Shio presents me with the admission notice adorned with a golden border. Long Bow, you may report tomorrow. Classes commence in 1 week. You can take this time to familiarize yourself with the school environment, that I shall be departing tomorrow. I have already covered your tuition for this semester. Do apply yourself in your studies, as I shall return when time permits. That I will first visit Senkei to share this good news with your parents before embarking on a journey, perhaps even to the kingdom of Shuda. Teacher, you are leaving tomorrow? I shall miss you dearly. At least half of that sentiment rings true. After such an extended period of interaction, Teacher Shio has indeed been exceptionally kind to me. The best way to repay your teacher is to study earnestly. Teacher Shio smiles gently. Stroking my head, she retrieves a small cloth pouch from her garment, handing it to me. It feels substantial. The school operates under a closed management system, so you will hardly incur any expenses. Keep these 50 gold coins for emergencies. I shall return to collect you at the end of the semester. Wow. This is the most money I have ever possessed in my life. Thank you, teacher. By the way, what about the magical beast egg we purchased previously? Bring it out. Today I shall observe you as it hatches. All right. Having long anticipated the arrival of my own magical beast, I quickly retrieve the cherished white magical beast egg. Chapter 18. The birth of the magical beast. I cradle the magical beast egg in my palms, gathering my magical energy. After a day of rest, my magical power has recovered to 70%. Light elements surge from my hands, lifting the magical beast egg into the air. With my left hand, I inscribe a magical hexagram, positioning the egg at its center while reciting an incantation. In the presence of all beings, I, Long Bow, willingly share my energy with the creature before me. Contract. I bite my index finger, the pain sharp, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the magical beast. In an instant, the egg radiates a brilliant golden light. Ah, a growth-type magical beast. Teacher Shio exclaims in astonishment. The magical beast egg begins to crack, revealing a small, triangular white head that looks around, shaking itself. Upon noticing me, it emits a joyful chirp, swiftly darting onto my person and affectionately licking my face with its tiny tongue. It turns out to be a small white snake. How adorable! Its triangular head features two glimmering eyes akin to black gemstones, and its entire body is adorned with a delicate layer of scales. A golden line running from the center of its head to its tail. Truly, it is irresistibly cute. Teacher Shio, what kind of magical beast is this? Ah, Teacher Shio snaps back to reality from her astonishment. Long bow. You have struck gold. This is an extraordinarily rare growth-type magical beast. Although it is merely a level 1 beast at present, its abilities will enhance in tandem with yours. However, until it grows stronger. Be cautious not to let others see it, as no magical beast of any level will permit a growth type to mature. Oh, I pay little heed to Teacher Shio's warning, which later proves significant. Shall I bestow a name upon it? How about Little White? No, that sounds too much like a puppy's name. Since you have a golden line from head to tail, let us call you Little Gold. How does that sound? I look questioningly at Little Gold, who appears quite pleased, darting about energetically. All right, Long Bow, now let it rest upon you. Once its level increases, you will be able to bind it as your destined beast. That destined beast can establish a mental connection with its master and be summoned with the simplest of incantations. For now, allow it to absorb energy from you. I let Little Gold rest against my chest, channeling the light elements within me to the spot where it clings. Little Gold greedily absorbs my energy until it has taken half of it, at which point it finally ceases, seemingly falling asleep upon me. Teacher Shio, why did it absorb half of my energy? Don't ordinary magical beasts only require a small amount of their master's energy to survive? Wouldn't this drain me dry? It is its first time absorbing your energy, so it naturally needs to take more. In the future, it should not require as much. You must practice magic diligently. Only by strengthening yourself will your magical beast become powerful. At last, I have a magical beast of my own. Huzzah! And a growth type at that. How splendid! In my enthusiasm to foster my magical beast's growth, I have developed an unprecedented desire to study diligently. The following morning, Teacher Shio escorts me to the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, offering repeated advice before departing with teary eyes. Strangely, I feel no joy at her leaving, despite having previously resisted her presence. Taking a deep breath, I decide not to dwell on it. Teacher Shio will return to visit me. It is time for me to report to the academy. I arrive at the registration office on the first floor of the main academic building at the center of the academy and knock on the door. Come in, a deep voice responds. Hello, teacher. I am here to register. You must be Long Bao, the top candidate from this examination. Strive diligently and bring glory to the academy. As I step into the registration office, I discern that the instructor is a grand sorcerer of the wind element, as indicated by the insignia on his robe, and he appears to be in his 50s. Due to your outstanding performance in this competition, the school has decided to place you in the second-year class. A second-year class? I am taken aback. I haven't even started yet, and am already being promoted. Excuse me, how many grades does the academy have in total? 5. When you reach the 5th grade, a graduation examination will take place. And based on your results, you will be assigned to a corresponding advanced magic academy. Since the establishment of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, no graduate has failed to gain admission to an advanced magic academy. All the most exceptional alumni have passed the Grand Sorcerer's certification by the time of their graduation. You must apply yourself diligently. I have heard from other teachers that you are already on the brink of becoming a high-level sorcerer. Strive to break that record. Goodness, is it truly so easy to advance a level? If I graduate from the Intermediate Magic Academy, I shall become a magic scholar. I would be a veritable monster. Teacher, may I start from the 1st grade? I cannot make that decision. It is the school's regulation. With no other option, I accepted the textbooks and dormitory keys from the teacher and made my way towards my dormitory. The college dormitories accommodate 4 students per room. Upon arriving at the second-year dormitory, I found my room to be number 208 that I unlocked the door, only to discover it empty, likely because the others had gone to class. I approached the only unoccupied bed, organized my belongings, and lay down, drifting into a contemplative slumber. Suddenly, I felt someone tapping me. As I groggily opened my eyes, I saw a figure with green hair knocking on my head. "Wake up! Wake up! How did you even get in here? Who allowed you to sleep?" How brazen! It seemed he came from a noble background. Hello, I'm the new student. Newcomer, you must be that Long Bao Wei who topped the entrance exam this year. Yes, that's me. You know about me? I've heard you've been making quite a splash, and now you've jumped straight to the second year. Come, let us have a match. No, I'm merely fortunate. How about I recognize you as my superior from now on? I certainly cannot compete with you. Just looking at you, it is clear you have reached the realm of a grand sorcerer, while I am still a novice. Competing with you would be beneath your dignity. In an attempt to avoid the duel, I resorted to flattery. All right then, but you must listen to me as my subordinate. Truly, one cannot overstate the power of flattery. It seems I will have to rely on it in the days to come. Chapter 19. The first day of class, classmates. Today we welcome two new students to our class. Long Bao Wei, who achieved first place in this year's entrance exam, and Mark Side. Let us extend our warmest welcome to them. The classroom erupted with scattered applause. Early this morning, I was assigned to this second-year class A by the guidance office, which I had heard was the best class in the second year. To my surprise, Mark had also been placed in the second year and was in the same class as I. Even the green-haired leader I had met yesterday was in this class. It seemed the days ahead would not be easy. Lost in thought, I was completely unaware of what the teacher had taught until the class was over. Afterward, the teacher explained the study methods of the academy to Mark and me. Classes were held only in the morning, with afternoons reserved for self-study. The academy's teaching approach was surprisingly flexible. Students could pursue self-study according to their preferences. And if they had questions, they could ask teachers or consult the library. It was nothing like the harsh educational environment I had initially imagined. "Hey, where's your dormitory?" "I'm in 209, Mark asked as we stepped outside. "Oh, I'm in 208, right next to yours. Have your dorm mates been giving you a hard time?" "No, they seem too busy practicing magic and meditating to pay me any attention. By the way, are you still upset about what happened last time?" "I'm not that petty. I've already dealt with you during the exam. Let bygones be bygones, but be careful with your words in the future." Okay. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived. "Little brother, come here and help me with my chores in the classroom." It was the green-haired leader. "Who do you think you are? Speaking to my leader like that?" To my surprise, Mark stood his ground. "And who are you? Tired of living?" He asked my new little brother from yesterday. "What is wrong with me asking him to help?" The green-haired leader retorted. "What? You dare make my leader your little brother? That makes me the little brother's little brother. No way. I challenge you to a duel." "Who is afraid of who?" "Come at me. Just a freshman. What is so special about that?" Their banter made me sense that the green-haired leader was somewhat blustering. He wouldn't. "Fire element. Heed my command. Coalesce into a fireball and vanquish the enemy before me." Not knowing the opponent's strength, Mark cast a small spell to test him. "No, wait. I was wrong. Please forgive me. My father is the current prime minister. For my father's sake, let's not go into the details. Could it be?" Mark and I exchanged glances. Turned out he was quite the coward, remembering how I had been fooled by him yesterday. My anger boiled over. Immediately, I exchanged glances with Mark, and we both shouted, "Beat him up!" We didn't need magic. We could easily take him down with our fists. We swiftly educated the green-haired leader in a real-life brawl. "You again, Green Bug. You've truly brought shame upon our academy. How could you associate with such a loser?" The last remark was directed at us. Turned out he was also a second-year student. As evidenced by the distinctive insignia on his uniform, but he had thick black hair and, though only in his teens, bore a resolute expression that I felt I had seen him before. He seemed to be in our class. "Hello." It is like this. Upon hearing my description, the black-haired youth burst into laughter. "You must be the two new students. The green bug is quite the talking point at our school. He is a complete waste of space who got in solely due to his father's influence." "Hello. I am Long Bao Wei. If his father is the prime minister, Why is it that you all frequently bully him? Aren't you afraid of his revenge? I asked, somewhat puzzled. Hello, I am Oknashur, the top student in the second year, majoring in wind magic. Only the best talents in the nation can enter the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, where we are judged solely by our strength. A waste like him? Umph. Moreover, our principal and vice principal are two of the 10 magic masters across the eastern continent, holding a position of great authority in the country. Only they can decide the academy's matters, Oak declared proudly. There are so many reasons behind it. What does it mean to be the top student? Mark asked, slightly confused. You don't know. It refers to the most capable student in the same grade. The green bug interjected. Oh, so you could say that you were the top student among the freshmen? Mark said to me. Seeing the spark in Aka's eyes, I thought that if looks could kill, Mark would have been dead 100 times over. Realizing I was glaring at him, Mark knew he had misspoken again. So you all are this powerful. We should find a time to spar, he said, clearly oblivious to the trouble he was courting. We just started school. How could we compare to you, senior? Let us practice for a couple of years before we consider a match. I quickly employed my flattery skills again, subtly hinting to Oak that we were freshmen and he was bullying us. Very well. But do not embarrass us in Class 8 now. I'll take my leave. Green Bug, hurry up and do your chores. It turned out he had come to find Green Bug for that purpose. Mark and I wandered around the academy, where we saw many students. Aside from the newly admitted freshmen, the upperclassmen were notably quiet, diligently practicing their magic in silence. The atmosphere of learning here was truly profound. Leader, it seems we must work hard. Look at the students here. They are all focused on their training. Those elegantly dressed ones must be nobles, yet they are tirelessly practicing magic. Truly, this is the Royal Magic Academy, I remarked. Somewhat moved. Indeed. Let us head to the library and search for the magic books we need to practice diligently. Even I, who had always been lazy, felt an undeniable urge to study, showcasing just how motivating this environment was. Chapter 20. Beast Magic. Mark and I arrived at the library, which was truly vast, covering 6 floors, each around 3,000 square meters, split into 3 sections. The first and second floors mainly contained foundational knowledge of magic theory and beginner-level spells, levels 1 to 3, while the third, fourth, and fifth floors were dedicated to intermediate magic, levels 4 to 5, and the 6th floor housed advanced magic. Both Mark and I could access the second zone. There were barriers between the zones, preventing entry without meeting certain standards. The third, fourth, and fifth floors were the most crowded, but we headed to the 4th floor, each searching for the magic books we desired. There were very few books on light magic. I only found 1 comprehensive guide on intermediate light magic and 2 intermediate spatial magic books. Mark found several books on fire and wind magic, and we settled in the reading area, engrossed in our studies. The intermediate light magic was rather disappointing, lacking any particular uniqueness. That I opened a book titled 100 Practical Cases of Spatial Magic, which intrigued me greatly, as it detailed the practical experiences of spatial mages and was quite fascinating. Before I knew it, time had flown by. Long bow, it's getting dark. Let us head back that we have class tomorrow. All right. Oh, I should find a secluded spot tonight to check on my little beast, Little Gold. After finishing dinner in the cafeteria, we returned to our respective dorms. The green-haired leader no longer dared to say anything to me, and the other 2 roommates were meditating, still strangers to me. They seemed remarkably serious for their age, that I quietly made my way to the back courtyard of the academy. By my name, my beast. Little Gold, come forth and heed my command. A flash of white light appeared, and the adorable figure of Little Gold materialized before me. That I cradled him in my hands, examining him closely. That he seemed to have grown a bit thicker than when he first hatched. He was developing quite rapidly in just 1 day. Little Gold, do you know any magic? I asked with eager anticipation. Little Gold seemed to struggle to understand, merely nudging its little head against me. Little Gold, light arrow. It shook its head, and nothing happened. In no way. It was supposed to be a growth-type beast. It should have been able to do what I could. What is going on? You foolish child. To communicate with your spirit beast, you must do so from the heart. Such words will not resonate with it. A kindly voice floated to me. Who? I quickly turned around, and an elderly man clad in a simple white robe, devoid of any insignia, appeared behind me. Who are you? Are you a teacher at the academy? Indeed, I share your major in magic. I am also a mage of the light element, the old man said, approaching me and gently patting my head. Why not attempt to communicate with your spirit beast from the heart and see if it works? All right, I replied, feeling somewhat helpless, yet willing to give it a try. I concentrated, using my mental connection with Xiao Jin to instruct him to unleash a light arrow, explaining both the method and effects of the spell to him. Xiao Jin glanced at me, and then a soft white glow enveloped him as a light arrow erupted from his mouth, striking down a nearby flower. Ah, it worked, I exclaimed, elated at having taught Xiao Jin to cast magic. After releasing the spell, Xiao Jin appeared to be quite exhausted, as if he had expended all his energy, prompting me to quickly summon him back to my side. Thank you, dear old man. You possess a remarkable talent for magic. You have grasped the method of communicating with spirit beasts so swiftly. Would you care to study light magic with me? The old man inquired, bending slightly to face me. No, thank you. I would rather not have someone hovering over me. No, that's quite all right. I prefer self-study. Goodbye, old man, that I must return to sleep, as I have classes tomorrow. With that, I turned and ran, eager to avoid encountering a tyrannical teacher. The white-bearded elder watched my retreating figure, muttering to himself, "What a character! Others wish to be my disciples. Yet here I am, seeking a student who refuses to learn." He couldn't help but shake his head. Upon returning to my dormitory, I found Green Hair already deep in slumber. While the other two were still lost in contemplation, I lay in bed and began to commune with my light element relatives. The light element surged into me from my forehead. I gradually gathered a portion throughout my body while channeling another portion to Xiao Jin, who transmitted waves of joy back to me, appearing quite satisfied. Lately, no matter how I meditated, it seemed that my innate power could not grow. If my body were a vessel, it felt full to the brim, unable to expand any further. Rather than remain stagnant, I might as well channel more light elements to Xiao Jin. Thus, I began to slowly transfer more light elements to him, feeling as though Xiao Jin's body was gradually enlarging under the pure energy of my light elements. It was immensely gratifying, akin to nurturing a child. You were still but a child yourself. Maintaining this state, I drifted into a dream. Early the next morning, Mark came to invite me to breakfast. Today's meal was quite sumptuous, featuring steamed buns, eggs, porridge, and milk. I seemed to have consumed 2 buns, 3 eggs, 1 bowl of porridge, and 1 bowl of milk. My classmates beside me stared in disbelief. Even the cafeteria staff began contemplating whether to increase my meal allowance. Regardless of their thoughts, I focused on satiating my hunger first. I'm full. Let us go, Mark. Time for class? We hopped our way to the classroom, and to my surprise, everyone else had arrived, including the green hair pest. Did I misremember the class time? No, it was indeed 8:30. Gong. Hurry to your seat. From now on, you must arrive half an hour early. Our class is a class, which is different from others. The homeroom teacher seemed quite approachable. She had introduced herself as Xiaolan Li yesterday. Yes, Teacher Xiaolan. I stuck my tongue out at Mark and quickly returned to my seat. All right, class, let us begin. Today, our main topic is the remote teleportation magic circle. Teacher Xiaolan launched into an extensive lecture on the origins and usage of magic circles. Having already learned these from that old sorcerer, I was tempted to doze off. The last thing I heard was something about the importance of positioning in the remote teleportation magic circle, followed swiftly by waking up to the sound of the class ending. Chapter 21, Life at the Academy. Gong. Today's lesson was quite interesting. I noticed you were sleeping the whole time. Mark asked me after class. I've already learned all that. I can use the long-distance teleportation magic. But I've just never applied it. Since I already know it, why stay awake? I replied lazily. Oh, I see. What a pity I'm not studying space magic, or else you could teach me. All right, let us go. I'm off to eat. This afternoon, let us practice magic. Gong. If you keep eating like this, I won't sit with you anymore, Mark complained, watching me devour my 5th bowl of rice. Hey, I'm still growing. If I don't eat, how can I grow? It's not like I'm preventing you from eating. I mumbled through a mouthful. After valiantly finishing 6 bowls of rice, I was pulled away from the cafeteria by Mark. From that day on, I earned the initial nickname of Light Element Rice Bucket. Wow, Gong, look, That water element student is stunning, Mark exclaimed suddenly. Really? I turned my head and indeed, my heart raced. She was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a pristine sky-blue magic robe, with deep blue hair and fair skin, her large, sparkling eyes captivating. Although she was still a child, she would undoubtedly grow into a great beauty. However, I felt no spark. Perhaps she was too young. Yes, she is lovely, but not my type. Then I'm going back to the dorm to sleep, I said dismissively to Mark. Boss, if you're not interested, I might go after her, he teased. Go ahead. I'm leaving. I thought to myself, this lad is courting disaster. A girl so beautiful surely has many admirers. Upon returning to my dorm, I began meditating for Xiao Jin, channeling all my energy toward him. Later in the afternoon, I awoke from my meditation. With nothing much to do, I sought out a secluded area to practice magic, not wanting to be caught off guard by an adversary later. Today, I decided to work on the light element intermediate recovery spell, Spirit Restoration. Following the incantation from the book, I made a few modifications as she began to gather magical energy. Great light element, as your friend, I beseech you to rescue this creature before me. As I chanted, a thick layer of white light surrounded me, slowly gathering in my hands that, oh no, I had forgotten who I was healing. Just as I panicked, fate smiled upon me. A person who looked like a pig-ass head rushed towards me, shouting, Chang'an, help! I'm at my wit's end. Who is this, and how do they know my name? I wondered curiously. Well, no matter. This was a perfect opportunity to test my magic that I directed the gathered white light toward the pig-headed individual. The spell consumed a significant amount of my magical energy, nearly 1/3 of it, but I managed to heal the pig-headed fellow. Wow, it worked. Is that really Mark? Chang'an, how did you do that? It's incredible. Ha! That's the light element intermediate recovery spell, Spirit Restoration. Intermediate magic? I thought it was advanced magic. The potency of your spell rivals that of the advanced healing magic in the water element. So my recovery magic is quite effective. Excellent. I need not fear injuries anymore. Mark, you still haven't told me what happened. Chang'an, you must stand for me. He was truly ruthless. Mark recounted the tale, explaining that he had approached the girl from earlier, attempting to flirt by asking, would you like an ice pop, little sister? And what is your name, which grade are you in? She completely ignored him and rather rudely declared, ugh, you're such a fly. Get lost, or I'll make you regret it. Naturally, Mark could not accept this and boasted about being a new student who had skipped a grade, detailing how handsome he was. The girl, clearly annoyed, summoned a fourth-year student who then beat him up. Listening to his story, I couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. He had it coming. You fool, why didn't you fight back? Aren't you capable of advanced magic? Fight back. You have no idea how powerful that guy was. Even his simplest magic was level 6 that luckily, he showed some mercy and merely bound me with magic. Then how did you end up like this? Though he didn't use magic to strike me, he could still use his fists. Being bound, I had no means to retaliate. Mark looked back on his misadventure with a pained expression. Well, who told you to approach her so casually? You got what you deserved. In the future, be more cautious when flirting. No, I will definitely pursue her. You don't understand how adorable she is when she gets angry. She is truly beautiful. Mark's eyes sparkled with infatuation. No way. You're only 11. Isn't that too early for puppy love? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Boss, the power of love is immense. Besides, with your formidable recovery magic as my safety net, what do I have to fear? Worst case scenario, I can just ask you for spirit restoration again. Mark grinned. It's spirit restoration, you idiot. If you get into trouble, don't expect me to help. You're on your own. Please. No, boss. Mark truly resembled a pesky fly, incessantly bombarding me with his incessant chatter. Unable to endure it any longer, I reluctantly agreed to assist him to the best of my abilities in the future. However, I cautioned him not to disclose that I was the one tending to his wounds. Is it possible that girls possess such an immense allure that it would compel him to make such sacrifices? I can hardly fathom that someone utterly oblivious to the intricacies of romantic relationships. I scoffed at Mark's behavior. Chapter 22, The Growth of Little Jean Boss. Just as I was about to head to class, Mark approached me. What is it? Boss, I've discovered who it was that attacked me yesterday. Mark panted excitedly. Who was it? His words piqued my interest. Boss, it seems I still have hope. The guy from yesterday is that girl's older brother. Haha. It appears I still have a chance. Mark exclaimed with enthusiasm. Oh, is that so? That's quite fortunate. Are you not seeking revenge then? Of course not. How could I possibly retaliate against my future brother-in-law? He chuckled. What are you talking about? You haven't even begun to court her yet. What year is she in? Upon hearing my question, Mark seemed slightly deflated. That girl is in her 3rd year, 2 years our senior, majoring in water magic. Her brother, however, is quite the prominent figure in the academy, a 4th-year top student, majoring in fire magic, that I've heard he's one of the top 10 experts in the school. Wow, and you dare to provoke her brother? I truly admire your courage, I said, reveling in the drama. The power of love is magnificent. I must persist. Perseverance leads to victory. Observing Mark's fervent expression, I chuckled. Well then, best of luck. Just don't get yourself beaten to a pulp. You're awful. Stop discouraging me. Now hurry to class. As I listened to the teacher's lecture, I kept an eye on Mark, who appeared to be plotting something, frowning one moment and grinning foolishly the next. That IT was quite amusing. I crumpled a piece of paper and tossed it at him. Then he jumped slightly and gestured at me. But before I could react, I heard the teacher call out, "Classmate Chong Gong, please answer this question." Yes. What is long-distance instant transfer magic? The teacher was clearly trying to catch me off guard since I had not been paying attention. How absurd! I steadied my thoughts. Long-distance instant transfer magic is a high-level spatial magic based on spatial principles. Utilizing a magic circle to increase the transfer distance, that IT opens a virtual channel in space, allowing individuals within the magic circle to be transported to another location. The success rate of this magic is quite low. It is generally not employed by mages who lack exceptional control over magic. I answered succinctly, casting a proud glance back at Mark. Good, you may sit down. Classmate Chong Gong answered very well, but do pay attention in the future. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I replied, Yes, teacher. After receiving the teacher's admonition, I dared not let my thoughts wander again. Focusing intently for the remainder of the morning's lessons, that I was so fatigued that I longed to sleep immediately. Finally, after enduring until noon, Mark, having just finished lunch, embarked on his quest to woo girls. He truly was precocious that I decided to return to my dorm for a nap. Otherwise, I would end up with dark circles under my eyes, which would tarnish my heroic image. After a refreshing slumber, I felt invigorated, brimming with light energy. Although I hadn't grown in power, the sensation of vitality was quite pleasant that I pulled back the curtains to peer outside and was astonished to find that it was already evening. I had slept for quite a while. Oh no, I needed to hurry for dinner or I would miss out. I dashed to the cafeteria, relieved to find that, although the evening meal was nearing its end, there was still food available. I hastily ordered 3 servings and devoured them with the fervor of a whirlwind. Wow, look at that guy, the light magic glutton, just look at how much he can eat. Yeah, he is like a pig. Laughter and whispers floated in from behind me. How rude. Why should they concern themselves with how much I eat? I chose to ignore them. After all, I have a good temper that I quickened my pace to finish my meal and rushed to the elderly magician in the white robe where I had encountered him previously. I summoned little Jean. This little fellow certainly could eat as much as I did. While I consumed rice, he feasted on the light energy I had diligently gathered. Was it truly difficult? It seemed more like something he accomplished while sleeping. Wow, he had grown remarkably, not a single morsel wasted. You little glutton, you can eat so much. Little Jean rubbed against my hand. His body was now 3 times the size it had been at birth, measuring over 2 feet in length and as thick as a small cup. Let me see if you've made any progress lately. With that, I began mentally issuing commands to little Jean. Remarkably, he had indeed improved. All the light energy he consumed was not in vain. Little Jean could now utilize all the basic light magic that I could, although it seemed he was still unable to draw light energy from the air independently. Note: growth-type magical beasts experience rapid growth in their initial stages, capable of learning all the spells their master knows. Level-type magical beasts can only learn magic that is within their own level. At a certain point, magical beasts can also perform some physical attacks that I joyfully returned little Jean to my body, saying, "Little Jean, Let us head back and continue our slumber. You must grow well. My form gradually faded as I stepped out from behind a tall tree, encountering the old magician from before. This boy's magical beast doesn't seem like an ordinary growth type. Its growth is astonishingly rapid. I wonder if it possesses any special abilities. This child is bound to have a remarkable future. I must make him my disciple. Unbeknownst to me, I was being schemed against that I returned to my dorm, where green hair was already present. Gong, I apologize for my previous behavior. Please don't be angry. Green hair tentatively spoke to me. It's fine. Just don't trouble me again. I'm going to sleep. Gong, I heard that your friend Mark was beaten up today, and it seems quite serious. Oh, is that so? Thank you, green hair. I'll go check on him. Shoving aside my drowsiness, I hurried next door. Wow, it looked even worse than yesterday. Mark, why didn't you seek help from the school's healing teacher? Boss, you've come. I was too scared. I feared expulsion. Fighting privately at school can lead to expulsion. But public duels are allowed. What can I say to you? Oh, great light element. As your friend, I beseech you to save this unfortunate soul. Although I scoffed at Mark's relentless pursuit, he was still my brother, and I couldn't turn a blind eye. Perhaps this time he would learn his lesson. However, the first words out of Mark's mouth immediately shattered my thoughts. Boss, thank you. Today she told me her name. I nearly fell over in disbelief, looking at him as if he were a monster. Boss, please don't look at me like that. She told you her name, and yet you still got beaten? I learned her name when her brother called her. Alas, her brother broke my legs when he heard I was looking for her, that I suppose I'll have to wait a while. Having no legs isn't ideal. Boss, do you have a method for healing broken legs? Mark looked at me with a foolish expression. Thankfully, the other residents of his dorm had not returned. Otherwise, I would have been too embarrassed to face anyone with such a foolish subordinate that a chorus of yelps erupted from Mark's dorm. Boss, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Please spare me. Chapter 23. Encountering Highway Time Flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed that I gradually adapted to life at the academy. To be honest, it is far more leisurely here compared to my previous days of studying under the old devil. That my daily schedule is mostly free, aside from attending classes in the morning. That is quite pleasant. Over these 3 months, my magical abilities have seen little improvement, particularly in terms of magical power. That my mental strength has increased, and my control over magic has become much more adept. That I truly wonder how I can further enhance my magical prowess. Perhaps it matters little for now. I've learned one additional light magic spell, Light's Benediction, a mid-level auxiliary spell primarily used to expel large-scale toxic gas invasions, low-level dark mental magic, and various abnormal states. That I have also refined my light prism shield, which I can now envelop my entire body with, transforming it into a comprehensive defense and reflection magic. How delightful! As for spatial magic, my short-distance instant teleportation has reached its limits, so no further progress can be expected. I still hesitate to use long-distance instant transfer. The only area where I have made headway is with the little dimension slash. I can now control this magic that I practiced it alongside Mark. And a single little dimension slash can devour one of his mid-level spells. Truly a remarkable ability. The most significant growth during this period belongs to Little Jean. This little creature has become quite impressive, measuring over 5 feet in length, with golden stripes much thicker than before. Strangely, a small golden horn has sprouted from its head. Yet it remains quite attached to me. Even when summoned, it only wishes to frolic within a 5-meter radius of me. Its abilities have significantly improved as well. Little Jean is now comparable to a level 4 magical beast that can utilize most of my mid-level light spells, though unfortunately, it remains unable to wield spatial magic. Watching it grow so rapidly fills me with immense pride. I feel as though it has become a part of my very existence. That a day without summoning it feels empty. Having peacefully passed this considerable time, I have gradually forgotten the old devil's warnings. That so far, I have not encountered any level-type magical beasts that pose a threat to Little Jean. What troubles me greatly is the persistent appearance of that old wizard clad in a white magical robe, who seems to intrude upon my life incessantly. Each time I take Little Jean out for an evening stroll, I invariably encounter him. His teachings are like a relentless shackle, inescapable no matter how many places I attempt to evade him. Eventually, I cease my attempts to hide, for I am resolute in my refusal to acknowledge him as my mentor. I am curious to see how he might respond to my defiance. I certainly do not wish to be bound by him. As for Mark, that rascal has been quite the character lately. Every day, he pursues a certain young lady whose name escapes me, and I have yet to engage with her directly. I refuse to be perceived as just another lovesick fool, as my classmates have nicknamed him red-haired sticky rice cake due to his overzealous persistence. Despite enduring numerous beatings, he remains undeterred, which is quite admirable in its own right. He claims to be making progress, though the lady still pays him little mind. However, it appears he has learned to avoid most of the blows, as her brother, a top student in the 4th grade, has been moved by Mark's efforts and has given him a challenge, should Mark surpass him in magical prowess. He may pursue his sister. Since then, Mark has been practicing with fervor, and I must admit his progress is remarkable. "Mark, let us go eat," I called out as class ended. "All right," he replied, though I noticed that his obsession with training seemed to have dulled his wits. It appeared he had little else occupying his thoughts. "That beautiful girl has come looking for you," I mentioned. Where? Where?" Mark's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Come on, you're not being a good friend, are you? Trying to deceive me again?" he grumbled, noticing that the girl was nowhere in sight. "You're absolutely infatuated with her. Does she hold such allure?" "You don't understand. Just seeing her brings me joy," he gushed, his eyes sparkling with affection that I could hardly bear it. "By the way, what is that girl's name?" "I still don't know," I inquired. "What do you want to know for?" Mark shot me a suspicious glance. I kicked him playfully. "Do you think I'm as lovesick as you? I can't keep referring to her as that beautiful girl, can I?" "Oh, her name is Haiwa Xing, and her brother is Harry Xing," he informed me. "Those are lovely names. Has there been any progress lately?" "Not really. She still hardly notices me, but her brother is quite friendly. By the way, he has asked me several times who healed my injuries," Mark added. "You told him, right?" I asked anxiously. "Of course not. How could I betray you like that?" Mark laughed. "Well, you shouldn't overexert yourself. You spend all day training," I advised. "It's nice to know you care, but for the sake of my lifelong happiness, I must diligently practice my magic. It seems having a goal is beneficial that I have my own goal too, to live freely." "Let us hurry. We'll miss dinner otherwise," Mark reminded me, and I immediately perked up. Eating is a crucial part of my life. After finishing our meal, Mark intended to return to the dormitory to meditate, and I too wished to take a nap, so we decided to accompany each other. As we walked, Mark suddenly halted. "What are you doing?" I nudged him. "Boss, look, it's her," he exclaimed. Following his gaze, I indeed spotted Haiwa Xing, accompanied by 3 or 4 other students from the academy. This was only my second time seeing her. "Boss, let us go greet her," Mark urged. "You can go. I refuse to be associated with you, the infamous red-haired sticky rice cake," I retorted. "Come on, boss. If we go together, you'll bolster my courage," he pleaded. Reluctantly, I allowed him to drag me over. Wow! Not only did we encounter the red-haired sticky rice cake today, but even the light system glutton has come to pursue you. A petite girl beside Haiwa chuckled that I paid little attention to her words, as my focus was solely on a 15-year-old student clad in a fire system magical robe. Wow, he exuded an impressive aura, seemingly rivaling that of the old wizard. Our eyes met, and I could see a spark of brilliance in his gaze. Chapter 24, An Unwilling Contest. "You are the infamous light system glutton, the second-year student, correct?" The student in the fire robe did not divert his attention like others, but rather focused intently on me. He must be Haiwa's brother, Harry Xing. "Hello, I am Changong Wei, a second-year student majoring in light magic. And you are?" I replied. "I am Harry Xing. Are you a close friend of the sticky rice cake?" Harry gestured towards Mark. I hesitated before answering. "Yes, we are good friends." "Then it follows that you healed his injuries, correct?" Harry pressed assertively. "Well, yes," I admitted reluctantly. "Then let us see if you can heal your own wounds today." With that, a powerful aura radiated from Harry. "I wish to challenge you." As Harry advanced towards me, Mark was not faring much better. Haiwa was completely ignoring him while he desperately attempted to amuse her. "Hey, red-haired sticky rice cake, stop bothering Haiwa, right? You think you stand a chance?" A third-year girl scolded him. Mark responded helplessly, "What can I do?" I fell for her the moment I saw her. His audacity was astounding. Haiwa finally spoke. "You're so annoying. Can you not cling to me? How could someone so young be so wicked? You'll become quite the scoundrel when you grow up." At her words, Mark became entranced by her melodious voice, completely oblivious to the content of her statement. His eyes transformed into hearts, and he failed to respond. "Hey, did you hear what I said?" Haiwa demanded impatiently. "What? Oh, what were you saying?" Mark stammered. "I said you're annoying," she exclaimed loudly in frustration. Mark chuckled. "I promise. I will only pursue you and will never like another girl, all right?" You. Haiwa was so exasperated she could hardly articulate a response to AT that moment. Mark realized the atmosphere was shifting. "Hey, boss, what are you doing with Harry Shing? Who is your boss? Quickly answer. Do you accept my challenge to a duel?" Harry's tone was directed at Mark and then turned to me. "Boss, can we not fight? I could be your little brother instead. You wouldn't bully a younger student, would you?" Everyone burst into laughter. This guy is truly a glutton, so spineless. What is the worth of having backbone when your life is at stake? I thought to myself. Even Mark was at a loss for words. Wow. I have never seen such a disgraceful older brother. I stepped forward and grabbed Mark. "You still have the audacity to speak. If it weren't for you, would I be forced into a duel?" Mark was rendered speechless. At that moment, Harry's words shattered my hopes of avoiding the duel. "Don't want to compete? Then let me use you as a punching bag that I have no qualms about reputation or bullying younger students. I will strike anyone I deem unworthy." He extended his massive fist towards me, as if to demonstrate his intent that IT was over. There was no escaping this, that I resigned myself to the duel, reasoning that at least it wouldn't lead to my demise. "Very well, I accept your challenge," I conceded. We all proceeded to a training ground where others set up a protective barrier, and Harry and I took our positions in the center. I understood there was no escaping this confrontation, so I resolved to face it head on. "Come forth." I waved my hand through the air, and a small rift in space appeared that I reached inside and retrieved the magical staff I had never used before. A storage bag of space, an intermediate spell in spatial magic. I had only recently learned it. For convenience, I had placed my staff within, and I never anticipated I would need it today. Harry looked on in surprise. "You can use spatial magic?" "I specialize in spatial magic," I replied casually. Since evasion was no longer an option, I decided to adopt a bold stance. Who was I to cower? Without hesitation, I cast a defensive light prism shield around myself. With the enhancement of my staff, I was enveloped by a dense layer of light elements, fully prepared for battle. "All right, let us see what you're capable of, daring to meddle in my affairs." Harry summoned his aura to its peak, chanting a spell as he launched a series of fireballs towards me that I recognized his attack as merely a test, so I calmly executed a teleportation spell, appearing behind him and firing a light arrow in return. Perhaps caught off guard by my suddenness, he failed to evade, and my magic struck him squarely. However, being a basic attack spell, it inflicted minimal harm, swiftly dissipated by his fire shield, though it startled him nonetheless. "It seems I underestimated you." As the sun began to rise, Hy-Ri invoked the Gale technique, moving about the arena like a shadow, that he commenced chanting an incantation, and to my astonishment, the speed of his Gale technique was barely slower than my instantaneous transfer. I could only catch a glimpse of his shadow, revealing the remarkable strength he possessed. A novice spell wielded in his hands bore the might of an intermediate spell. Truly incredible that I surmised that if we were to race, neither of us would land a blow on the other. However, observing him chant in this manner suggested that this spell was no trivial matter, compelling me to remain still and composed. Chapter 25. The Battle of Shaojin. I concentrated all my magical energy and began to invoke my most powerful spell, Light Blade, preparing to counter Hy-Ri's full-force strike. I sensed the fire elements in the entire space becoming volatile as Hy-Ri moved back and forth. The entire arena grew increasingly heated, and he gradually amassed a thick layer of fire elements around him, obscuring his figure. Now, Hy-Ri resembled a massive fireball darting about the field, causing my vision to blur. That I hastily shut my eyes, relying on my other senses to locate Hy-Ri, that I knew he was gathering fire elements. And when he halted, it would signify his final attack, that I in a duel of mages, There were no intricacies involved. High-Re's absolute power undoubtedly surpassed mine, but be cautious. This is a high-level fire spell. Raging Inferno, I never expected it could be employed in such a manner. Initially, I refrained from learning it due to its slow casting speed and lengthy incantation. Mark shouted from the sidelines, "Brother, how can you use such a powerful spell? What if something goes wrong?" It seemed this little girl possessed a kind heart, and I silently appreciated her concern that "Don't worry, little sister. I'll exercise caution," came High-Re's voice from within the fireball. So, he was mindful of his power. How reassuring. I was eager to see how long I could withstand his onslaught. I had secretly gathered enough light elements to utilize Light Blade. I was recognized by the light elements, allowing me to amass magical energy at a pace far superior to that of an ordinary individual that I awaited High-Re's move. The fire shadows darting across the sky converged before me, and the fire element enshrouded High-Re coldly regarded me. "Let us settle this with a single blow. Show me your strength." Raging Inferno. With High-Re's incantation, a colossal wall of fire surged towards me. Damn, that's fierce. Light Blade. Countless beams of light, formed from light elements, surged forth to confront the wall of fire. While the power of Light Blade was not inferior to that of Raging Inferno, my magical energy was significantly inferior to High-Re's, causing my Light Blade to be suppressed by the Raging Inferno. Nevertheless, the advance of the Raging Inferno was impeded, allowing it to progress only slowly. As our spells collided, I realized just how vast the gap between High-Re and myself truly was. I could barely hold my ground. Desperately, I concentrated on gathering light elements, internally pleading, "Dear light elements, please assist me. I can scarcely endure any longer." Sweat trickled down my forehead as the wall of fire loomed merely 5 meters away, and I could see that High-Re still had plenty of power left to unleash. It seemed the light elements understood my plight, as the speed of my gathering increased slightly. The rate at which I amassed magical energy began to shift in my favor, although the output of the light elements was faster than the input. My endurance time extended considerably. High-Re appeared perplexed. He believed my magic was not particularly strong and that merely withstanding his initial onslaught was commendable. Yet he now felt the strain of maintaining the Raging Inferno. "Well, it seems you can hold on better than I expected. Allow me to showcase my true power. Fire elements, boil forth. Let your endless flames burn unabated." This was a fire element enhancement spell, though I did not know its name. I sensed it could not bode well that in truth, High-Re was left with no choice. He felt he could not sustain the Raging Inferno for much longer if he refrained from enhancing it. The balance would shift, and I might regain the upper hand. With the amalgamation of Raging Inferno and this enhancement spell, the pressure on me multiplied, the wall of fire advancing rapidly until it was at my side. I could not withstand it any longer. The wall of fire slowed as it approached my light prism shield, yet it still pressed forward inch by inch. Blood trickled from the corner of my mouth as I teetered on the brink of collapse. That wretched High-Re, claiming to exercise restraint, showed no signs of stopping. Seeing me falter, High-Re urged what little magical energy remained within him to unleash and retract the Raging Inferno that I was sent flying by the force of the spell. Crashing heavily against the barrier, though the Raging Inferno dissipated. "How are you feeling now, kid? Not so tough, are you?" High-Re panted, a triumphant grin on his face. "Humph. You're older than me. What is so impressive about that?" I retorted, feeling a surge of indignation. Despite my frustration, I acknowledged that High-Re was indeed stronger than I. Had I not relied on my rapid accumulation of magical energy, I would have surely lost long ago. "What is wrong? Are you not willing to accept defeat? Don't make excuses. A loss is a loss." Infuriated, I recalled that I still had Xiao Jie, that it still possessed power, after all. However, I never anticipated that this would mark the first and most perilous mistake of my life. Nearly plunging Xiao Jin into an irreversible abyss that my name, manifest in this world. "Arise, Xiao Jin." At my summons, a flash of white light revealed Xiao Jin before me, swaying uncertainly as if awakening from a deep slumber. It seemed the unformed phantom beast had been sleeping soundly on my body, only stirring upon my call. "Xiao Jin, quickly, attack that fellow." I immediately conveyed the command to Xiao Jin telepathically. Xiao Jin briefly surveyed Hai before unleashing a bolt of light against him. Caught off guard, Hai exclaimed in pain. "You possess a phantom beast. So do I." As he struggled to enhance his Gale technique and evade, he summoned forth his own phantom beast to my dismay. A fierce red tiger materialized, an impressive sight. Likely around level 6 oh no, it appeared he too had a phantom beast, a commonality among nearly all mages. Fool, hurry. I must recall Xiao Jin, just as I contemplated summoning Xiao Jin back. An unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Chapter 26. The death of Xiao Jin. Hai's red tiger let out a piercing howl, charging towards Xiao Jin like a red arrow. Xiao Jin appeared frightened, conjuring a light prism shield while firing light arrows in a futile attempt to halt the tiger's advance. This was dire. I instantly sensed Xiao Jin's peril and its mounting fear. "Xiao Jin, return quickly," I implored, but it was too late. Xiao Jin's light arrows merely tickled the tiger, which paid them no mind. Hearing my call, Xiao Jin attempted to retreat, but the tiger ensnared it with a fiery binding ring, rendering it immobile. The tiger pounced mercilessly, unleashing 3 intermediate fire spells in quick succession. Witnessing Xiao Jin's danger, I felt a profound realization of how important it had become to me. Despite our brief time together, just a few months, it felt as if it were family. I screamed, gathering every ounce of remaining magical energy to cast a light prism shield for Xiao Jin. Yet, how much could my dwindling energy truly accomplish? At that moment, Hai noticed the tiger's unusual behavior. "Hong Hong, return." "That's enough." He hurriedly attempted to call the tiger back, but it hesitated only briefly before charging towards Xiao Jin without hesitation. The fire spells unleashed by the tiger bore no mercy as they surged towards my Xiao Jin. With a pitiful cry, Xiao Jin was engulfed by the flames. "Xiao Jin!" I cried out in anguish, but my voice fell on deaf ears. The spectators maintaining the barrier were stunned. They never anticipated the contest would devolve into a massacre. "Boss!" As the barrier dissipated, Mark rushed towards me, lunging at the red tiger. However, he was too late. Xiao Jin had already been consumed by the inferno. With a gasp, I spat out blood. "Xiao Jin. Hai, you too ruthless. Just because I pursue your sister doesn't mean you have to go this far." Mark shouted angrily at Hai that no, it wasn't me. "Hong Hong wouldn't listen." "Hong Hong, come back." Perhaps the tiger sensed Xiao Jin's demise, as it obediently returned to Hai's side. Everyone stood in shock, fully aware of the significance of a phantom beast to its master. The loss of such a companion inflicted an unparalleled blow. I coughed up more blood, my vision darkening as I succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Jin, please don't die." I was jolted awake from a nightmare, surrounded by numerous people that my gaze had turned vacant. "Xiao Jin, where are you?" "Return my Xiao Jin," I pleaded helplessly to those around me. "Boss, please don't be upset. Xiao Jin," as Mark lowered his head, "no, Xiao Jin cannot die. It won't die. Your phantom beast was a growth type." "Wasn't it? It's my fault for sending out Hong Hong." "A level-type phantom beast will immediately attack a growth type," Hai admitted, his once arrogant demeanor diminished, and I turned to face Hai. You took my Xiao Jin, that I'm sorry. I didn't wish for this to happen. Take care of yourself, that if you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Hai turned to his sister. "Sister, let us go." "Hai, you approached, it's our fault. We shouldn't have pressured you into this duel, that we will do our utmost to make amends. Please accept my condolences." The gentle voice of Hai could not touch the wounded heart within me. In a surge of emotion, I shouted at her, "Compensation? How will you compensate? Can you bring my little Jean back to life? That was a life, a precious, adorable little life." Tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. "Boss, please don't act this way," Mark implored, uncertain whether he feared my overwhelming sorrow or sought to protect Hai. "All you know is how to chase girls. Don't you realize my little Jean has died?" "Where is Jean? Where is little Jean?" My composure was slipping away rapidly. Mark, now hesitant to speak, offered me a large cloth bag that I untied it, revealing the once snowy white Jean, now charred beyond recognition, with only faint traces of golden patterns remaining visible. "Little Jean." Sob. I began to wail uncontrollably. "Boss, please stop. Get lost, all of you. I don't want to see anyone." Witnessing my loss of control, everyone bowed their heads in sorrow, one by one leaving the room, even the green-haired ones and two other roommates I barely knew. I was left alone, desperately gathering my magical energy, casting a spirit restoration spell on Jean. Under the nurturing glow of the light element, Jin's body gradually returned to its original snowy white hue. Yet I was painfully aware that this could not restore his life. "You cannot continue this way. It is futile." A voice, both unfamiliar, yet eerily familiar, echoed in my ears. "Did I not tell you to leave? Why are you still here? It's none of your business," I shouted in agitation. "What if I could save your phantom beast? Would that not concern me?" "What?" My body jolted, and I turned swiftly to see him. The old wizard clad in a white magical robe approached me. "Silly child. Do not grieve. Let me see your phantom beast. Perhaps it still has a chance." "Really? Here, please." Hope surged within me as you returned to my side. "Regardless of the outcome, you must save it, that I will not care about anything else. I beg you." I clutched the old wizard's hand, pleading helplessly that he did not reply. Placing his hand upon Jean, a gentle white light emanating from it, soft and not blinding. Soon, the white glow enveloped Jin's entire form, resembling my spirit restoration spell, yet something felt different. After what felt like an eternity of anxious waiting, the old wizard withdrew his hand from Jean and sighed. That my heart plummeted into an abyss. "Is it hopeless? Is there no chance of revival?" I implored urgently. "Child, do not rush. Listen to me. Your phantom beast is the finest growth type I have ever encountered. You should not have released it before it was capable of self-preservation. Did your former teacher not inform you?" I hung my head in shame. "Yes. But in my excitement, I forgot. Do not blame yourself. You must bear the consequences of your actions." "Is there still hope for Jean?" "It can be said there is, or perhaps not. It largely depends on you." The old wizard looked at me meaningfully. "Then please tell me what to do." "The situation is as follows. I have examined your phantom beast, and its bodily injuries have been healed by your spirit restoration spell. However, it has exhausted its life force during the final assault of the Sea-Sun Phantom Beast. The primary issue now is providing it with enduring life force and awakening its spirit." As the old wizard paused, I interjected. "Then what must I do?" "Before I tell you, I must ask you a question." "Please go ahead." "Do you love your phantom beast?" "Of course, little Jean is like family to me." My eyes welled up once more. "Very well. Are you willing to give everything for it? Even your life?" Without hesitation, I replied, "I am willing. I will do anything to see it revived." The old wizard smiled approvingly at my resolute expression. "Good. Very well. To revive it, you must share your life force with it, in essence allowing it to become a part of you. Then, you will awaken its spirit through your own. This is something only you can accomplish." "How do I share my life force?" "What will the consequences be?" "If successful, I can assure you of a few things. First, you will never be able to bond with another phantom beast. Second, it will become your fated beast. If you perish, it shall not survive either. As for the third," the old wizard hesitated, "your life force will be halved." "Halved? I understand the first two, but what does halved mean? How does that work?" "This means, should your original lifespan be 120 years, the average human lifespan, by giving your life force to it, your lifespan will reduce to 60 years. Are you willing to trade 60 years of your life for its revival? This is of utmost importance." I glanced at little Jean. Its body remained pristine, though the golden stripes seemed to have lost their former luster, that I gently stroked its head. With unwavering determination, I responded, "I am willing." Thus, from that moment forth, the child of light and his closest companion, his comrade, forged an unbreakable covenant for eternity. "Good child, you have not disappointed me," the old wizard sighed. "Rest assured, I will strive to restore your life force in the future." "Now, let us begin." I nodded in agreement. The old wizard led me to a secluded chamber within the academy, where he cast a formidable protective barrier outside. "We shall commence," he said, nodding at me that I cradled little Jean, standing at the center of a magical hexagram. Gently placing Jean in the very middle, gazing at it fondly before raising my arms to either side, beginning to chant the only spell I would cast in my life. Life sharing, according to the old wizard. This was an ancient spell he discovered inscribed on a stone tablet in a relic. He had never used it and bore no knowledge of its outcomes. Little did he know this spell would later aid me immensely in becoming a grand sorcerer. For through its invocation, I grasped the essence of the light element, love and sacrifice. O great Creator God, I beseech your aid. With your boundless power, open the source of my life that I wish to forge an eternal, unchanging covenant with this being before me, sharing my life with it. As I chanted, a white light began to emanate from within me, initially gentle, but growing in intensity until it became blinding. Eventually, I was enveloped in a radiant white glow, transforming into a brilliant golden light that I end the peak of this golden brilliance. A beam of light shot forth from my brow, illuminating little Jean. Under the golden light, its form gradually became hazy, merging into a similar orb of light, slowly ascending from the ground, and with a swift motion, it fused into my being through my brow. The radiance around me began to fade, leaving me feeling extraordinarily weak, yet simultaneously, I sensed Jin's presence. In my heart, I softly called, "Little Jean, return." The golden light that had entered me shimmered momentarily, and then a wave of warmth washed over me. I knew it was successful. My little Jean had returned. I peacefully closed my eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 28, Apprenticeship. When I awoke once more, I found myself in a modest bedroom. Where was this? Little Jean, what has become of you? I quickly delved inward and, to my relief, although Jean appeared to be in slumber, I could distinctly sense its vibrant life force, that "My little Jean, you have finally come back to life." Tears flowed unbidden down my cheeks that I felt a profound sense of contentment. I truly did not mind sacrificing half of my life force. The door creaked open, and the old wizard approached. "You are awake?" "Yes, where is this?" "This is my dormitory. Rest here thoroughly. You must be hungry. Allow me to fetch you something to eat." "Thank you." I felt immense gratitude towards this old wizard. Without him, little Jean would not have returned to my side. After a while, the old wizard returned with a generous spread of food, and I devoured it heartily. With my spirits lifted, my appetite soared. Everything tasted delightful. "Slow down. Don't choke," he cautioned. "How long have I been asleep?" 7 days. 7 days?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "That is still quick. Your magical studies are solid. I had estimated you would sleep for over 10 days. No wonder I was so famished. I had no idea I had slept for so long. By the way, I haven't yet asked your name. I am Leolundi. I am Changong Wei. I must ask you a question I posed before. Are you willing to take me as your master and learn the light magic? Inheriting my legacy?" The old wizard revisited the topic that I pondered for a moment. "I am willing. I do not wish to coerce you simply because I saved your phantom beast. I hope you are making this decision of your own accord." "Teacher D, I am here of my own volition, that I can sense your formidable strength, and I am eager to learn from you. This lesson has made me acutely aware of my own frailty. I wish to grow stronger." "And why do you desire to grow stronger?" Teacher D inquired with keen interest. "I wish to rely on my own strength to protect my family and friends," I responded resolutely. "Excellent. I shall take you on as my apprentice. You will be my sole student and my closed-door disciple." Teacher D expressed his satisfaction with my response. "Given your immense power, why do you have no disciples?" I asked. Perplexed, Teacher D sighed. "There are too few who wish to learn light magic, and even fewer with the requisite talent. This is precisely why I insist on taking you as my disciple. But won't you test me? My previous teacher said that formidable magicians subject their apprentices to numerous trials before accepting them. Foolish child, the recent incident with the phantom beast serves as the best trial for you." "Thank you. Teacher, I will earnestly study magic under your guidance. That I was quite lazy before, but this stark lesson has awakened me to the truth that only through strength can one protect others and oneself." "Your mindset is commendable, resembling that of a young adult," Teacher D chuckled. "Teacher, when shall we commence our studies? You are quite eager. It seems you are truly keen to improve yourself. That in fact, I am even more so. My sole expectation of you is to become a legendary Archmage," Teacher D stated solemnly. "Rest assured, I shall become an Archmage," I vowed. "By the way, teacher, I have missed so many days of school. What shall I do about the academy?" "Do not worry. I have already arranged for your leave." You may rest here at ease. The academy is so accommodating. I couldn't help but express my confusion. I forgot to mention, I am the principal of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy. Teacher D replied with a mischievous grin. What? I was clearly taken aback by this revelation. What is your level of magic? I am an Archmage, and I am also the honorary vice president of the Magic Guild. How does it feel to have such a teacher? Wow, you are incredible. You are one of the only 10 Archmages on the continent, I exclaimed. Indeed. I rank 4th among the 10 Archmages, Teacher D said, a hint of regret evident in his tone. Do not be disheartened. You are already quite formidable. Moreover, although you rank 4th, you will soon have a student who will be the best magician on the continent. How glorious that will be! Who is this best magician on the continent? He seemed momentarily perplexed that I pointed to myself, saying, It is I. Teacher D playfully rapped my head. You cheeky rascal. You certainly have a thick skin. You must work hard. I am strict with my students and will not tolerate any disgrace. Otherwise, although I had yet to commence my magical studies under him, I could sense that Teacher D was a kind and humorous elder. Unlike the old devil from before, that I replied earnestly, Rest assured, I shall not bring you shame. From now on, you need not attend classes at the academy. I have already spoken with your homeroom teacher. You will reside here. And I will teach you magic individually. Do not blame High Re for this incident. He was unable to control the situation at that time. Additionally, I hope you will not disclose the revival of the Phantom Beast to anyone. After all, possessing a growing Phantom Beast can incite jealousy. It is better for everyone to believe that Xiao Jin has perished, that we shall reveal it only when it can fully protect itself. Understood, since Xiao Jin was not dead. I no longer held any resentment towards High Re, that if anyone were to be blamed, it would be me for having released Xiao Jin. Rest well. Your body is still quite weak, having expended half of your life force. I have already treated you with advanced light recovery magic, though the effects seem less than satisfactory. Perhaps due to a misalignment, that I am uncertain if this magic will have any lingering side effects. Teacher D spoke with a touch of sadness. Teacher, it is all right. This was all my own choice, and I will bear any consequences myself, I reassured him. Chonggong, you are truly a good child. Why do the light elements continue to gather around you at such an astonishing speed, even while you sleep? Upon hearing teacher's question, I felt a bit shy and recounted my meditative experience while lying down. Foolish child, I scarcely know whether to call you a genius or a sluggard, that I never anticipated you would inadvertently gain the recognition of the light elements. This is something I achieved only at the age of 60, Teacher D said, leaving me with a silly grin. Chapter 29. Compressing magic power. After nearly a month of recuperation, my body finally returned to its former state. Chonggong, you seem to have recovered quite well. Let us commence lessons today. Very well. Teacher D, what shall you teach me? First, I must assess your current level of magical ability to tailor my instruction accordingly. I am uncertain of my current level. To what extent can you meditate upon your magical power now? I feel I have made little progress for quite some time. It seems I have hit a bottleneck, unable to break through no matter how I meditate. Your magical power should be at the advanced stage of an intermediate magician, which is commendable to D. Oh, you know why your magical power is unable to progress? Teacher D asked with a smile. I scratched my head. I do not know. Let me give you an analogy. How much water and air can a bottle hold? It can hold as much as the size of the bottle allows. Teacher D's question seemed rather simplistic. Is the volume of water and air in the same bottle equal? Of course. It is the same. The space is identical. Only the substances differ. I thought it rather trivial to challenge my intellect with such a riddle. Teacher D nodded approvingly. You are correct. The amount of water and air a bottle can hold is indeed the same. But what happens if the water is transformed into steam? Can the bottle still contain it? I seemed to grasp what Teacher D was hinting at, but it was still somewhat unclear. Noticing my deep contemplation, Teacher D chose not to disturb me. All right, this will be the content of today's lesson, along with your assigned task. Reflect carefully on the questions I posed and connect them. The understanding of magical knowledge primarily relies on personal insight. As the saying goes, the master can lead one to the door, but the cultivation must be done by oneself. How much you comprehend depends on you. That I shall take my leave now. There are still over 2 months left in this semester. You will undergo a month of intensive training with me before returning to class with your peers. The purpose of this training is to prepare you for the end-of-semester magic competition held at the academy. Participate in the competition? Teacher D, am I capable of that? After experiencing high-res magic, I felt utterly devoid of confidence. Why not? You are my student. You cannot bring me shame to practice diligently. Teacher D turned to leave. Is it possible to opt out of this competition? Teacher, of course not. This competition is the final examination for all students each semester. If your performance is too poor, there is a possibility of repeating a year, he said, clearly amused at my attempt to shirk responsibility. Watching Teacher D's sly grin, I felt as though I had been ensnared in a trap. Regardless, I needed to begin earnest practice with magic, and I would address it later, after Teacher D departed. I began to ponder the assignment he had left me. Water, steam, air, bottle. What is their connection? Steam can revert to water. A bottle can hold a certain volume of water, which I illustrated with my hands. And similarly, it can contain an equal volume of steam, if steam were to condense back into water. I see now. I realize that I am akin to a bottle, and the steam represents my current magical power, which has reached a plateau, that if I can compress my magical power, just as steam can be condensed into water, I could potentially hold more magical power, that I am quite clever indeed. Once the realization struck me, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me. Very well, let me try it out now that I began to meditate, not to sleep this time, but to maintain my awareness while introspecting my inner magical power. Suddenly, another question struck me. How do I compress this magical power? No matter. I will give it a try. That I utilize my mental energy to extract about 1/5 of my magical power, dispersing the remainder throughout my body, and gathered this 1/5 into my upper dantian, or the center of my forehead, attempting to compress it with my mental energy. This was quite a challenge. It felt as though the magical power resisted my attempts to compress it, stubbornly refusing to shrink in size. What could be the reason for this? I internally addressed the light elements, saying, "Dear friends, uncles and aunts, you are so distant. It feels rather cold that IT would be much more lively together. Please help me out by coming closer." It seemed the light elements understood my plea, gradually compressing together and forming a small sphere of light, roughly 1/5 its original size, that I succeeded. I had successfully compressed the light elements, and I was filled with exhilaration, promptly drifting off into slumber. Compressing magical elements is immensely taxing on mental energy, and I had reached my limit. Naturally, I succumbed to sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, I sensed a significant enhancement in the luminous elements within me compared to before. The high-purity light sphere I had compressed the previous day still resided in my upper dantian, while the portion I had consciously released had automatically replenished itself during my deep meditative slumber, which had reached an admirable level of mastery. Yes, this sensation is truly delightful. Teacher D entered the room without uttering a word, merely gazing intently at my face. After a moment, I began to feel a bit uneasy under his scrutiny. "Teacher D, what is the matter? Why do you keep staring at me?" I inquired tentatively. "Chong Gong, you have truly not disappointed me. You are the fastest learner of compression magic I have ever encountered, and at such a tender age. Your future is boundless," he exclaimed, suddenly bouncing with the exuberance of a child. "What do you mean? How did you know I had grasped the method of compressing magical energy?" I asked, puzzled. "Oh, you silly boy. Just take a look in the mirror," he replied. Is that so? Let me see." Approaching the mirror, I was taken aback. Is this truly me? My complexion, which had always been good, now appeared utterly transformed. A soft, radiant glow enveloped my face, and beneath my skin, it seemed as though light was coursing, akin to precious jade. Truly stunning. What is happening, Teacher D? Chapter 30. The first golden core. This is a result of your comprehension of the method of compressing magical energy. The luminous elements are beginning to reshape your body, and this phenomenon will grow increasingly pronounced. Depending on the type of magic you learn, the colors exhibited by your body will differ. For instance, fire magic manifests in red, water magic in blue, earth magic in yellow, and wind magic in green. As for our study of light magic, it will be white. When you are enveloped in white light, you will be on the verge of successfully compressing all your magical energy. Individuals who reach this stage attract the attention of the Magic Guild and are invited for level testing. As far as I know, you are the youngest to achieve this milestone. You are only 11 years old. Aren't you? Teacher D remarked with satisfaction. Yes, I'm 11 this year. And what about you, teacher? Do you know when I completed the compression of magical energy? It was when I was 26 years old, and it caused quite a stir nationwide. Apart from the continent's top spatial mage, Tyanalin, I was the fastest. Tyanalin completed it at the age of 20. Then why am I able to achieve it so swiftly? I pondered, surprised at the difficulty of it all. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's because the luminous elements have recognized you, he speculated. How long will it take to fully compress the light magical energy? That's uncertain. The initial phase of compressing magical energy is particularly challenging and requires personal insight. Hence, I did not teach you. Once you comprehend it, the pace will quicken that if you work diligently, you should be able to complete it within this month. Teacher D, once I complete the compression, will I not become some kind of monster, surrounded by light every day? I exclaimed, apprehensive. Rest assured, you will not. Once you have fully compressed your magical energy, you will revert to the state you were in when you first began the compression process. Essentially, your current self, Teacher D assured with a smile. Oh, that is a relief. Teacher D, should I undergo the testing by the Magic Guild? Teacher D pondered for a moment. It's best to wait for now, as your practical magic skills are still lacking, that if you were to take the test, you would become a national sensation, which could be quite burdensome, that I hope you can diligently hone your magical abilities. You must understand that achieving complete compression of magical energy would elevate your magical prowess to that of a mage. Imagine the commotion it would cause in the kingdom for a child in their teens to reach that level. All right, I have no desire for fame. The memory of my initial entrance exam, where I had secured first place, filled me with trepidation. Little did I know, I would eventually become the most renowned figure across the entire continent. Your task this month is to successfully compress your magical energy. When you return to your classmates, keep it a secret. Once you have fully compressed it, I will teach you some practical magic applications to help you prepare for the upcoming finals, Teacher D added. Pausing before continuing, I had not anticipated that you would grasp the method of compressing magical energy so quickly. I initially intended to teach you practical applications first. It seems not only are you a genius in learning magic, but I am also quite adept at teaching. Wow, really? You're even more boastful than I am. No wonder you're my master, I teased. That genius you speak of, surely you mean yourself? I ventured cautiously. To my surprise, Teacher D reacted vehemently. What? You little brat. Were it not for my diligent persuasion and careful guidance, would you have learned so rapidly? You truly infuriate me. His indignation was palpable as he puffed up his cheeks and glared. Yes, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, I conceded, feeling compelled to placate him for the sake of my future. After all, what was so impressive about telling me a story yesterday? That's more like it. Now focus on your meditation. I must take my leave, he said, still somewhat miffed. Watching Teacher D's retreating figure, I felt a sense of resignation. I would let him be and focus on my own meditation. Overall, Teacher D was indeed quite commendable. At the very least, he refrained from punishing me, allowing me to ponder in peace. That I seated myself cross-legged on the bed, clearing my mind of distractions. That I began to channel a small portion of the gaseous light elements within me, concentrating them into the solidified light sphere in my upper dantian to commence compression. Gradually, I relaxed, relying solely on my mental awareness to drive the aggregation of the light elements. The gaseous light elements began to merge with the already solidified light, yielding promising results. As my mental energy had not yet been entirely expended, I added a bit more gaseous light elements, employing the same technique to facilitate their convergence. The solid light sphere grew, slightly larger than the previous day. All right, time for sleep. I was utterly exhausted. Thus, my days consisted primarily of eating, attending to nature's calls, and condensing these light elements. Whenever my mental energy waned, I would drift into slumber, allowing my innate meditation to replenish the gaseous light elements. After which I would continue the process of aggregation. The solid light sphere expanded further, and the white radiance surrounding me intensified. Teacher D would check on me daily while bringing my meals, never disturbing my meditation. Such a tranquil environment was undoubtedly ideal for contemplation. Recognized by the luminous elements, I inadvertently grasped the essence of light, leading to an astonishingly rapid accumulation of magical energy. Finally, the pivotal moment arrived. The light elements within me had completely solidified that I felt as though I had become a part of the luminous elements, my entire being seemingly composed of them. The light elements coursing through my body imparted a joyful sensation, and I sensed a transformation beginning to unfold. The solid light elements, previously rigid, began to undulate slowly. What once felt so firm was now gradually softening and beginning to circulate within me. Yet their brightness intensified to know that wasn't quite right. The color was changing. The once white light elements were transitioning to a golden hue. However, their volume diminished, ultimately coiling around my body like a golden river, completing 7 circuits before coalescing into a small golden sphere nestled in my upper dantian. But if anyone were to observe me at that moment, they would witness the brilliant white light enveloping my form abruptly surging into my being. I felt suffused with a warm, gentle energy that I attempted to absorb the light elements, yet found myself unable to do so. Why was this? Could it be yet another bottleneck? Not only did I feel transformed, but the small golden sphere within me also seemed altered, that it appeared to have awakened from slumber. Having sensed the changes in the light elements within, it conveyed a joyous message to me and began to absorb the light elements circulating in my body. As it did so, the golden sphere began to rotate within me, allowing me to once again gather the light elements. It turned out that the golden sphere itself was capable of absorbing energy. The small golden sphere drew energy from the golden sphere, which circulated within my body to replenish itself. Chapter 31. Evolution. Once more I lost track of time, but it seemed the small golden sphere had absorbed sufficient magical energy. It returned to its original state, no longer circulating in my upper dantian. That I emerged from my meditation and opened my eyes, immediately meeting the concerned gaze of Teacher D. Teacher D, I believe I have succeeded. Indeed, you have successfully compressed all your magical energy. From the perspective of magical power, you have reached the realm of a mage, Teacher D affirmed with pride. Is that so? That's wonderful. The rapid enhancement of my magical energy filled me with elation. However, you must continue to strive. Tell me, what do you feel now? I glanced at myself. The surrounding white light had vanished, revealing my skin, which now glistened with a healthy radiance that made me want to bite into it. It seems I have compressed my magical energy into a golden sphere. Is that correct? Precisely. That golden sphere is the embodiment of your magical energy, and it will greatly assist you in your future magical studies. That's fantastic. Teacher D, am I a genius? I asked, brimming with pride. You little rascal. Do not become overly complacent. The path ahead is still long. Although your magical energy is now condensed, it remains unstable, and achieving stability will require considerable time. Do not assume that you are truly a mage just yet. There is still much for you to learn, Teacher D cautioned, promptly dousing my excitement with a splash of cold water. Oh, I replied, somewhat disgruntled. Do you know what the pinnacle of a wizard's magical power looks like? Teacher D posed a question I had never contemplated before, instantly piquing my interest. What does it look like? It manifests as 6 magical energy orbs, and from the perspective of the light element, not only must they be golden, but the golden orbs must also be transformed into a transparent gold. Do you understand? Transparent gold. What does your magical energy look like now, teacher? Teacher D scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, At present, I possess 1 transparent gold magical orb. Ah, as a magus, you only have 1 transparent gold magical orb? I asked in astonishment. Indeed, not just me. All magi possess merely 1 magical orb. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. Why is that? To possess 6 magical orbs is to become a legendary Grand Magus. Until now, we old-timers have found no means to increase the number of magical orbs. This is the direction in which you must strive in the future, Teacher D said with profound significance. Rest assured, teacher, I shall certainly achieve it. Thus began the journey of the child of light towards an unwavering pursuit of the pinnacle of magic. Enough of this talk. You must focus on stabilizing your energy orb. Remember, the practice of magic is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one retreats. You must continuously hone your skills. For today, rest well. Tomorrow, I will teach you some applications of magic, and then you will return to your classmates to prepare for the final competition. Understood? Regardless, I had completed this arduous training, and what I desired most at that moment was to indulge in a hearty meal. Since Teacher D was conducting a closed-door teaching phase with me, I could only relay my cravings to him. Upon hearing my menu, Teacher D's only response was, "You are such a glutton." Heh, I didn't ask for much, merely a spread akin to a grand feast. What was there to be surprised about? After all, I was a blossoming flower of our nation. Teacher D, do you know what my nickname is at the academy? What is it? The light system, glutton. I chuckled mischievously. You truly bring shame to the light system, he retorted, puffing out his cheeks in mock anger. Although Teacher D was quite displeased with my voracious appetite, he still indulged my small wish. Once I was well fed and hydrated, what would I desire to do? I cannot speak for others. But for me, it was undoubtedly sleep. After all, it is the best method for digesting food. Youngsters should not follow my example, as my digestive capacity is rather robust. When I awoke, the sky remained dark, indicating it was still early. After a delightful slumber, I felt utterly refreshed. Now, what should I do? It seemed that Little Gold had undergone an evolution as well, and I had not seen it since the last time. Let me summon it for some play. Learning from my previous experience, I first drew the curtains and locked the door, checking every potential source of light before beginning the summoning. Little Gold, by my name, appear before me. In a flash of golden light, a mysterious entity appeared and immediately lunged towards me, startling me. Wow, what is this? I swiftly sidestepped, and the unfamiliar creature seemed to wear a look of grievance, as if someone inside my mind was saying, "It's me, Master. I am your Little Gold." Little Gold can talk now. I scrutinized the being before me. It appeared to be a massive golden python, over 6 meters long, with 2 adorable golden horns on its head and covered in delicate golden scales. Those little horns vaguely resembled Little Gold's features. "Is that you, Little Gold?" I inquired tentatively. IT seemed to understand, nodding in response. "Little Gold, you've changed. Weren't you white before?" I asked in confusion. "Master, because your magical prowess has significantly advanced, I am now integrated with you. As you progress, I naturally evolve as well. D. Oh, you no longer want Little Gold." The unfamiliar voice echoed in my heart again. It truly was Little Gold. I rushed forward and embraced its large head. "Little Gold, I'm so relieved you're okay. I missed you so much." Little Gold appeared equally excited, wrapping its long and sturdy body around me, its smooth scales gently brushing against me, a warm sensation enveloping my entire being. Chapter 32. A reunion with Mark. I gently stroked Little Gold and suddenly felt something peculiar, a large protrusion on its body. I quickly communicated telepathically. "What is this?" Little Gold replied that it was unaware, and this phenomenon was not isolated. Extricating myself from its embrace, I observed closely. Indeed, 5 small protrusions had appeared beneath its belly, as though bones were pushing outward. The 3 golden stripes on its back also exhibited similar growth, with 2 of them extending outward into a flat shape, though not yet very pronounced. What could this be? Was Little Gold not a snake? No, I must consult Teacher D. After playing with Little Gold for a while, noticing the dawn was approaching, I decided to call it back. Little Gold had made significant progress. I could feel its magical energy surging strongly. Moreover, it seemed to have undergone some extraordinary changes that enhanced its unique abilities, although it itself had no knowledge of what they were. Compared to before, it felt as though we were 2 parts of a whole. As daylight broke, Teacher D arrived. "How did you rest yesterday, Long Bow?" he asked casually, setting down the items in his hands. "It was fine. I was too engrossed in the delicious food to pay Teacher D much attention." After finishing my meal, I exclaimed, "Teacher, the food you brought is delightful. Why have you fallen silent?" "You glutton. That's your only talent." Teacher D voiced his dissatisfaction. "Don't say that. I have talent in magic as well. Don't I? I began to employ a strategy of feigned innocence. After all, I was still just a child. Enough, don't boast. Whether you possess magical talent will depend on your performance today. Time is limited. Only 7 days remain. I hope you can learn some useful magic during this period. You must take it seriously. Seeing him adopt a serious demeanor, I dared not jest any longer. Yes, teacher. You haven't been outside for a while. Let us take a stroll on the lawn. Oh, how refreshing. It had been ages since I breathed such fresh air that I stretched widely, greedily inhaling. Although the sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, it felt wonderfully invigorating. Teacher D allowed me some freedom to roam until I calmed down. All right, let us begin our studies. First, I will explain the theory of advanced magic that you know how magic is utilized at my level? Isn't it different methods for different levels? Magic essentially involves chanting and releasing. What is new about that? Teacher D shot me a sidelong glance. Watch closely. This is true magic. With a casual wave of his hand, a beam of white light shot forth like a blade, striking a massive rock ahead that a corner of the rock crumbled upon impact. Wow! Is this magic? No chanting, just a simple wave, and such an effect. Teacher, how did you do that? Haha, this is the power of a magus. At my level, my understanding of magical elements is profoundly deep, allowing me to simply think about how to manipulate them. My recent action was somewhat akin to a warrior's energy slash, but once magic and martial energy reach a certain threshold, there are many similarities. You must study diligently and practice often, striving to master this elemental manipulation method before graduating from the academy. Today, we will focus on learning some advanced light element attack and defense spells, and after the competition, you can practice controlling the elements. Teacher, you are remarkable. I never knew magic could be wielded in such a manner. I gazed at him with admiration. Of course, I am a magus. Now, let's not waste time on irrelevant matters. Let us commence with our first spell. The 7 days flew by in an instant that I learned a great deal from Teacher D, particularly regarding the control of magic. Supported by my burgeoning magical power, I made significant strides in controlling magic, and the golden orb within me stabilized somewhat, that I inquired about the changes in Little Gold. And after pondering for quite some time, Teacher D informed me that he had never encountered such a magical beast before. It might have mutated due to my use of life-sharing magic. But it should not pose any issues, this reassured me. As long as Little Gold remained healthy, I cared not for its form. During these 7 days, I also received good news. Teacher D mentioned that Mark had been taken as a direct disciple by the vice principal 20 days ago. Now, the two of us have become the Academy's twin prodigies. It is worth noting that the vice principal is also a magus. Tomorrow, I shall return to my companions. Today, as Master D was departing, he once again urged me not to disclose that Xiao Jin is not dead, nor to mention that he has taken me as his apprentice. Master D is truly an amusing old man. His teaching method is remarkably straightforward. He offers a spark of inspiration for you to ponder or provides you with incantations to experiment with on your own, granting a great deal of freedom. By age, he could easily be my grandfather. Yet at times, he behaves like a child, playfully engaging with me, that I have come to realize that I have grown fond of this intriguing old fellow. Upon entering the classroom, I was met with astonished gazes from everyone. That I said nothing and took my seat, that a familiar voice whispered in my ear, "Boss." I turned to see my long-lost friend, Mark, that we exchanged long stares before embracing tightly. Mark leaned in and said, "Boss, I'm fully aware of your situation. You need to give it your all in the upcoming competition." "Of course, you too," I replied. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, and everyone returned to their seats. Today, the rules for the final competition were to be announced. The preliminary round is set to commence tomorrow, and recalling the goals set by Master D fills me with trepidation. Chapter 33. Competition rules. The homeroom teacher approached, immediately spotting me and offering a warm smile. "All right, students, let us settle down. Recently, due to some special arrangements at the academy, Chong Gong has been unable to attend classes, so let us warmly welcome him back." A smattering of applause filled the room as I stood to bow. "Thank you, everyone. I hope Chong Gong achieves excellent results in the final competition starting tomorrow." "I certainly hope so. It will be a test of my dedication to practice, as well as a daunting task assigned to me by Master D. I wonder if I can rise to the challenge. Today, we will not be learning new material. Instead, I will explain the methods and rules of the competition. Please pay close attention, as this will greatly aid you in the upcoming final examination. As first-year students are exempt from the final competition, this will be the first participation for us second years. The teacher began to elucidate the examination details that tomorrow's event is merely a draw. The actual competition will begin the day after. The competition rules are as follows. 1. The competition will adhere to principles of fairness and impartiality. To reflect the participants' magical abilities, the use of summoned beasts is strictly prohibited. This is advantageous for me, as I cannot dare to use my summoned beast. 2. The competition is categorized by grade level, with each grade competing separately. The top 100 students from each grade will enjoy a winter break, while the bottom 100 must continue their studies until the next semester begins. I imagine everyone will strive fervently to return home. Point 3. That the competition will be determined by a draw. Except for the second-year students who are participating for the first time, seed players from the other 3 grades will automatically qualify for the finals of their respective grades. 4. That the drawing will implement a round-robin format. Participants will be grouped into sets of 10. This means that during the preliminary round, everyone must compete in 9 matches. Based on win rates, the top 5 from each group will advance to the finals, where a knockout round will ensue until a champion emerges from the grade. The preliminary round promises to be fiercely competitive. Point 5. That matches will conclude once a victor is declared. Those who intentionally harm others will be deemed losers, as will those who are knocked out of bounds, make contact with aerial barriers, or choose to forfeit. That if no winner is determined within the allotted time, the referee will adjudicate the result. Point 6. That the champions and runners-up from each grade may challenge the champions of higher grades. If a lower grade competitor succeeds, they may be promoted directly. The champions of the 5th grade will be exempt from entrance examinations to the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic, and those who defeat the 5th grade champions will also enjoy this privilege. 7. That the grade champion will receive a reward of 100 diamond coins, while the runner-up will receive 50 diamond coins. Successful challengers from lower grades will have their rewards doubled. After hearing the competition rules, I found them to be quite fair. The champion's prize is substantial, 100 diamond coins equivalent to 10,000 gold coins. If I were to claim the championship, I could return home and surprise my parents. The teacher continued to share important points to note during the competition, urging everyone to strive earnestly and fully utilize their skills. That we must bring glory to Class A. Failing to place in the top 100 would surely result in the dreaded punishment of grueling training over the winter break. As class concluded, I remained lost in thoughts of the potential rewards. Mark nudged me. "Boss, what are you thinking? Class is over, let us go." I snapped back to reality. "Oh, right." As I stepped out of the classroom, I encountered Wak. "Chonggong, where have you been lately? You haven't been attending class." Wak playfully slapped my back, inquiring as if we were old friends. That I thought to myself, "Are we really that familiar?" "Hey, my summoned beast perished during the match with High Re, and I was quite downcast. The academy granted me a break, so I took some time to clear my head. I had anticipated someone would ask this, and I had prepared my answer. Oh, you must take care. It's truly unfortunate that your summoned beast has died. Perhaps you can find another one in the future. The competition is tomorrow, so you must give it your all. If you face me, I won't be showing any mercy. That I hope to have a fair battle with you. You know, your last match with High Re has already become a point of pride for our second-year class," he said. It seemed he was worried I might usurp his position as the top student in our grade. Perhaps I truly might. People aren't as malicious as you might think. "Thank you, I will strive hard. If I encounter you, I will show no mercy either." "Then let us both put in our best efforts." "That I have to go now." "Boss, does that guy have some ulterior motive?" Mark remarked, watching Wak's retreating figure. "It's hard to say. His strength is formidable," I replied, though he still lags behind me, as my magical power is already well developed. "I think he has nothing special," Mark scoffed. Not satisfied? Go challenge him on the stage then. Let us head to dinner first, and then return to rest well, and see how luck treats us in the draw tomorrow. After finishing our meal, Mark and I were walking back to the dormitory when several students approached us. What a coincidence! It was High Re, his sister Hai Yu, and some unfamiliar upperclassmen. Hai Re walked up to me, his eyes sparkling with intensity. That I stood my ground, glaring back defiantly. Earlier during our meal, I heard Mark mention that since the last incident, Hyrie had been keeping a low profile and rarely showed up at the academy, and even his sister had been absent, and I hadn't bothered Haiyu since then. I even praised him for being a good friend. Changgong, you've made significant progress. I can hardly see through you now, that I'm here primarily to apologize for the last incident, that I'm truly sorry for what happened to your summoned beast. I raised my hand to halt his words. We'll meet on the competition grounds. This time, I won T lose to you. With that, I grabbed Mark and continued toward the dormitory. Behind us, Hyrie's voice called out, All right, I'll be waiting for you. Boss, you were so cool just now. That was so stylish. Enough. Hurry back and get some sleep. I'm feeling tired after our meal. Chapter 34. The competition begins upon returning to the dormitory. Only Green Hair was present. Changgong, where have you been lately? I shot him a glare and replied coolly, It's a secret. Come on. Tell me that I heard you competed against Hyrie, and he defeated your summoned beast, he blurted out. Why must he bring that up? Are you annoying me? Keep it up and I won't be so polite. Seeing that I was upset, Green Hair retreated to his bed, not daring to speak further. Just then, the other two roommates returned. They were also from our class, though I didn't know their names to be honest, after a year at the academy. The number of people I could name could be counted on one hand, as everyone was preoccupied with practicing magic, leaving little room for socializing. You're Changgong, right? What are your plans for tomorrow's competition? Perhaps due to the impending competition, everyone felt a bit anxious. One of them actually initiated a conversation with me. Hello, I don't have much of a plan. Just one goal. To become the grade champion. My voice grew exceptionally resolute as I spoke the last part. Ah, the grade champion? My two roommates exchanged glances. Even Green Hair approached again. Changgong, are you serious? You actually think you can win the grade championship? Do you think Wak is just a FAOD? I shot him an irritated look. Why must you always interject? Go away. Everyone should have a goal. As long as you put in the effort, you can achieve it, I said calmly. Changgong is right that I'm Longduin, and this is Shui Yangming. Let us all strive together, said the slightly taller roommate appreciatively. All right, let us work hard together. Changgong, come here. Master D's voice resonated in my mind, utilizing telepathy, which I can now manage to employ myself. You all rest for now. I need to step out for a moment. I bid my roommates farewell and left the dormitory, heading directly to Master D's quarters in the academy's backyard. Master D was already waiting for me on the grassy expanse outside. Master, what is the urgent matter that required me? I asked, panting slightly. The competition is tomorrow. Do you have confidence? I should, considering my magical power is quite formidable now. Tomorrow's draw is about to begin. You can't keep wearing this outfit. Follow me. As Professor D stepped into his dormitory, he retrieved a set of white robes from the wardrobe and handed them to me. Saying, try it on. Is this a gift for me? I exclaimed, marveling at the exquisite robes. Indeed, how could I allow my student to be so poorly dressed? From this moment on, they belong to you, Professor D replied with a smile. Thank you, Professor D. I responded hurriedly as I unfolded the garment. That it was breathtaking. A pure white fabric adorned with golden edges, the entire robe resembling a grand cloak to the connection point on the chest. There were two pure white magical stones, each emitting a gentle glow. In the center of the back of the robe, a large magical star, bordered in gold, was prominently displayed. It's so beautiful, but isn't it a bit too large? Silly child. Just try it on. Come here, and I'll assist you, Professor D said as he approached, draping the robe over my shoulders. He connected the two white magical stones at my chest, and with a click, they fused into one, transforming into a golden hue. Simultaneously, the robe adjusted itself to fit my frame perfectly. How wondrous! What just happened? Child, this robe was passed down to me by my master, and now I bestow it upon you. It was crafted through unknown methods, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Moreover, the magical stone at the chest accelerates the gathering of magical power. It is no less effective than the purple stones. This robe can also change size according to the wearer, making it a true treasure. I hope you wear it as you stride towards success, Professor D said, gazing deeply into my eyes. "I will," I replied with resolute conviction. I gently caressed the soft fabric of the robe. It was the first beautiful garment I had ever received in my life, so splendid that for the sake of Professor D's high hopes for me, I vowed not to let it go to waste. I would win, without a doubt. "All right, let us commence the drawing ceremony to second-year students. Please gather in the courtyard and draw lots in order of your classes." The drawing went swiftly, and I drew number 114, indicating I would be in Group 11. Position 4 at the group matches were organized as follows. Competitors 1 and 2 would face off, then 3 and 4, and so forth. This constituted the first round. The second round would pit 1 against 6, 2 against 7, and 3 against 8, continuing the cycle for a total of 9 rounds. Winning a match would earn 3 points. Losing would yield none, and if no victor emerged within the allotted time, each would receive 1 point. Once all the draws were completed, under the supervision of the proctor, all participants reformed the line according to their draw order. Mark was in Group 5, Heck was in Group 9, and I stood in Position 4 of Group 11, directly facing my first opponent, whom I had not encountered before. He seemed to be from another class. Each grade consisted of 4 classes, each with 50 students. Did he turn to greet me. "You must be my opponent for tomorrow. That I am Tian Fengyang, majoring in Wind Magic, Class B." "Hello, I am Chong Gongwei, specializing in light magic," I responded with a smile. He evidently did not recognize me either, and after exchanging a few polite words, I sensed his potent magical aura. He seemed to be the type solely focused on training, but alas, he had crossed paths with me. "Wow, your robe is stunning. How come I've never seen you wear it before?" Mark exclaimed as he rushed over after the gathering, that I whispered to him that it was a gift from Professor D. Instantly, he leaped up, declaring he must persuade his teacher to gift him one as well, and dashed off to find him. That I shook my head. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the competition, and I glanced at the golden stone on my chest, brimming with confidence that I was determined to seize the title of champion for my grade and challenge Hyrie, not out of hatred, but to engage him in a fair contest. Chapter 35, progressing smoothly, the competition commenced. Featuring 20 arenas, each overseen by 2 proctors, one responsible for establishing the magical barriers and ensuring their stability, while the other judged the outcomes. Magical duels unfolded rapidly. With a skills advantage, a victor could be determined swiftly. Soon, it was my turn. That I stepped into the center of the arena and exchanged formalities with Tian Feng. "Come, let me witness your prowess." I smiled at him. "Very well, I shall not hold back," he replied, casting a wind spell upon himself and swiftly circling me while chanting an offensive spell. That I chuckled inwardly. He was unaware that speed was my forte, and I could easily pinpoint his location. I cast a full-spectrum light shield, not rushing to attack, but rather curious to see what formidable offensive magic he would employ against me. "Oh, free winds, heed my summons and transform into a ferocious tornado." Ah! So it was a mid-level wind attack. The wind tornado. That it seemed to be a probing attack. That a small tornado materialized in the arena, racing toward me. That I smiled lightly. "If this is the extent of your offensive capabilities, you are destined to lose." With a gentle flick of my wand, I intoned, "Tear apart the fabric of space before me and devour all that is foreign." This was the spatial magic Dimensional Slash, a spell I had now mastered. That a black fissure appeared between me and the tornado, which was swiftly consumed, causing even Tian Feng to falter momentarily, his speed noticeably diminishing. The audience erupted in astonished murmurs. Spatial attack magic. I withdrew the Dimensional Slash. "Do you wish to continue?" Tian Feng, resigned, glanced at me and said, "Very well, I concede." The Dimensional Slash was comparable to high-level attack magic and quite challenging to control. Recognizing the vast disparity in our strengths, he opted to surrender rather than be defeated. "You are quite strong, but unfortunately, you faced me. Keep striving," I encouraged him. "I shall return to challenge you again. I await your arrival at any time." At this moment, I no longer feared any challenge, for I possessed unwavering confidence in my abilities. Due to the preliminary rounds requiring each participant to compete twice a day, I returned directly to my dormitory. Shortly after, Mark returned as well. "How did it go, Mark?" I inquired, smiling at him in his new magical robe. "Need you even ask? I defeated my opponent with a single inferno." Mark II showcased remarkable magical talent, bolstered by his teacher's guidance and his own relentless efforts. He would have few rivals in the second year. Let's grab a bite first, then return to rest. We have more matches this afternoon. The afternoon matches proved even easier for me. This participant from Class B was weaker than Tian Feng and surrendered after a mere exchange of spells. In the final preliminary match, I encountered a formidable opponent, a fire mage. You must be from Class A as well, I remarked, finding him somewhat familiar. Indeed, I realize I may not be your match, but I still wish to compete against you. He had maintained an undefeated streak in previous matches. Then let us begin. Unlike Tian Feng, he did not hesitate. He launched into an advanced fire attack spell without even casting a defensive magic. Fiery flames, heed my call and manifest as endless infernos to incinerate all before me. Ah! Yet another inferno, how tiresome. Raising my hands to the sky, I declared, "O great light elementals, my friends, cleanse all that lies before you with your gentle radiance." I invoked the purifying light, a version distinct from previous iterations. This purifying light was a more potent enhancement of the Sacred Guardian spell, designed to dispel various abnormal conditions over a large area. That MY creation not only retained its original efficacy, but also formed a thick protective barrier. Classifying it as a high-level defensive magic, he fervently urged his flames toward my purifying light, repeatedly charging at it. While I leisurely observed from within my protective circle that I found it rather undignified to knock someone off the stage, it was far better to let them withdraw of their own accord. Once his magical energy was depleted, he would naturally concede. That moment, he unexpectedly underwent a transformation. His fiery red hair stood on end. Ignite the fire of my life. The proctors below were taken aback. How can this student burn his own life force? This will shorten his lifespan. Truly a determined child. The fire of life is a technique employed by fire mages to enhance their spells by sacrificing a portion of their life force, effectively upgrading his inferno from a level 6 spell to a level 7 spell. The flames outside my barrier shifted from bright red to a dark crimson, gradually deepening to a sinister indigo. The pressure on me escalated dramatically. It seemed the purifying light might not withstand this onslaught. I did not anticipate you possess such a method. Clearly, I must reveal my true strength if you are to concede. Very well. He exuded an aura that rivaled that of Hyri. O great light elementals, allow me to borrow your formidable power, filling the earth with boundless light and illuminating all. I unleashed the light-based attack magic. Radiance of the Nine Continents, the most powerful spell I could currently wield. I chanted softly. I gradually began to rise from the ground, emanating a dazzling white light that my magical robe billowed behind me. Rustling in the air, while the golden magical stone upon my chest radiated a golden glow, intertwining beautifully with the white light I emitted. Tilting my head back, a third of the magical power from the golden core at my brow enveloped my entire being. The surrounding brilliance first contracted towards me, then suddenly erupted forth, as blue flames were swiftly consumed by the white light I projected. The barrier surrounding the arena could no longer withstand the intensity and began to crack. This student wields formidable magic, to use a level 7 spell in their second year. Have they already attained the rank of a mage? Exclaimed the two supervising instructors, who hurriedly infused energy into the barrier, stabilizing it just in time. While the barrier stabilized, my opponent lay incapacitated on the ground, and all present were temporarily blinded by the resplendent white light I had unleashed. In truth, I could only harness 1/3 of the spell's power, as I had utilized merely 1/3 of my magical energy. Although both of us employed level 7 magic, his was a desperate attempt to elevate his abilities, while mine was a natural manifestation of my own strength. Moreover, light-based attack magic, once it surpasses level 7, is inherently more potent than other schools of magic, except for dark and spatial magic. Having expended his life force through the use of the flame of life, he was now on the brink of exhaustion. Oh, great elemental of light, as your ally, I beseech you to save this creature before me. I hastily cast a spirit restoration spell upon him, one that undoubtedly rivaled high-level healing magic to that moment. The spectators gradually regained their sight, and it became clear to all that I was the ultimate victor. Chapter 36. advancing to the final four under the influence of my powerful restorative magic. He gradually regained consciousness, though he remained exceedingly weak, having drained his life force. "Thank you. You truly are formidable. I concede defeat wholeheartedly," he said with resignation. "You mustn't use magic in such a reckless manner again. Exhausting one's life force is perilous," I cautioned, aware of the consequences of life magic from my own experiences. "Thank you. I will be more cautious," he replied. The supervising instructor approached the stage, nodding at me in approval, clearly appreciative of my efforts to assist my opponent. "I hereby announce that Longbow Wei has emerged as the first-place winner from Group 11, while Charlie Ott has secured second place," the teacher declared, revealing the results of Group 11. It was then that I learned his name, as he had already been carried back to the dormitory by some friends. I had also taken a solid step towards my goal. From the stands, Teacher D arrived, likely drawn by the magical fluctuations that had transpired. Upon seeing me, he waved his hand, and I heard his voice resonate in my mind. "What happened? Longbow, was it you who cast such powerful magic?" Still unaccustomed to telepathic communication, I hesitated before simply responding, "Let me come to you, and we can discuss it." "Very well. I shall take my leave then." Exiting the arena, I swiftly utilized a series of short-distance teleportations to evade the crowd's inquiries, heading directly to find Teacher D, who I was certain was awaiting me. "Teacher D, I have arrived. Come in." He beckoned as I entered his office and took a seat. "What transpired?" "It was like this." I recounted the events of the competition. "Ah," Teacher D sighed deeply. "How can you children be so reckless in wielding life magic? Remember, your body and skin are gifts from your parents. You used it to save another life last time, but this is merely a regular competition. Such pride is ill-advised." He shook his head. "It appears I must introduce a psychology course at the academy. Please don't be disheartened. Simply enhance our education in this area moving forward." I reassured him. "You rascal. After you demonstrated such formidable magic today, who in the second year would dare compete with you?" "Surely not. My radiant glory is still quite immature. I can barely control it and can only unleash 1/3 of its power. Besides, I didn't wish to resort to it so soon, but I had no choice," I replied, feeling aggrieved. "Only you are aware of your inability to unleash your full potential. How many among us wield light magic? Everyone must hold you in high regard now. You can certainly afford to be a bit lazy this time." As Teacher D had predicted, after witnessing my performance, no student dared to challenge me. During the rematch, each time I took the stage, my opponents would surrender before even attempting to engage, and the first words from anyone who drew my name were invariably, "Why am I so unlucky?" I advanced smoothly into the top four without exerting much effort, even overshadowing the previously favored contender. Oak, in contrast, Mark faced a much more arduous path. After the round of 32, every match became exceedingly difficult for him to secure victory. Even amidst such challenges, he felt fortunate, for he had not encountered me. Among the final four, 3 were from Class A: Mark, Oak, and myself. To everyone's surprise, the last spot was claimed by a girl from Class D. Specializing in water magic, I had never seen her compete before, and I was taken aback by the strength she possessed. As the final four began to draw lots, I approached first and picked in a slip. Mark mumbled incantations under his breath, seemingly hoping to avoid facing me, but fate had other plans, as he too drew in a slip. This promised to be an entertaining showdown. Mark descended from the stage looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. "What troubles you?" "Mark," I prodded him. "Boss, why am I so unfortunate to face you so soon?" "What misfortune?" "I may not necessarily defeat you," I replied, puzzled by his lack of confidence. "You don't understand. Teacher Long told me that I'm not even in the same league as you yet, and I have a long way to go." So it was his instructor who had instilled such fear in him. No wonder he was so apprehensive about facing me. His teacher was the vice president of the academy, a dragon mage named Long, whose words carried considerable weight. "Let us give it our all tomorrow. I hope we can have a good match like during the entrance examination. How will you know you can't beat me if you don't try?" "All right then." The semifinals attracted nearly all the second-year students, creating a lively atmosphere. Mark and I took to the stage. "Mark, don't embarrass yourself. There are many eyes upon us," I teased. Mark managed a resigned smile and initiated his magical attack. His greatest strength lay in his exceptional control over magic. He was undeterred by my teleportation. So he began with a high-level single-target attack spell. Oh, great elemental of fire, gather beside me and take form as a dragon of flames to annihilate my foe. Goodness, this lad, who had claimed yesterday that he couldn't defeat me, was being particularly aggressive today, summoning a fire dragon right off the bat. The attack power of this fire magic was no less formidable than the enhanced inferno from the other day. A colossal fire dragon surged forth from Mark, swirling around him before launching itself towards me. Though I had cast the prism shield, I dared not confront his fire dragon head-on. What to use? The light of purification might not suffice to deter it, and the dimensional slash would be unable to withstand such an onslaught. Oh, great elemental of light, heed my call. Coalesce into a sacred halo to obstruct the advance of my enemies. The high-level light defense spell, Holy Halo, manifested around me that a solid barrier formed 3 feet in front of me, repelling the fire dragon. However, the dragon did not disappear. After circling back, it charged at me once more. Mark's strength was indeed impressive. I had never witnessed him utilize this spell in the preliminary or rematch rounds. I channeled my magical energy to withstand his relentless assaults, perceiving that controlling the fire dragon was no simple task for him either. He would not be able to maintain it for long. Boss, I am about to unleash my trump card. What? This lad has a secret weapon. Mark retrieved a crimson magic wand from his pocket and began to chant. Below, Teacher D immediately seized the beard of Teacher Long beside him, exclaiming, well, you've even brought out your last resort, giving that boy the wrath of the fire god. Teacher Long, equally unyielding, grasped Teacher D's beard in return. You dare accuse me. Your light god robe is not without its merits either. As the 2 old men bickered below, I found myself facing the most formidable challenge since the competition began. With Mark's incantation, a small red orb materialized from his wand, no larger than a ping-pong ball, but I understood its ominous implications. It was a pure energy ball, far more terrifying than the fire dragon before me. Chapter 37. Oak eliminated. It seemed that his wand possessed a potent amplification effect, for I knew that at his current level, conjuring such a pure energy ball was beyond his capabilities, something that even I found taxing. As Mark's magic orb emerged, his fire dragon began to dim, indicating that maintaining it was proving burdensome for him as well. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly commenced my own incantation. It appeared I had no choice but to resort to radiant glory once more. Uncertain if it would suffice, that in truth, I wished to employ an energy ball as well, but I recognized that my control over magic paled in comparison to Mark's, and I would undoubtedly find myself on the receiving end of his attacks. Thus, I resolved to launch an all-encompassing offensive, attacking to defend. Oh, great elemental of light, I implore you to lend me your formidable strength, allowing infinite light to fill the earth and illuminate all. I slowly rose from the ground, my entire being radiating a dazzling white light. The magical robe billowed behind me, rustling like a flag, while the golden magical stone embedded in my chest emitted a golden glow that intertwined with my white light. Creating a magnificent spectacle, I tilted my head back. 1/3 of the magical energy from the golden elixir at my brow dispersed throughout my body. However, unlike the last time, I employed another 1/3 of my magical power to control this spell. For I was acutely aware that Mark's energy sphere was no less formidable than my radiance of the 9 provinces. With all my strength, I gathered the radiance of the 9 provinces inward, forming a grand beam of light, the diameter of which matched that of the arena, and directed it towards Mark. Boss, you're ruthless, going all out, Mark exclaimed, waving his hand as the energy sphere atop his wand surged towards my light beam. To my dismay, the radiance of the 9 provinces was too dispersed and could not halt the advance of the energy sphere. It merely slowed its momentum that I desperately conjured a prismatic shield before me. Yet the fiery energy sphere reached me in an instant that a flurry of shattered light points danced before my eyes as my prismatic shield crumbled for the first time, that a searing sensation enveloped my entire being. And I knew it was over. I had been struck at that critical moment. An unexpected transformation occurred. That my magical robe erupted in a brilliant golden light from the magical stone at its center, forming a transparent membrane-like barrier that separated me from the energy sphere. That I recalled Teacher D's voice. Quickly channel the remaining magical energy into the stone in your chest. Unconsciously, I followed his instruction. The energy sphere and my barrier clashed violently, waves of immense pressure bearing down upon me as I staggered backwards, nearing the edge of the arena. That I could not retreat any further. That I must not lose. I absolutely cannot lose. I positioned my wand horizontally across my chest and let out a powerful cry. Ah! As I erupted with energy, a warm force surged within me, flowing through my arm into the wand. That I felt a lightness wash over me as I finally drained the energy sphere of its power. Collapsing onto the ground, I gasped for breath, a thin trickle of blood escaping from the corner of my mouth. The warmth that enveloped me began to heal my damaged meridians. It was little Jean. At this critical moment, it had come to my aid. But where was Mark? Once I regained my breath, I began to search for his figure. Longbow, if you cannot stand within 5 seconds, I shall declare the match a draw, a voice announced. It seemed Mark was also in a poor state. Ha! I hurriedly stood up. Yes, it turned out Mark had been knocked down when his energy sphere penetrated halfway into my radiance of the 9 provinces. He had already expended most of his energy and could not withstand my compressed spell. Now Teacher D was tending to him. I had struck him quite hard. That I never anticipated that winning would be such a struggle. In the end, I had even resorted to little Jin's energy. This was a violation of the rules, but surely no one would know, as generally, a magical beast cannot unleash its power while within its master's body. Summoning is a prerequisite. I was weak and was assisted back to my dormitory by 2 roommates. Just as I was about to sleep, Teacher D's voice rang out again. What is the matter with you? Winning against Mark, who is inherently weaker than you, proved to be such a challenge? Truly foolish. Since I could not discern Teacher D's location, I was unable to respond, even if I had known where he was. In my current state, it was likely he realized I could not answer, and thus he began to bombard me with reprimands. Essentially, he indicated that had I taken the initiative to attack from the outset, I would not have struggled so painfully, criticizing my carelessness and noting that my magical flaws were numerous. Unable to endure it any longer, I sealed my mind with the little magic I had just regained and effortlessly slipped into slumber. Due to the excessive expenditure of energy, I did not attend the match between Oak and the girl from Class D the following day. That I thought little of it. Oak would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, even if Oak was formidable, he could hardly be more ruthless than Mark's energy sphere. Tomorrow, I would surely claim victory. After lunch, I visited Mark's dormitory to check on him. That he appeared quite weak, even more so than I. Struggling to get out of bed. Boss, you're truly ruthless. You've left me utterly defeated. Don't call me ruthless. You fared no better than I did, but I must admit, you have made significant progress. That I never anticipated that your strength would be so close to mine before the match. It seems I must strive harder. Otherwise, how can I remain your leader? We exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. After chatting for a while, I returned to my dormitory, eager to consolidate my magical power in preparation for tomorrow's match. When I awoke, it was already nightfall, and Green Hair along with my 2 roommates had returned. Longbow, you are truly my idol. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. Hey, you think I'm impressive and want to rely on me as your support? Get lost, don't bother me. Longbow, I have some astonishing news. Do you want to hear it? What good news could you possibly have? I regarded him with skepticism. It will definitely be of use to you. Do you know that today, Oak actually lost, and quite swiftly too? Green Hair revealed mysteriously. What? You say Oak lost? This was inconceivable. Oak could not possibly be defeated by a girl from Class D. I had a clear understanding of Aka's strength. Although we had never fought, I knew that being the top student in the 2nd year was no easy feat. Are you attempting to deceive me? If you are in serious trouble. I began to gather magical energy in my hands, intending to intimidate Green Hair. Longbow, please don't. I am speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, ask them. I turned my gaze towards my 2 roommates. who looked equally puzzled. Longdin spoke up. Longbow, green hair is not lying. Oak truly lost badly today. He probably doesn't even understand how he lost. Chapter 38. The unstable windstorm. Quickly, tell me what happened. Well, we all thought Oak would win. But as soon as he entered the arena, that girl from Class D employed a water spell we had never seen before, seemingly a sealing technique. Blue circles ensnared Oak, and he could not break free. That girl easily knocked him down with a water projectile. From my observation, Oak's magic seemed to be suppressed by those blue circles, and he lost unjustly. How bizarre, I thought. Feeling uncertain. Longbow, you must not lose tomorrow. Our Class A cannot allow Class D to win the championship. Rest assured, I will definitely win. Though I said this, I felt quite insecure that I needed to find Teacher D quickly to inquire further. I excused myself under the pretense of taking a stroll and headed to Teacher D's dormitory. He was engrossed in a magical tome when I arrived. Upon noticing me, he offered a slight smile. I knew you would come seeking me after hearing about Oak's loss. Please tell me how Oak lost and how I can avoid being trapped. Teacher D sighed. You might as well concede tomorrow. His words struck me like a bombshell, leaving me momentarily stunned. Is that girl truly that powerful? I cannot say she is. Rather, her family is strong. I only learned today that this girl is the younger sister of Hai Ri. Named Hai Shui Xing, you may not be aware, but Ri, Yu, and Xing are the three oldest families in our Aisha kingdom, each possessing unique inherited magic. The magic that Hai Shui employs is the most mysterious sealing magic of the Xing family, known as the unstable windstorm. This sealing magic is peculiar. Only one family member can inherit it per generation. Regardless of their magical prowess, each use of this magic consumes 1/3 of the user's magical energy, meaning it can only be used 3 times in a day, but that suffices for a match. I was astounded by the intricacies of this tale. Is it possible that even you cannot break this sealing magic? It is not that I cannot break it. If I were to do so, I would need to employ an 8th level offensive spell. Otherwise, I would have to endure it with defensive magic. Can you wield an 8th level offensive spell? When the opponent is sealed, she can still use offensive magic. While you can only passively endure the hits that if you wish to win tomorrow, you must outlast her until her magical energy is depleted. However, this is nearly impossible, for once you are ensnared by the unstable windstorm, your defensive magic will consume energy at an alarming rate, but if you come into direct contact with the unstable windstorm, you will be unable to use magic for an entire day. It is for this reason that I have lowered my expectations for you. Do you think I do not want you to win? It is not just you. Within the academy, no student can break the unstable windstorm when she employs it. Exiting Teacher D's quarters, my mind was consumed by thoughts of the unstable windstorm spell. Regardless, even if I were to lose, I must try tomorrow. Perhaps a miracle could occur. Back in my dormitory, I pondered for half the night, yet could devise no plan to counter the unstable windstorm. Eventually, I drifted into a muddled sleep. When I awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and green hair was shaking me awake. Longbow, hurry up! The match is about to begin. I groggily pried open my still fighting eyelids. Ah! What is it? Let me sleep a little longer. It's time for the match. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. Green hair shouted in my ear. Startled, I jolted upright. All right, there's a match today. I quickly leaped out of bed, got dressed, and rushed outside, shouting as I went, Thank you, green hair, I'm off. The green-haired individual appeared utterly taken aback, gazing at my departing figure while murmuring to himself. He actually thanked me that it's the first time in my life that someone has expressed gratitude towards me. It seems that helping others truly is a wonderful thing. With that, he chuckled foolishly to himself. Little did I know, my unintentional remark had the power to alter the course of another person's life. I dashed swiftly to the center of the arena, where I first spotted Longdin and Shui Yongming. Upon seeing me approach, they seemed to exhale in relief and came over to greet me. Changgong, why did you arrive so late? I sheepishly replied. I overslept. Thankfully, green hair woke me up. Enough of that. Let's hurry to the stage. The competition is about to begin. Looking towards the stage, indeed, the supervising teacher and another contestant had already taken their positions. I utilized a teleportation spell to ascend to the stage, greeted the supervising teacher, and then scrutinized my opponent. She was an adorable little girl, undoubtedly Hai Shui Xing. She bore a resemblance to Hai Yu, albeit with a touch more charm and a hint less composure. Noticing my gaze upon her, she returned it with a curious expression. Students from all the second-grade classes had gathered, and even Teacher D occupied the VIP section at the center of the stands. Although he held little hope for me, he still came to witness the event. "Well, since both competitors are present, I declare the match to commence," announced the supervising teacher before stepping down, aware of the formidable prowess of the finalists. 5 supervising teachers had jointly established a protective barrier for today's event. Hai Shui and I performed a courteous bow to the supervising teacher and the surrounding audience. "You must be Hai Shui Xing." "Hello, I am Chang Gong." "Hello," she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Judging by the magical energy radiating from her, I sensed a significant gap between our powers. It seemed my only option was to launch an aggressive onslaught. "I am aware you possess unique magical abilities. Let us determine who prevails today." After she subtly nodded in agreement, I immediately initiated my magical assault. Knowing her unstable wind spell could be executed rapidly, I refrained from employing high-level magic that I teleported behind her and swiftly released a light arrow. That enhanced light arrow was potent, rivaling the might of intermediate-level spells. She appeared somewhat flustered but responded quickly, erecting a water shield to block my attack that I could not afford to grant her a moment's respite. Otherwise, my defeat would be imminent. I began a flurry of rapid assaults, utilizing only the most basic light arrow, as it was the sole spell that could outpace the release speed of her unstable winds, preventing her from gathering the magical energy necessary to seal me. The audience beheld my erratic movements as I darted around the arena, launching light arrows from every conceivable angle, causing Hai Shui to become increasingly flustered in her attempts to defend herself. Teacher D's expression reflected approval, though I remained oblivious to his gaze. That I end the 39th chapter, breaking the magical seal. I managed to land a hit on Hai Shui. Despite her defensive magic, I suspected it would be somewhat ineffective against the impact. My strategy seemed to be bearing fruit. Perhaps due to the pain, Hai Shui scrunched her adorable little nose, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. While fending off my attacks, she began to chant something rapidly. It didn't seem like a spell, so I paid it little mind and continued my aggressive onslaught. However, I soon realized her speed was increasing, or rather, I was gradually slowing down. Why was this happening? A buzzing sound began to swell in my ears, growing increasingly intense. Could this be unstable winds? The description of it by my teacher did not match this experience. The buzzing crescendoed, crashing against my ears like ocean waves, causing my head to spin. My magical abilities and movements began to falter. Teacher D, sensing the danger, whispered urgently to Teacher Long beside him. I didn't anticipate this little girl not only mastering unstable winds, but also grasping another of the Star Clan's 3 ultimate techniques. Water Dragon Chant. Chang Gong is doomed. Indeed, the students in this realm are far more powerful than we were in our time. Your apprentice is finished, Teacher Long replied, relishing the moment since he had previously been bested by me. You, Teacher D exclaimed, fuming as he puffed his cheeks in exasperation. Did I end the arena? I realized the dire situation I was in and quickly cast a holy shield upon myself, though its efficacy was minimal, offering only slight respite. Seizing the opportunity, Hai Shui spread her arms wide, drawing intricate circles in the air, encasing me in a series of green luminescent rings that I understood that this was her signature move. Unstable winds, and with no path for retreat, I could only hope to layer every defensive spell I knew upon myself in a desperate bid to withstand the impending onslaught of her magical energy. Alas, my advantageous position had been squandered. Countless luminous rings enveloped my defensive magic, rendering me akin to a green orb. Within it, I felt an indescribable pressure assailing me from all sides, while the golden sphere within me spun frantically. Layers of defensive magic, striving to repel the encroaching sealing forces that was at this moment, I truly comprehended the terror of sealing magic. My magical energy dwindled at an alarming rate, far surpassing my expectations. What to do? I pondered various solutions, yet none seemed viable to extricate me from my predicament. That moment, a charming smile blossomed on Hai Shui's face. for she knew the scales of victory had tipped in her favor. She ceased her magical attacks, opting instead to watch her soon-to-be vanquished foe with a smile. For all she needed to do was wait until my magical energy was entirely depleted, rendering me completely sealed. My defensive barrier continued to shrink as waves of intense pressure pressed inward. And finally, my protective magic was utterly breached. The green rings enveloped me like a cocoon, although I felt no discomfort. The depletion of my magic left me utterly drained. The only distinction was my inability to sense any magical elements. I realized I had been completely sealed. Yes, I watched the water sphere coalescing in Hai Shui's hands. I had no choice but to concede defeat. Just as I was about to surrender, a sudden surge of agitation erupted from within me. What was happening? I was puzzled, for my magical energy had been sealed. Logically, the golden sphere within me should have been similarly confined. Yet it was restless. With its agitation came a sharp, piercing pain in my head, increasingly intense, as if it were tearing my mind apart. Unable to endure any longer, I clasped my head with both hands and let out a heart-wrenching scream. That it was this very scream that salvaged me. Startled by my sudden change, Hai Shui was momentarily taken aback, causing the water sphere in her hands to dissipate. Utilizing magic requires a high degree of mental focus, and she thought to herself, "This is impossible. My unstable winds should only immobilize him, not produce an offensive effect. How could he react this way?" The pain was unbearable, and just as I was about to collapse, my brain felt as though it was about to explode. That I felt as though I no longer existed. My senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, simultaneously faded into oblivion. Yet the onlookers witnessed a different spectacle. A small light spot appeared at the center of my forehead, gradually expanding into a golden halo that radiated outward. The unstable winds encasing me encountered this golden aura and melted away like snow, leaving everyone present in utter astonishment. Hai Shui's mouth formed a Na shape in disbelief. Teacher D and Teacher Long exchanged incredulous glances, simultaneously exclaiming, "Breaking the magical seal." Teacher D, astounded, remarked, "How could this be? Breaking the magical seal is a skill unique to the Dragon Clan. Note, the Dragon Clan is the most powerful race on the continent, possessing immense physical strength and formidable resistance to all forms of magic. Their physical prowess is unrivaled, second only to the advanced Dragon Clan, which can wield magic and boasts intelligence surpassing that of humans. The Dragon Clan is a peaceful race, rarely seen on the continent. Only those who can match their formidable power may forge equal treaties with them. The current population of dragons does not exceed 300, and they possess exceptionally long lifespans, often living over 10,000 years. However, due to the challenges of reproduction and lengthy gestation periods, their numbers remain exceedingly scarce. Today, dragons have become mere legends, and few have ever encountered one in reality. Thus, the appearance of a magical skill unique to the Dragon Clan within me astonished those who were aware, while the others marveled at my ability to break Hai Shui's sealing magic. Unaware of the scene unfolding around me, I felt as though I existed within a void, unable to sense anything. Gradually, I regained awareness, my senses returning one by one, supporting myself with my magic staff. I lifted my gaze to Hai Shui, who remained ensnared in shock. Testing the magical energy within me, I could only describe it as pitifully meager, sufficient to sustain, but a basic spell that I could not afford to lose. For Teacher D, for Xiao Jin, for Teacher Xiao, and for myself, I must not falter. Summoning all my willpower, I gathered the scant magical energy I possessed, teleporting behind Hai Shui and using every ounce of my strength to charge at her. Unshielded, caught completely off guard, Hai Shui was knocked off the stage, and the audience erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Despicable, how shameless, resorting to such underhanded tactics. To think he would use a collision. Countless reproaches echoed in my ears. Leaning on my staff, I turned to the astonished supervising teacher and implored, "Sir, will you not declare the winner?" It was then that the supervising teacher snapped back to reality, announcing, "Hai Shui has exited the arena. Chang Gong is victorious." Chapter 40. The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon at Last. Victory was mine, that I plopped down onto the ground. Two of my roommates and the green-haired one rushed onto the stage, lifting me up in jubilation, exclaiming, "Boss, you have won the championship. You did it." I glanced at them wearily and replied, "Stop shaking me. Disperse. I need to sleep." Before I could finish my sentence, I fainted to my magical energy had been exhausted, and having tapped into forces not my own for the first time, my body could not endure it and instinctively shut down. How did I end up here with Teacher D? Upon awakening, I felt an overwhelming soreness coursing through my body, rendering me powerless. That I attempted to gather my magical energy, but only a minuscule portion was restored. The meager golden sphere within me was slowly circulating, desperately regenerating its energy. It appeared that a full recovery would take more than a day or two. That I was alone in the room. And though it was daytime, I had no idea what time it was. With a creaking sound, the door opened and Teacher D approached. "You're awake. How do you feel?" "I'm hanging in there, just a bit limp." "Teacher D, how did I end up here?" "I brought you here to ask you a few questions once you regain consciousness. During the finals, how did you manage to cast the anti-magic seal?" Teacher D inquired eagerly. "I don't know. What is the anti-magic seal?" I genuinely had no recollection. My memory of how I won was hazy at best, let alone the specifics. "How could you not know? You clearly used it," Teacher D exclaimed, pacing anxiously. "Please calm down and explain what's going on," I urged. There seemed to be something of great significance about this anti-magic seal, judging by Teacher D's demeanor. Realizing that urgency would not serve us well, Teacher D took a moment to compose himself. "Here's the situation. That day, just as you were on the verge of collapse, when you were sealed by the chaotic waters, a unique magical anti-magic seal, characteristic of dragonkind, suddenly manifested around you, taking the form of a golden halo." "A golden halo, you say? Let me think." I strained to recall that day's events. It does seem there was a golden halo, and when the chaotic waters encountered it, it appeared to be dispelled. But I still don't understand how that happened. Is it truly important? Of course it is. It's exceedingly important. That golden halo you summoned is a magical ability exclusive to dragons. Only high-ranking dragons are capable of wielding it. There has never been any record of a human utilizing the dragon's anti-magic seal. Consider it. Have you formed any sort of pact with the dragon race? I haven't. I only have Xiao Jin, and I haven't formed any pacts with any beings, I replied. Suddenly, a thought struck me. "Oh, wait, Xiao Jin." My eyes lit up. That was Xiao Jin's inexplicable agitation that had caused my headache that day, which led to the appearance of that golden halo. It must be connected to Xiao Jin. What happened to Xiao Jin? Teacher D asked urgently. I recounted the events of that day in detail. Teacher D pondered for a moment, then said, "If that's the case, could it be that Xiao Jin is not a serpentine phantom beast, but rather..." We exchanged a glance, and in unison declared, "A dragon." Could Xiao Jin truly be a dragon? Quick, summon Xiao Jin, and let's see. I too wished to ascertain whether Xiao Jin was indeed a dragon, and it had been a long time since I had summoned it that I wondered if there had been any changes. After Teacher D cast a barrier around the room, I began to chant, "My friend Xiao Jin, come forth before me." With my simple incantation, a flash of white light enveloped the room, and Xiao Jin appeared before me. It had grown significantly since the last time I saw it, though it appeared rather lethargic. Through our mental connection, I sensed that it had expended a great deal of magical energy during the last competition and had not yet recovered. Its two horns seemed to be growing towards the center, and the golden stripes on its body stretched from its head to its tail. The fin-like appendage on its back had thickened considerably and lengthened, nearly occupying the front half of its body. The 5 protrusions beneath its body had not only elongated, but also bore small circular pads at their tips. "It has grown so much," Teacher D remarked, having never seen Xiao Jin in its matured form. "Yes, after our life-sharing experience, it began to grow, but it doesn't seem as large as it is now." Teacher D, is it a dragon? I cannot say for certain, as I have never encountered a dragon. However, if I recall correctly, dragons typically possess 2 claws that if we consider the protrusions beneath its belly as claws, then it seems there are too many. Wait a moment. I will consult some text that I haven't looked at that book in quite some time. With that, Teacher D rummaged through his extensive bookshelf and retrieved a rather ancient tome that I leaned closer to read the title. The True Sovereigns of the Continent, Dragons. It appeared to be a specialized treatise on dragons. Let me see. Let me see, I urged as Teacher D flipped through the pages with remarkable speed, barely pausing on each one to suddenly. He halted, gazing intently at the book while simultaneously observing Xiao Jin, as if he were making a comparison. Have you found something? Is Xiao Jin truly a dragon? I craned my neck to glimpse the book in Teacher D's hands. Long Gong, if the book is correct, you have stumbled upon a treasure. What does it say? Take a look at this passage. Teacher D handed me the book, his gaze fixed on Xiao Jin as though admiring some exquisite treasure that I took the book and read. Title: The Royal Five-Clawed Golden Dragon Description. The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon is the sovereign of the dragon race, commonly referred to as the Dragon King. Each realm's Dragon King is the mightiest among dragons, possessing extraordinary power. The lifespan of a five-clawed golden dragon is approximately 20,000 years. That it mates with the most beautiful female dragons only after reaching 15,000 years, or when it senses that its life is nearing its end, nurturing the next generation for over 1,000 years. After a lengthy growth period of 3,000 years, the new five-clawed golden dragon assumes the position of Dragon King, succeeding its father in ruling the dragon race. This time, the previous Dragon King has aged and resides in the dragon community to retire. Therefore, each generation of five-clawed golden dragons has only one true sovereign. Not only is the five-clawed golden dragon exceptionally powerful in physical combat, but it also excels in dragon language magic and possesses remarkable intelligence. Could it be that Xiao Jin is a five-clawed golden dragon? If so, it will take 3,000 years to mature. By that time, I would have turned to dust. It's barely a year old. I questioned, grappling with the implications. Chapter 41. I want to go home. Let me think. Teacher D contemplated for a moment. Xiao Jin's growth rate is astonishingly swift, deviating significantly from the growth patterns described in the book. That it has nearly completed its juvenile phase in just 1 year. According to the text, dragons typically require at least 600 years to finish their juvenile phase. Yet Xiao Jin, born less than a year ago, is on the verge of entering its adult phase. That I suspect that its rapid growth is closely tied to the life-sharing bond you formed with it. Did it begin to grow rapidly after that incident? Yes, since that incident, Xiao Jin has grown exponentially, absorbing magical energy at an unprecedented rate. Long Gong, you have indeed come upon a treasure. You must keep Xiao Jin's identity as a dragon a secret. Once it enters its adult phase, it will be less vulnerable to that point. It will develop its dragon scales, wings, and claws, becoming a significant ally for you. That's wonderful. My phantom beast is a dragon. Do not rejoice too soon. Here, take this book. That it has been passed down from my master's master. You must safeguard it, as it will prove useful in the future. The last page contains instructions and a map to the dragon community. Once you graduate from the Advanced Magic Academy, you may wish to visit. That if the current Dragon King demands Xiao Jin's return, you must comply. I am left wondering how Xiao Jin came to be separated from its kin. Must I return it? I protested, unwilling to part with Xiao Jin, regardless of whether it was truly a dragon. You must, Long Gong, understand that parents who lose their children experience profound sorrow. You must think of Xiao Jin's well-being. Indeed, if my parents lost track of me, they would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Once I graduated and had the opportunity, I would visit the Dragon Valley and, if possible, persuade them to allow Xiao Jin to accompany me. Oh, how long it had been since I last saw my parents. With the holidays approaching, I yearned to return home and see them. They would surely be delighted to witness how my magical prowess had grown. Teacher D, when can I go home? I miss my parents. The thought had suddenly struck me, igniting a longing to return. Feeling homesick? Rest for a couple more days, and once you feel better, you can return. The school will officially break for the holidays the day after tomorrow, Teacher D said with a smile. By the way, Teacher D, I no longer wish to challenge the upper years. That I feel I have many areas to improve upon. That I want to diligently practice my magic and solidify my foundation before proceeding. That is an excellent mindset. I was worried you might become complacent from your rapid progress. Had it not been for Xiao Jin, you may not have secured the championship. that I genuinely hope you dedicate yourself to practice, as this will allow you to graduate from the Advanced Magic Academy sooner. Rest well. I have matters to attend to. Teacher D gently patted my head before turning to leave that I never anticipated that this competition would lead to such revelations. Yet, it was not entirely a misfortune. At least I had discovered Xiao Jin's true nature. Once I entered the world beyond, I would carve out time to help Xiao Jin find its parents. I gazed warmly at Xiao Jin, stroking its large head. The lethargic creature seemed to sense my affection, leaning its head against me. Teacher D has already left, and the barrier should have been lifted as well. It would be best for me to return Xiao Jin quickly. With the incantation, Xiao Jin returned to my side. Once more did I lay on the bed, longing for sleep, yet slumber eluded me. The day after tomorrow, Teacher Xiao should come to fetch me. He must be quite pleased with the progress I've made, given his high expectations of me, that I wonder how my parents are doing. They must miss me dearly, and I, too, long for them. Gazing out at the twinkling stars, a wave of homesickness washed over me. Since sleep was not forthcoming, I decided to practice my magical abilities, as restoring my magic was of paramount importance. I focused intently on gathering light elements, compressing the influx of light into a form akin to a golden sphere, merging it within the sphere itself, a process far more efficient than allowing the sphere to recover on its own. 2 days later, I rushed to find Teacher D at dawn. Teacher D, my magical power is nearly restored. May I go home now? He looked up from his book, a faint smile gracing his lips. You eager little rascal. Are you tired of this old man already? Wanted to leave me so soon? Not at all. I would never want to part from you. You are the finest teacher I have ever encountered. This was a heartfelt truth. It was Teacher D's guidance that had allowed me to improve so swiftly, becoming the top student of the second year in just a year's time. Seeing my anxious expression, Teacher D's smile widened. I was just teasing you. Hurry along now. Pack your things, and you may return home. Be careful on your journey. Will someone be there to pick you up? He asked, knowing well the distance to my home. Yes, but I'm not sure if he has arrived. He is my former teacher from the Junior Magic Academy. Oh, I would love to meet him someday and inquire how he laid such a solid foundation for you. That was certainly not feasible now, as Teacher D wished to keep my status as a student a secret. No need for that. I hurriedly declined, not wanting him to employ Teacher Xiao's methods on me. I still wish to enjoy my days. Your teaching surpasses that of any other instructor. There is no need for comparison. I quickly showered him with compliments. Upon hearing my words, Teacher D appeared quite pleased. Is that so? It seems I have not taught you in vain. His expression radiated pride. By the way, since you are leaving, I have something for you. You needn't give me anything. The magical robe you gifted me last time is already wonderful. Though the robe offered little defense against the chaotic sealing magic, it provided substantial protection against conventional attacking spells. I am not giving you a gift. This is something you rightfully deserve, he said, producing a card-like object made from the rarest purple crystal. What is this? I asked curiously. This is a purple crystal card for storing diamond coins. Not many possess one on this continent. It cannot err, and I have already input your information into it. It cannot be altered afterward. That IT contains the 100 diamond coins you earned from winning the championship. More than enough for your needs. Whenever you require funds, simply present it. Its greatest advantage is that only you can use it, and it is impervious to loss. The purple crystal card can be summoned with magic, and can be safely hidden within your body. How beautiful! I accepted it, elated at the prospect of newfound wealth. A considerable fortune. Teacher D, I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself. I shall return as soon as the holiday concludes. With that, I turned and dashed toward the dormitory, eager to gather my belongings and return home. Be careful on your journey, and don't let your magic falter, came Teacher D's reminder from behind me. Chapter 42. I killed someone. I sprinted back to the dormitory, finding it empty. My roommates had likely returned home, that I quickly packed my things as I, too, was eager to leave. Afterward, I went next door, discovering that Mark had not yet departed. His injuries had nearly healed. Upon seeing me, Mark rose from his bed. Boss, you're back. How is your recovery? Not bad. And you? I'm about to head home. Mark stretched his arms. No worries. I am all better now that if you hadn't come back soon, I would have left first. Let us meet again next semester then. I must hurry home, as I suddenly feel an overwhelming longing for family. Wait a moment. Let me tidy up, and we can leave together. Mark quickly organized his things, and we stepped out of the dormitory side by side. Mark, has Hyrie come by? After all, I had not fulfilled my promise to challenge Hyrie once more. He did come by. He asked how your injuries were. He said you are truly impressive. He might not even be able to defeat you now. There will be more opportunities in the future. There is nothing to regret. You performed exceptionally well this time. I'll wait for next year. I should have another chance to challenge him. Upon reaching the academy gate, it was time to part ways. Take care. I patted his shoulder, noticing his eyes glisten with emotion. Boss, the days spent with you have been truly joyful. You take care as well. My home is in the capital. See you next semester. All right. I quickly turned and ran away, fearing that lingering would make it hard to leave. I had not gone far when I heard someone call out, "Chong Gong." I turned around, excitement surging within me. Teacher Xiao, you truly came. I thought you wouldn't come to pick me up. Teacher Xiao appeared as he always did, yet a hint of excitement flickered across his stern face. How could I not come? Let us go home. Together with Teacher Xiao, I embarked on the journey back. Teacher Xiao, have you met my parents? Before coming here, I visited your home. They're doing well, but miss you dearly. How have you been at the academy? Quite well, actually. I ranked first in the entrance exam, and the academy directly placed me in the second year. Really? Are you keeping up with everyone? So far, yes. I even made a good friend. His name is Mark. I rambled on about the amusing events at the academy, laughing and chatting with Teacher Xiao along the way. However, I concealed the incident involving the life-sharing magic that saved Xiao Jin. I did not wish to worry Teacher Xiao or let my family know. Teacher Xiao was envious upon learning that Teacher D had taken me as a student, repeatedly commenting on my good fortune, urging me to learn magic diligently from Teacher D, who was renowned as one of the continent's top magicians. That I had no idea how fortunate I truly was. We took few breaks along the way, utilizing teleportation magic in unpopulated areas, and soon covered 2/3 of the journey. That as we approached an unfamiliar forest, a small trouble arose that a dozen rugged individuals burst forth from the woods, blocking our path. Teacher Xiao glanced at me and quietly instructed, "Chong Gong, I'll go see what is happening. Wait for me here." With that, he stepped forward. "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" The leader, a burly man, sneered, "Nothing much, just that my friends and I are short on cash and thought we might relieve you of some. You seem like a magician. I advise you not to resist or else. Well, we're not pushovers. Hand over all your money. If you're in need, I have 10 gold coins. Take them for drinks and let us pass." The leader's fury ignited instantly. "Do you take us for beggars? You think that will suffice? Hand over everything." With that, the group seemed ready to pounce. All right, just wait a moment. I'll go fetch it." Teacher Xiao quickly approached me and whispered, "Chong Gong, these robbers have weak magical fluctuations. Let us see what you can do." "Don't disappoint me." "What do you mean I should go?" "Teacher Xiao, I can't. You should handle this." I was terrified of facing such a situation for the first time. "No, magic only progresses through real combat. I'll protect you from the sidelines. Go boldly." Teacher Xiao's expression turned stern. Truly, he was a formidable teacher. Realizing there was no escape, I could only muster the courage to step forward. "Gentlemen, can't you see we have no money? Would you let us go? Stop your nonsense." With that, he swung his hand toward me. Instinctively, I teleported 5 meters away and quickly cast several defensive spells. A magician? This kid is a magician. Everyone charge. The dozen or so men surged toward me. What to do? Having never experienced real combat, I panicked. Forget it. Let us go all out with a powerful spell that I began to shift positions using teleportation, chanting my strongest offensive spell. O mighty light elements, grant me the strength to fill the earth with boundless light. Illuminate. The brilliance of radiant light erupted around me, an overwhelming radiance. Wow, he is using such a powerful spell. In the distance, Teacher Xiao swiftly teleported away to safety. With no barrier to protect them, the spell unleashed its full potential, enveloping a 200-meter radius in blinding light. The band of robbers was completely consumed by my formidable magical power. Reduced to ashes, that I witnessed their forms being devoured by the magic, vanishing into countless particles, until they were entirely lost from sight, that I withdrew my magic in confusion. That moment, Teacher Shio had returned. Changong, your magic is quite powerful. What was that spell just now? It startled me. Why use such a grand spell to deal with a few petty thieves? Your enhanced arrow of light would have sufficed. I was so frightened that I involuntarily cast the radiance of the 9 provinces. It's the most formidable spell at my disposal. Teacher Shio, where did they go? I still had no inkling that I had taken lives. They have long turned to ASH. Do you think this is your academy? Each of them was a high-level sorcerer. What? Did I kill someone? I was momentarily stunned. Well, they were bad people anyway. Teacher Shio comforted me that it was not such a grave matter. After all, they were robbers. Moreover, I was still a child. Most importantly, I was an exceptional student of the Intermediate Royal Magic Academy. A pillar of the nation, endowed with certain privileges. Besides, perhaps no one else would discover my act of killing. Chapter 43. 5 years of learning. The remainder of the journey was rather uneventful, and I gradually emerged from the terror of having taken a life. Although I had no desire to kill, I could not await death for the sake of my own safety, that I resolved to prioritize defense and escape in the future. Teacher D had once remarked that every individual, indeed every creature, possesses the right to exist. No one has the authority to arbitrarily deprive them of it, as long as I ensured my own safety. I chose to evade confrontation, a lesson from Teacher D that would resonate throughout my life. Finally, I arrived home. Upon entering the village, a wave of familiarity washed over me. My hometown, I was back. That I inhaled deeply the fragrant earth of my homeland. A warm and comforting sensation enveloping my entire being. Teacher Shio accompanied me to my doorstep, and I once again beheld the familiar fence and house. Mother, I'm back, I called out loudly. You foolish boy. They must have all gone to work by now, Teacher Shio reminded me. Indeed, it was still morning, and they should be at work. That I used teleportation to enter the house, and everything remained unchanged. That my room was exceptionally clean. Likely due to my mother's frequent tidying, that I invited Teacher Shio inside. I'm finally home. I yearn to see my parents. Teacher Shio, please wait here while I go find them. With that, I dashed towards the village committee where my mother worked. As I reached the entrance, I spotted a familiar figure. Mother! I rushed towards her. Before she could react, I had thrown myself into her arms. Changong, you've returned. Mother embraced me tightly. Let me have a look at you. She cupped my face in her hands, scrutinizing me. My Changong has grown taller and looks more spirited. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Finally seeing Mother, I could no longer contain my emotions and burst into tears in her embrace. Mother, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Changong, she replied, holding me close. The villagers gathered around us, and it took quite some time before I released Mother. Reuniting with her deepened my affection, and I clutched the hem of her garment tightly. Fearing another separation, the village chief approached. The exceptional student has returned. You must be on break. How has your time in the capital been? Uncle Village Chief. It has been quite well. What about Ode? Where has he gone? That rascal hasn't accomplished as much as you. He is on break as well. Out playing. The villagers warmly surrounded me, bombarding me with endless questions. Normally, I would find such attention bothersome, but today, I felt no irritation. The village chief granted Mother time off so we could reunite. Upon returning home, I found Father already there, evidently informed of my arrival. He was chatting with Teacher Shio, and upon seeing him, the warmth of our reunion unfolded anew. Mother and Father incessantly inquired about my experiences at the academy. I presented them with the 80 diamond coins I had retrieved from the Magic Guild. Keeping 20 for myself, to my delight, they were astonished. And when they learned I had earned it through my own efforts, their joy was palpable. That I hoped this money would alleviate their burdens of working hard to support my education. My parents seemed older than before I left. I knew they had sacrificed so much for me. I fervently urged them not to work so hard, assuring them that I had already attained a prowess equivalent to that of a grand sorcerer. In the future, I would bear my own educational expenses and strive through my own efforts. Thus began my holiday. Each day was spent either in the company of my parents or playing with Ode and other village friends. However, joyful days always passed swiftly, and soon my break would draw to a close, compelling me to return to the capital to continue my studies, though I was reluctant to part from everyone. I knew I must enhance my abilities for a better life for them and to protect them effectively. This time, Teacher Shio did not accompany me, for I was already familiar with the journey. With tears in my eyes, I bid farewell to my family and embarked on the road back to the academy that my 5 years at the Intermediate Royal Magic Academy, originally intended to be 4. Extended by an additional year at Teacher D's behest to solidify my magical foundation, became the most pivotal years of my life. During these 5 years, I established a profound foundation in magic. Now in my 5th year, although my magical prowess still paled in comparison to Teacher D's, he assured me that I had become one of the best among sorcerers, that my magical energy had nearly reached full transparency. And more importantly, the numerous magical techniques I invented astonished Teacher D. Throughout these 5 years, no one could contest my position as the top student, and my distance from Mark widened through my diligent efforts. I had now become the foremost adept among all students. Notably, Xiao Jin's growth was remarkably swift. It had developed a basic dragon shape and was entering the latter stages of its growth phase. Exceeding 15 meters in length and surpassing any magical beast that Teacher D was aware of, especially in its formidable physical attack capabilities, which could easily breach intermediate defensive spells that if I were to engage in a duel with Xiao Jin, I could not guarantee victory. Perhaps due to our shared life force, it could utilize all the spells I could, and I could wield the unique dragon magic it possessed, resulting in a qualitative leap in my strength. Teacher D remarked that together, Xiao Jin and I could contend with a magic master, that I was now 16 years old, and each year, I returned home once that my parents were delighted to see my growth. And I used the winnings from the annual graduation competition to provide them with a more comfortable life. Gong, graduation is approaching. What are your plans? One day, Teacher D summoned me to his office. Cough. What plans could I have? I intend to attend the Advanced Magic Academy. With my status as the top student, I could be directly admitted to the Royal Advanced Magic Academy without an entrance examination. No, I do not wish for that. Teacher D pondered deeply. What? You mean I cannot attend the Advanced Magic Academy? I asked in astonishment. Correct, because if you follow my old path, do you realize that although you are strong now, you will never surpass me? Teacher D's words struck me profoundly. Chapter 44. No longer attending school. Why? I implored urgently, for I knew I was the youngest magic master in history. Why could I not surpass Teacher D? I had always optimistically believed in my exceptional talent, convinced that I could reach the legendary status of a grand sorcerer. Teacher D's words shocked me and shattered my self-confidence. Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. He paused. Do you know how old I am this year? Over 80. I presume I am 83 years old. Do you know how old Devicestein is? I do not know, perhaps a bit younger than you. He is 62 this year. That he was the youngest magic master before you. Having graduated from the Royal Advanced Magic Academy at 20WY30, he became a magic master. Yet in the ensuing 30 years, he made no further progress. Do you know why? I shook my head. Though the number of magic masters is scarce. Over the millennia, hundreds have emerged on the continent, yet there has not been a single grand sorcerer. Once one reaches the magic master level, they encounter a bottleneck, and the only way to advance is through refining magical techniques. However, the foundational magical energy cannot increase. Currently, the 10 magic masters on the continent are nearly equal in magical energy. Their rankings are determined by fame and certain magical techniques. Is the bottleneck truly so difficult to break through? Does that mean I have no hope? I said, feeling disheartened. After all, I was already quite capable. Becoming a magic master should also be a commendable choice. That is precisely why I do not wish for you to follow my old path into the Royal Advanced Magic Academy. I know that if you pursue further studies to enhance your magical energy, the outcome will inevitably be abandonment. After all these years of learning magic from me, I am quite familiar with your character. I scratched my head, offering an awkward smile. I do not wish to compel you to become a grand sorcerer against your will, but I would like to encourage you to explore new methods, at the very least to harbor hopes of attaining the status of a grand sorcerer without peril. There is hope, a dawn of realization. Indeed, there is hope. One of the critical reasons why many magicians fail to transcend their limits is due to their bodies being unable to withstand the magical forces, and another reason is their lack of genuine understanding of the magical elements. Your greatest advantage at present is your ability to harmonize with the magical elements, which is also the reason behind your capacity to create numerous new spells. Then what must I do? I am all ears. After much circumlocution, we finally arrive at the crux of the matter. It is quite simple. You still need to attend the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic, but I do not wish for you to start so soon. I want you to venture out for a few years to gain experience, and then return to continue your magical studies. Venture out. So simple. I had thought it was a daunting task. It turns out it is merely an opportunity for leisure. Very well. I too wish to see the world. Do not be so naive. While I permit you to venture out, you must also accomplish several tasks. During your time of experience, you must elevate your magical prowess to the level of a grand sorcerer. This is a grueling process, so do not assume that you can be lax simply because you are going out. Furthermore, you must engage in physical training to enhance your stamina, and if possible, even learn some basic martial energy. I interrupted Teacher D. Martial energy? Can martial energy and magic coexist? Theoretically, it is possible, but if you endeavor to master both, the likely outcome is mediocrity in both disciplines. I do not intend for you to become exceptionally skilled in martial energy, merely enough to strengthen your body. The primary focus should still remain on honing your magic. Oh, I see. The benefits of gaining experience are manifold, such as increasing combat experience and understanding the application of magic in real battles, both of which are crucial. However, there are many dangers involved in this endeavor, and I will do my utmost to shield you from them. Additionally, I have a rather challenging task for you: the search for the legendary artifact, the holy sword once wielded by the Creator God. Does the holy sword truly exist? Indeed, and I have a rough idea of its location. Whether you can acquire it will depend on your fortune. It should prove immensely beneficial, for the holy sword contains remnants of the Creator God's divine power, which is key to your potential ascension as a grand sorcerer. Therefore, you must strive to seek it out. Such a magnificent treasure. I shall search diligently for it. Rest assured I will. You are not far from graduation now. You must exert yourself in the coming days and strive to improve further. This way, you will be safer during your experiential journey. In about a month, I will accompany you to your home to inform your parents of the situation, after which you shall embark on your journey that I tentatively estimate that you will take 2 years. After that, regardless of whether you complete your tasks, you must return. I nodded. It appears that leisure will not be in my cards this time. This task is indeed weighty, and I cannot disappoint Teacher D's expectations. I must strive to become stronger, though I do not seek fame. Leaving Teacher D's office, I headed directly to the dormitory to find Mark, who is now my closest friend, as he is the only one who has also been with me for a year. The rest, apart from Greenhair, have continued their studies at the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic. Greenhair, influenced by my performance since the first semester competition, has grown less antagonistic and has thus become our friend. Though we still call him Greenhair, it is worth mentioning that the High-Re triplets have also become friends with us. Hai Shui was admitted to the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic last year. Mark has now nearly reached the level of a sorcerer. The reason I sought him out immediately is to invite him to join me in gaining experience. He would be a tremendous asset. With his assistance, achieving my goals should be significantly easier, but he has called me boss for many years. I am confident he will not refuse my request, and I walked confidently towards the dormitory. Chapter 45. Brotherhood. Mark was reading a magical tome in the dormitory. Boss, what did Teacher D want with you? He does not want me to attend the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic. Mark was as astonished as I had been. Boss, with your magical prowess, it would be a shame not to attend. What is Teacher D's reasoning? Do not be hasty. Let me explain. I recounted our conversation in Teacher D's office. So, what do you say? Let us venture out together. As brothers, we can explore the world. And even if our magic does not improve, at least we will broaden our horizons. Mark did not respond with the eagerness I had anticipated, that he pondered for a moment. Boss, let me think about it. I would like to return home and discuss it with my family first, that I will inform you of my decision tomorrow, if that is agreeable. I punched him playfully. What is this? This is not like you at all. I recall you were never this indecisive. Fine, I shall not pressure you. We can discuss it tomorrow. Mark's reaction irked me somewhat, and I chose to focus on my magical studies instead. I have matured significantly now. To the outside world, I appear to be an adult, though traces of youthful innocence still linger on my face. Here is a brief overview of Mark and my personal details. The following details regarding physical attributes are determined according to the author's age at the time. Name: Chong Gong Wei. Height: 181 centimeters. Weight: 70 kilograms. Major magic: light minor magic. Space magical beast: little golden five-clawed dragon. Overall magical strength: sorcerer, not certified by the Sorcerer Association. Magic control: S rank magic power. A rank magic comprehension. SS rank magic defense. A rank magic attack. A rank speed. A rank flight. Unable physical attack. F rank physical defense. F rank stamina. D rank name: Mark Sade. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 74 kilograms. Major magic: fire minor magic. Wind magical beast: fire lion. This fellow has somehow acquired a growth-type fire lion that has reached level 8 or above. Overall magical strength: sorcerer, not certified by the Sorcerer Association. Magic control: S rank magic power. B rank magic comprehension. A rank magic defense. A rank magic attack. A rank speed. A rank flight. Able physical attack. F rank physical defense. F rank stamina. E rank. It seems that Mark and I have developed rapidly, particularly in height, surpassing many adults. Coupled with our striking appearances, we are quite popular among the female students at the academy. However, I do not fully comprehend these matters and find females rather troublesome. Thus, I have not pursued any romantic developments. Mark, on the other hand, is entirely focused on Haiyu, disregarding all other girls. Ironically, despite becoming friends with me, Haiyu pays no mind to Mark, suggesting that his nickname, Rice Cake, has had a considerable impact on him. The next day, before I could seek out Mark, he came to find me. Today, Mark seemed despondent, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, and I immediately sensed something was amiss. Sure enough, Mark, who had never before refused me, declined my invitation today. Boss, I am sorry, but I cannot accompany you on your journey. Mark spoke softly, that my heart raced with agitation. Why? Why can't you go? Do you not wish to venture forth with me? Are we not good brothers? Indeed, Mark replied resolutely. Boss, I have my reasons that are difficult to disclose, that I truly cannot accompany you. What reasons could be so grave that you cannot share? We can face them together. I was unwilling to relent. After all these years of brotherhood, I did not want to part ways. I really cannot say. All I can tell you is that it concerns my family. They do not permit me to go. Throughout our years of schooling together, I had never visited Mark's home, only knowing that he came from a wealthy family. Gradually, I calmed down. I could not force someone to do something they did not wish to do. We sat in silence for a moment, and I finally broke the quiet, resignedly saying, Very well, if your family does not allow you to go, then so be it. Focus on your studies at the Royal Academy of Advanced Magic. I will return in 2 years. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and helplessness. It appeared I would have to face the future on my own. Perhaps this was fate's design. I must walk my own path. Suddenly, Mark lunged at me, embracing me tightly. Boss, he sobbed uncontrollably that I held him close, tears flowing freely down my cheeks. Gradually, our emotions stabilized, and I gently spoke. Though we may temporarily part ways, we shall always be good brothers. Indeed, we shall be brothers for life. After a brief pause, Mark continued, Boss, do you know how much I long to join you on this journey? Yet, I cannot dictate my own fate. I must heed my family's wishes. Although I am not the eldest son, I bear responsibilities within my family, that we belong to a large family, and I must strive for its sake. Enough now. There is no need to elaborate. As brothers, I understand your position. You need not explain anything to me. Let our bond speak for itself. The sincerity of our friendship filled the room, and we both chose to remain silent. I once contemplated informing Teacher D that I would forgo my training, but the image of his silvery hair and the earnest expectations he held from me compelled me to reconsider. While I could still meet with Mark, what about Teacher D? Would he have the strength to nurture another potential Grand Sorcerer to fulfill his dreams? Note: Teacher Sho ceased to visit me in my third year of study, claiming he wished to travel. During the final month, Mark and I were practically inseparable, cherishing every fleeting moment together, residing in the same dormitory, practicing magic, and sharing meals. Yet, the day of departure inevitably arrived, with my prowess. I was exempt from the graduation examination, and I smoothly obtained the Grand Sorcerer certification from the Magic Guild. Teacher D wished to shield me from exposing my abilities too soon. A 16-year-old sorcerer would be quite the sensation. Leaving many in awe. Chapter 46. Departing the academy, I was about to leave the academy, my second home, and a wave of reluctance washed over me as I gazed fondly at every blade of grass and tree. Why did time pass so swiftly, allowing me to arrive in haste only to depart just as quickly? Beside me, Teacher D observed my melancholy and sighed softly. Those who must leave will always have to go. You shall return, and when you do, I believe you will bring even greater glory to the academy and to me. You are no longer a child. It is time to abandon such notions. Let us proceed. We walked slowly to the academy's entrance, and as I turned to look at the grand letters of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy embedded in the hard granite, my eyes welled with tears once more. Wait! Big brother, I'm here to see you off, Mark exclaimed, panting as he rushed over. I had not informed him of my departure today, wishing to avoid a sorrowful farewell. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? That's not very brotherly. Mark's face was a mixture of laughter and tears. Here, take this. You must return quickly. I will be waiting for you at the Advanced Magic Academy, and we shall study together again. As he spoke, Mark produced a dagger from within his cloak, its ornate design adorned with colorful gemstones that I accepted it without examining it closely, as the emotions of parting consumed my heart, leaving little room for other thoughts. Though I noticed a flicker of something unusual in Teacher D's eyes that I could not linger any longer, for the more I hesitated, the harder it would be to leave. Gritting my teeth, I turned away and, alongside Teacher D, embarked on the journey back to my hometown, suppressing the impulse to look back, though tears flowed uncontrollably down my cheeks. Long gone. Do not dwell too much on this. Would you like to see the heavens? Teacher D's words successfully diverted my attention. The heavens? How would I do that? Have you forgotten? The magic I practiced last time was of the wind element, which allows for flight. With that, Teacher D cast a wind glide spell and gently ascended from the ground. This is the first time I've seen you fly. But how can I fly? I protested, knowing I lacked wind magic. I will carry you. Hold on to my waist. Thus, we soared into the sky together, and the sensation was truly delightful. The forests and villages below appeared as mere ants, and the gentle breeze was akin to that of a celestial being. When will I be able to fly? I asked enviously. It's not impossible. Although you lack wind magic, should you have the opportunity to learn superior fighting techniques, you could eventually achieve flight. Can one really fly using fighting techniques? I inquired, puzzled. Indeed, and the speed of flight using fighting techniques far surpasses that of magic, though it cannot be sustained for long. Teacher D's words ignited a yearning within me for the art of fighting. The ability to fly was a tantalizing prospect, and I resolved to learn it whenever the opportunity arose. After an hour of soaring through the air, I noticed Teacher D's complexion had paled. After all, prolonged flight was a considerable drain on magical energy, especially while carrying another. Teacher D, let us descend. You need to rest, I urged with concern. Very well. Alas, age is catching up to me, and my body can no longer endure extended magical exertion. We landed on a small hillside, rested briefly, and continued our journey. Thus, we flew and walked until we finally returned to my hometown, where I was now a source of pride for the village, upon learning that I had been certified as a Grand Sorcerer. The villagers hailed me with admiration, and my parents were overjoyed at my return, at a loss for words that I dared not mention that the elderly man accompanying me was one of the 10 Grand Sorcerers in the entire continent. for that would surely cause a commotion. After resting for a day, Teacher D spoke to my parents about his intention for me to undergo training. They fell silent, as in their minds, the Royal Advanced Magic Academy represented the most legitimate path, and they harbored concerns for my safety. However, they held Teacher D in high esteem and refrained from voicing objections. How perceptive Teacher D was, as he patiently elucidated the purpose of my training, his expectations for me, and the various methods to ensure my safety. Eventually, my parents acquiesced, allowing me to proceed with my training. That evening, Teacher D and I strolled outside the village, immersed in the enchanting night. Suddenly, Teacher D halted, turning to me with a grave expression. "Long Gong, your forthcoming training will be quite arduous. For your safety, I shall provide you with a few items." With that, he produced 3 small magical scrolls from his robe. These scrolls serve the same function. To put it bluntly, they are escape scrolls. They will allow you to instantly teleport to a location 50 kilometers away. Keep them safe. I accepted the scrolls, thanking him. Additionally, I have arranged for the continent's top Grand Sorcerer to establish a long-distance teleportation magic circle at the Academy. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges or complete your tasks, you can use this circle to return to the Academy instantly. The instructions for drawing and using the magic circle are contained within this booklet. You must master it swiftly. The accuracy of the teleportation exceeds 90%. He handed me a slim volume. Taking the book, Teacher D continued, "Do remember, you must utilize this magic circle only when your magical power is at its peak. Otherwise, you may encounter deviations." Understood. I will prioritize mastering it. I have deposited 1,000 diamond coins into your purple crystal card, which should suffice to not be overly frugal. The artifact I instructed you to retrieve is likely located in a valley within the Kana province of the Daru Kingdom. You may begin your search there. That is all I have to impart. I committed Teacher D's words to memory, and he suddenly recalled something else. By the way, the dagger Mark gifted you before you left is no ordinary dagger. While it may not rival an artifact, it possesses considerable power, capable of penetrating all fighting techniques and magical defenses. Use it wisely. I was pleasantly surprised to learn that Mark had bestowed upon me such a treasure. He truly was a good brother. Chapter 47. Leaving my hometown, the brilliant sunlight roused me from slumber, reminding me of my childhood disdain for the sun, that I truly felt as though I had matured. After freshening up, I stepped outside, inhaling deeply the fresh air, which invigorated the elemental light within me. Today, I would embark on my journey, leaving behind the familiar. "Long Gong, breakfast is ready," my mother called from the kitchen. Coming, I valued every moment spent with my family. Rushing back indoors, everyone had risen and gathered around the dining table. "Long Gong, eat well. It will be a long time before you can enjoy your mother's cooking again," my mother said kindly, serving me heaping portions. "Mother, you should eat too, to not worry. I will return safely," I reassured her. "Seeing you all like this makes me question whether sending Long Gong to train is a wise decision," Teacher D remarked humorously. And our meal concluded amidst a warm atmosphere of familial love. Finally, the moment of departure arrived. "Take care on your journey," my mother said, her eyes glistening with tears. "Do not let me down," my father added, his hands trembling. "Do not forget the escape talisman I provided you with," Teacher D reminded me. With heartfelt farewells, I set forth on my journey of learning and training. I exited the village. I found myself glancing back repeatedly, unable to dispel the sorrow of leaving home. According to Teacher D's instructions, I was to first travel to the Shuda Kingdom to find his good friend, the headmaster of the Night Academy, Mr. Raiquen, where I would engage in training for a period before completing the tasks he assigned. That I was not in haste. I strolled leisurely, admiring the breathtaking scenery around me. How beautiful my homeland is. Ahead, a misty expanse beckoned. I consulted the map Teacher D had given me and realized I was making good progress, having already arrived at Xining Lake, just one more province to cross. And I would reach the borders of the Shuda Kingdom. That I recalled Teacher D mentioning the beauty of this area, and I quickened my pace toward Xining Lake. What an enormous lake! It stretched endlessly before me. Its azure waters so clear that I could see the fish swimming beneath the surface. That it was mesmerizing. That I knelt by the lakeside, scooping up the crystal-clear water to splash on my face. Feeling invigorated by its refreshing coolness, that it was the height of summer, and soaking in the chilly lake water was a delightful reprieve that I removed my shoes and immersed my feet in the water, relishing the exquisite sensations brought forth by the idyllic scenery of the lake and mountains. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind me. Turning back, I beheld 7 or 8 figures clad in black approaching my direction. Their athletic forms suggested they were skilled in martial arts, and their slender silhouettes indicated they were all women. As they drew near, I counted 9 in total, all donning cloaks despite the sweltering heat, obscuring their entire bodies. Among them, one particularly tall figure appeared to be the leader, with the others encircling her like stars around the moon. That I wondered about their appearances and why they chose to conceal themselves with cloaks. I couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Perhaps my gaze was too piercing, for one of them noticed me. "Hey, you there, what are you staring at, Scram? We need to rest here. Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." How fierce! What a formidable woman! Shouldn't ladies be resting? As a gentleman, how could I simply leave? Yet her words only fueled my defiance, prompting me to ignore her entirely. That I tilted my head high and hummed a little tune from my hometown, sometimes in haste. Socks get worn inside out. At times, I truly wish to wash dishes tomorrow. Perhaps I'm a bit muddled and somewhat lazy. Don't hold it against me if I occasionally want to act spoiled. This song, titled The Big Woman, was often sung by my father, perhaps out of fear of my mother. After hearing it so frequently, I had naturally learned it. Seeing my lack of response, the one who had shouted at me marched over, her fury palpable. "Humph, who is afraid of whom?" The leading girl spoke. "Lingzi, don't cause trouble. Have you forgotten what my father instructed you before we left?" Her voice was melodious, eclipsing even the song of a lark, far superior to my own rough tones. That if she were to sing, I wondered what it would be like, and my imagination began to wander. "Lingzi," the girl addressed, huffed angrily. "I'll let you off this time, but hurry up and leave." Whether it was her displeasure or my curiosity to hear more of the leader's enchanting voice, I provocatively remarked, "Is this your home? What is so impressive about it?" I refused to leave. Indeed, my wish was granted, as the leader spoke again. "Lingzi, teach him a lesson, but don't take his life." Such a lovely sound. How I wish he would speak a few more words. Just as I was lost in my reverie, trouble approached. Lingzi, who had seemingly harbored a grudge against me, swiftly glided forward at the leader's command, unsheathing her sword and aiming a strike at me. A chilling breeze swept toward me, causing me to shudder. That it was only then that I realized, oh no, she's trying to kill me. In an instant, I evaded to a distance of 10 meters, narrowly escaping. My hair seemed to lose a few strands. Her sword was extraordinarily swift. "Are you serious? So, you're a magician. No wonder you're so brazen." Dressed in commoner's attire, it was only upon witnessing my use of magic that she recognized my identity as a mage. Wow! Are all magicians so shameless? I mused internally. You may insult me, but my teachers, friends, father, and mother are all mages as well. For their sake, I must teach you a lesson. Light element, my friend. Gather and form sharp arrows to vanquish the enemy before me. A beam of light shot forth from my hand. Upon seeing my light arrow, she appeared quite disdainful, swinging her sword to unleash a faint silver glow that severed my arrow with ease. She immediately rushed toward me, for a warrior naturally seeks to close the distance against a mage. How incredible, I thought. This is the famed Sky Do Chi, which I had only heard of before. Now I witness it firsthand. It seems I must unleash my true powers. Light element, my friend, transform into holy light. A wave of brilliant white radiance emanated from me, enveloping me in a protective barrier. This was the advanced defensive magic of the light element, holy light. She rushed into my sanctuary of light, appearing immensely uncomfortable, retreating hastily, trembling. You are a light mage." Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed. Could it be? My holy light is defensive magic, devoid of offensive capabilities. How could this happen? While I was engulfed in confusion, the leader acted. She murmured a few incantations, conjuring a deep purple orb in her hand. With a wave, she directed it not at me, but toward Lingzi, who seemed to find great relief as the trembling ceased and she exhaled deeply. "What kind of magic is this? I've never seen it before," I inquired with curiosity. The leader's melodious voice rang out again. "Don't let him escape. Silence him. Surely you jest. You wish to silence me over a mere exchange of words. How ruthless," I mused as I found myself encircled by them. I continuously strengthened my defensive magic, remaining still to gauge their intentions. The leader did not attack, but simply commanded her 8 subordinates to surround me. To my surprise, they began to whirl around me. Initially, I thought they would employ martial arts, but soon realized they were chanting spells. Thick black mist emanated from them, completely enveloping me. Why protective holy light hissed upon contact with the dark fog, reminiscent of a corrosive solvent. Instantly, I felt an overwhelming pressure. They were serious. My holy light couldn't withstand this. "Great light element, please allow me to borrow your immense power. Let boundless light fill the earth. Shine forth." The brilliance I commanded was unlike before. I could fully control the direction of my magical energy. Surrounded, I naturally unleashed magic in all directions that as I chanted, I slowly lifted from the ground. Radiating a dazzling white light, that I tilted my head back, and 1/3 of the magical energy from the golden core in my brow suffused my entire being. The surrounding light momentarily contracted before erupting forth, consuming the black mist and rebounding toward my 8 assailants that I held back, unwilling to take a life. The memory of my first kill still haunted me, just as the 8 women faced imminent peril. The leader swiftly conjured a sphere of purple energy, enveloping her companions and shielding them from my radiant attack. Though her defenses were hastily erected, they managed to mitigate the assault, but not without inflicting some damage. The women's cloaks were shredded by the light element, revealing their tightly fitted magical armor, which bore cracks. Such beautiful girls. They were not only stunning, but possessed figures beyond compare. Even I, who typically held little interest in women, felt my heart race. Yet when I looked up, I was struck dumb, unable to articulate the beauty before me. This was no comparison to the picturesque scenery of Shining Lake. The beauty here was like a glowing moon against a mere firefly. The leader, however, did not appear as disheveled as the others. Her cloak had slipped down her back, unveiling an indescribably exquisite visage that left me in awe. How breathtaking, truly captivating. No collection of beauties I had ever encountered could rival her charm. She embodied a transcendent beauty, as if all the world's splendor converged upon her alone. Even my steadfast demeanor faltered, and I found myself drooling. The beauty, noticing my foolish expression, quickly shielded herself with her cloak, exclaiming, "Teacher, please come and deal with this lecher." A chilling voice echoed. "Who has dared to provoke my little princess?" The wind howled ominously, and the frigid tone extinguished my fervor entirely. With that terrifying voice, a wisp of black smoke flickered, revealing a figure swathed tightly in a cloak, a veritable bamboo pole. That was no exaggeration to call him a bamboo pole, though I could not discern his form. He appeared to be no wider than a palm. "Teacher, it's him. He knows our secret and has seen my face. Please help me eliminate him." The beauty was far from endearing. How could such a melodious voice utter such fierce words about killing? "My dear beauty, you are rather fierce, but I must admit, I like it. How about we become friends?" I flirtatiously teased. Before she could respond, the bamboo pole glided toward me. As it approached, an overwhelming aura pressed down upon me, making it hard to breathe. A true master. Instantly, I grew vigilant. No one aside from Teacher D and Teacher Long had ever exerted such pressure on me. I immediately took precautions, enveloping myself in the light element and casting several defensive spells. The sinister voice returned. "So, a boy wielding light magic. Aren't practitioners of light magic quite rare in your region?" "Who says they are rare? You, bamboo pole, have no knowledge of the world. Light magic is now widespread across the continent. I'm merely the least skilled among them." I was determined to oppose him at every turn. Little did I know that my words would spare humanity from a disaster. "What did you say? Is it true that everyone on the continent is learning light magic?" "Our reports have indicated otherwise." He was quite straightforward, unable to discern truth from falsehood. I feigned a serious demeanor, replying earnestly, "Of course it's true. Why would I have any reason to deceive you? Naturally, I had every reason to lie. Deceiving him was a mere game. And the consequences mattered not to me, that I chuckled wickedly within. Teacher, don't listen to his nonsense. We must kill him to ensure our secret remains safe, the beauty shouted. What a beauty! Why must she seek my demise? It seemed no beauty could be trusted. I resolved never to marry one in the future. Very well, let us deal with you first before validating my claims. The bamboo staff began to chant an incantation. Oh, great God of darkness, your servant beseeches you to transform into the devourer of the infinite. For this, I shall offer my very soul. Even in my ignorance, I could discern from his incantation that he was wielding dark magic. I exclaimed loudly, Demon Clan. From behind the bamboo staff emerged a shadowy figure, swiftly lunging towards me, that I hurriedly unleashed the radiance of the 9 provinces, hoping to counterattack. Unexpectedly, the shadow did not engage in a clash with the radiance. Instead, it morphed into a massive dome, enclosing the magical energy of my radiance within that I felt a disconnection from the magic I had unleashed, watching helplessly as the energy of the light elements gradually dissipated within the black dome. Chapter 49. Successful Escape. How formidable! Is dark magic truly this powerful? They are of the Demon Clan, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humanity. Would they truly spare me? I had never encountered demons before and had no knowledge of how to contend with dark magic. No, I must flee. Safety is paramount, and I shall devise a strategy to confront them later. With this thought, I seized the opportunity while the black dome still counteracted the energy of the radiance and swiftly executed a short-distance teleportation to escape the scene. Fleeing desperately in one direction, that I in truth, I need not have been in such a rush. They were not pursuing me. Though the bamboo staff had neutralized my radiance, it had clearly expended considerable effort. Dark magic and light magic have a reciprocal restraining effect. He had not gained any significant advantage. After dissipating the energy of the radiance, the bamboo staff sighed deeply. Such impressive light magic. He also possesses spatial magic. It seems he won't be caught. At such a young age to wield such power, Princess, it appears you may not surpass him. Master, how are you? Can it be that even you cannot handle him? Is he truly that formidable? The beautiful woman hurried to assist the bamboo staff, expressing her discontent. Princess, if what that young human said is true, our demon clan is in peril. Indeed, they are the demon clan. His light magic is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. It is exceedingly powerful. He has evidently not yet exerted his full strength. While he may not be my adversary at present, in a few years, he will undoubtedly surpass me. Furthermore, he is aware of our invasion of humanity and will surely take appropriate measures. It seems we must temporarily halt our incursion into human territories, that we should first ascertain the strength of humanity before proceeding with our plans. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Shall we still proceed to the Aisha kingdom? Yes. We must go. But you should settle there first, that I need to return to my homeland to report this situation to His Majesty and seek his decision on whether to alter our strategy. Understood. We shall set out immediately. The beautiful woman turned to her 8 maidens, saying, How are your injuries? Quickly change your clothes. We are departing. We will find a place in the city to rest and heal. As for me, I had been running for an unknown distance, breathless and utterly exhausted, that I glanced back and saw that no one was pursuing me. It seemed I was safe, that I decided to stop running. Found a shaded tree and sat down, wiping the sweat from my brow. What business did these demons have here? How unfortunate that I encountered them. My luck is truly dismal, that I had only just stepped out when I faced such a formidable enemy. Thankfully, I was swift on my feet. The memory of the black dome employed by the bamboo staff still sent a shiver down my spine. However, the leading girl was simply breathtaking. Are there truly so many beautiful demonesses? I had initially thought that the likes of the Shuda sisters were the pinnacle of beauty, but in comparison to this demoness, they pale significantly, that I couldn't help but shake my head. I had never found myself enamored by girls before. Yet now I felt a stir of affection. But she was quite ruthless. She sought to strike me down on sight, that if I were to marry her in the future, wouldn't that be disastrous? A single affectionate gesture, and she might plunge a dagger into me, sealing my fate. It seems that beautiful women tend to be fierce. I should seek a more ordinary partner for marriage. Beauties are best admired from afar. Little did I realize that our protagonist was lost in these thoughts, oblivious to the fact that the demon clan had traversed through the Strength Fortress to reach the Tianwu continent. Completely unaware of their true intentions, the fatigue of my body, compounded by the extensive use of my mental faculties, lulled me into a deep slumber beneath the tree that I slept soundly, and after an indeterminate amount of time. I was awakened by the chill of the night. Upon opening my eyes, I found it was already evening, and my body was covered in a mixture of dew and sweat, feeling quite uncomfortable. I needed to find a place to wash up. Where was I? I looked around and noticed a glimmer of light not far off, resembling a village. Without a second thought, I sprinted towards it. As I approached, I could clearly see it was indeed a small village, comprising perhaps 20 households. That I walked up to a relatively larger home and knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" An elderly voice replied. "Who is it?" "Greetings. I am a traveler who has wandered here unexpectedly. May I stay for a night? I promise to leave by tomorrow. Thank you." After a brief moment, the door opened, revealing a wrinkled old man who scrutinized me from head to toe. "Come in." "Thank you," I replied as I followed the old man into the house. The interior comprised roughly 3 rooms. The living area was quite simple, featuring only a long bench, a tea table, a few stools, and some essential household items. The old man poured me a glass of water, which I gratefully accepted, saying, "Thank you. You need not be so polite. Young man, where do you hail from?" The old man inquired with a smile. "I come from Senkei City, hoping to explore the Shuda kingdom." There was nothing to conceal. This was no secret. Senkei. Ah, that is the second largest city in Aisha that I visited there in my youth. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Look at me. I'm getting forgetful. Let me prepare something for you. I was indeed quite hungry, so I couldn't be courteous. That would be much appreciated. In truth, I wish to add, please make a bit more. I have quite the appetite, but I refrained and I found a wooden basin, drew some water from the well in the yard, and washed my face, feeling considerably refreshed that I could wash myself properly after eating. "Dinner is ready, young man," the old man called from inside. "I'm coming." Upon re-entering, I was greeted by a table laden with several dishes. A basket steaming with sweet potatoes and old corn, and a bowl of fragrant sweet potato porridge that I tea was splendid. The aroma of the food evoked a sense of home. Dig in. We rural folk have little to offer. This is already quite wonderful. I often eat such fare at home. Unable to restrain myself, I dove into the food, devouring everything on the table with fervor. The old man watched me eat with a knowing smile. When the meal concluded, I patted my slightly protruding belly and said contentedly, "I am so full. Since leaving home, I have not eaten so heartily. Thank you very much." The old man rose to clear the table, and I quickly joined in. Not wanting to leave a mess for him to deal with, he was not one to refuse my help, merely indicating where the kitchen was located. Chapter 50. The Mercenary Guild. Once everything was tidied up, I returned to the living room, where the old man seemed to be waiting for me. "All done. Come, I will show you to your resting place." He led me to a small room on the left side, which, though simple, was clean. "Young man, you can stay here," that ITS quite modest, "but it will suffice to be. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Lei Jina. You can call me Uncle Jina. I have never married, so I live alone. This is more than adequate. Uncle Jina. My name is Chong Gongwei." "Thank you." I sat on the bed and began chatting with Uncle Jina. He explained that this area was near the border of the Aisha kingdom, and beyond lay the Shuda kingdom. The local customs were quite simple, and the people were hospitable. Being a border area, however, there were not many who practiced magic. That he also warned me to be cautious when traveling to the Shuda kingdom, as the region had recently been troubled by some bandit groups near the border. The sensitivity surrounding territorial sovereignty between the two nations had prevented a proper resolution. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but ask, is it impossible to go there now? Not entirely. Generally, people gather in our border city, Pulima, hiring mercenaries to travel together, which is much safer. Oh, then I shall go to Pulima as well. Oh, what a fortunate circumstance. Perhaps I could try my hand at being a mercenary and earn some pocket money. Uncle Jina evidently misunderstood my intent. Yes, if you wish to travel to the Shuda kingdom, it would be best to depart from there. Traveling with those merchant groups is far safer. I did not clarify my intentions. After learning that there was a small river behind the village, I stood up to wash myself, that I used the crystal-clear river water to cleanse away the dust and fatigue, feeling incredibly refreshed afterward. I retrieved a clean set of clothes from my dimensional bag and returned to Uncle Jinao's home. Lying on the bed, I reflected on the day's encounters, despite my earlier resolution to avoid beautiful women as prospective wives. The ethereal visage of that demoness lingered in my mind, and I drifted into a dreamlike state. Early the next morning, after sharing breakfast with Uncle Jinna, I bid him farewell and set off in the direction of Pulima. Guided by his directions, perhaps due to the fact that merchants from both nations must pass through this area, the border city of Pulima thrives with prosperity. The streets are bustling with activity, and an array of shops showcases their wares that I inquired with a passerby about the location of the mercenary guild. The emblem of the guild features a diamond coin intersected by a long sword, presumably symbolizing the notion that mercenaries earn their livelihood through their own skills, that I wonder if I might find work heading to Shuda here. Upon entering the grand entrance of the mercenary guild, I was greeted by a vast hall, surrounded by various counters that I in the center, a diverse assembly of individuals gathered, some clad in samurai attire, others in the garb of mages, and even a few with pointed ears, belonging to the elven race, alongside short yet sturdy dwarves. Both elves and dwarves are considered minorities, known for their peaceful inclinations. Elves are natural archers, possessing keen insight and exceptional vision, capable of mastering any form of nature magic. Dwarves are the epitome of formidable warriors, renowned for their craftsmanship. Many high-quality weapons are forged by their skilled hands. That I approached a front desk, where a young lady sat, and asked her, "Excuse me, how can one undertake mercenary tasks here?" She glanced at me, and upon noticing my ordinary attire, her enthusiasm waned. Lazily, she replied, "First, go to the left to obtain a form to apply for mercenary status. Then acquire a task card, and finally proceed to the right to accept a task." "Oh, thank you," I responded, acquiring the form, which merely required my name, profession, and level of ability that I filled in the ability section with Great Mage. When I handed the form to the attendant responsible for registration, she expressed surprise, saying, "You are a Great Mage?" "Indeed, what of it?" Having studied at the prestigious Royal Magic Academy for an extended period, I was oblivious to the rarity of a Great Mage. "Do you possess proof from the Magic Guild?" "Of course," I replied, retrieving my Magic Guild capability card. The abilities and experiences of a mage are recorded on this card, confirmed by the guild, and each mage holds a unique card. The attendant eagerly verified it. Murmuring, Long Bowie graduated from the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy, valedictorian, and awarded the title of Great Mage due to exceptional academic performance. "Wow, you are a Great Mage from the Royal Magic Academy," her voice carried across the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present, and I suddenly found myself the center of attention, which made me rather self-conscious. "Yes, so what? Am I eligible to become a mercenary?" She hesitated for a moment and quickly replied, "Yes. Certainly, as a Great Mage, you can directly become a C-level mercenary, eligible for any tasks you deem achievable." "C-level mercenary? Are mercenaries categorized by levels?" I asked in confusion. She chuckled, presumably amused by my ignorance. "Of course. Mercenaries are classified from S, A, B, C, D, E, F to G, with tasks similarly graded based on their difficulty and quantity, which determines level advancement." "Oh, I see. Thank you." After receiving the mercenary card she handed me, I moved to the right counter to look for tasks heading to the kingdom of Shuda. Being a mercenary seemed quite entertaining. The attendant at the right counter, aware of my status as a Great Mage, greeted me warmly and asked, "What level of task are you looking to undertake?" "Level doesn't matter. Is there anything available for Shuda? I'd like to travel there and take on a task along the way. Please hold on a moment while I check." As she searched, I noticed that the top task on the board was the one assigned to me by Teacher D, which involved retrieving the legendary sword used by the creator God. It was classified as an SSS-level task, 3 S's, indicating its extreme difficulty and an astonishing reward of 1 million diamond coins. roughly equivalent to a year's worth of national tax revenue. Chapter 51. I eat, I asked the attendant. Why is the reward for this SSS task so exorbitant? This time, not only did she laugh, but everyone around me regarded me with expressions akin to disbelief. What are they looking at? I simply did not know. I had only just arrived. Ignoring their stares, I continued. This task has the highest level ever recorded and has been available at the Mercenary Guild for over a millennium. If someone completes it, they would receive this reward in any country they visit. The significance of the artifact recognizing its master far outweighs its own power. Teacher D once mentioned that even if one finds the artifact, it may not be obtained without the artifact's acknowledgement, which I now understand. Oh, is that so? Have I found the task I seek? With so many eyes on me, I felt an urgency to leave. Here is one that suits you quite well. It is a B-level task requiring the protection of a merchant caravan traveling through the border to reach the capital of the Shuda kingdom. Shuda City. The reward for this task is 300 diamond coins. However, larger tasks like this are usually undertaken by mercenary teams. Are you capable of managing it alone? How many members are typically in a mercenary team? I pondered that it would be safer to have companions. Not necessarily. The minimum is usually around 10 individuals. I surveyed the room and suddenly shouted, "Does any mercenary group wish to take on this task? I want to join." This was my moment of brilliance. I had no desire to tackle such a significant task alone. Finding a mercenary group would surely be advantageous. Perhaps I would not even encounter any thieves. And if I did, there would be backup that I felt quite clever indeed. Just as I reveled in my own cleverness, a booming voice called out beside me, "Then you may join us. We are also interested in taking on this task." Startled, I turned to see a towering figure, easily over 2 meters tall, with a scruffy beard and a massive axe slung across his back, a clear indication of a brawny warrior. "Greetings, are you a mercenary group?" I asked politely. "Indeed. We are the Dragon Fierce Mercenary Group, quite renowned," the burly man replied with a hearty laugh. "How many of you are there?" "We have over 20 members, all skilled in combat, hailing from the Shuda kingdom. We aim to undertake this task and return home, though we are in need of a mage. How about joining us?" Over 20 members is a considerable number, though I wondered about their strength. Judging by his appearance, I figured they might possess some combat energy. "What level warrior are you currently?" "As for me, I can pass the knight certification with ease. Most of our team members are at least intermediate warriors. Intermediate warriors are equivalent to beginning mages." "Oh, so you are a high-level warrior. Very well. I am willing to join your group until the completion of this task. However, I have several conditions I hope you will agree to, though their strength may not be formidable." I found the burly man quite likable, that he looked puzzled. "What conditions?" I pondered for a moment and replied, 3 conditions. First, I will need you to prepare a cart for me during our journey, as I am a mage and not particularly strong physically. Second, I do not belong to your mercenary group. I wish to maintain an ally relationship, so I hope you will not attempt to command me. In times of danger, I will act as necessary. Third, I require 1/10 of the task's reward. The first 2 conditions were somewhat demanding, but the last one was quite favorable for them. The burly man considered it for a moment before agreeing. Viewing it as a reasonable trade-off for providing transportation, I had little need for the money. A small amount for spending would suffice, especially since they had more than 20 members. If I took too much, they would gain little. That I suppose I am quite kind-hearted. We officially accepted the task and agreed on a time to gather and depart from the Mercenary Guild. I intended to find a decent restaurant to indulge and reward my stomach, aside from a substantial meal at that uncle's place. I had been subsisting on dry rations, and my stomach was nearing rebellion. Not far from the Mercenary Guild, I spotted a large restaurant with an intriguing name, the Nominee Tavern. This will do. Upon entering, I was promptly greeted by a server. "Good day, sir. How many in your party?" "Just myself. Please find me a quiet corner." "Certainly. The second floor is quite tranquil. Allow me to show you." Following the server upstairs, I settled at a window-side table, which indeed was peaceful, likely due to the early hour. Only a few patrons were scattered about. "What are your signature dishes?" I could hardly contain my anticipation. My stomach was demanding immediate attention. "Our specialties include roasted duck hearts and dompa pork." He listed over 10 options. all sounding delectable, making my mouth water. That's enough. Just bring me those dishes you just mentioned, one of each along with 10 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. And be quick about it. Can you consume all this? The server looked at me skeptically, as if I were a bottomless pit. Just hurry up and serve it. Why question so much? I assure you I will pay. After dismissing the waiter, I began to eagerly anticipate my delectable meal. The service was indeed impressively swift. In no time, a lavish banquet was laid out before me, albeit without any wine, a beverage I had yet to sample, that I thought to myself that I could always indulge in that another time. My appetite was piqued, and I seized my chopsticks, ready to embark on my culinary endeavor. That my pace was nothing short of remarkable, as I managed to clear the entire table within approximately an hour. In truth, many of the dishes had barely registered on my palate before they disappeared into my stomach, that I patted my contented belly, feeling quite satisfied. "Waiter, the bill, please." The server approached, stating, "Your total comes to 3 gold coins and 4 silver coins." "Oh," I replied, retrieving my purple crystal card from my pocket and extending it towards him. "Can I pay with this?" Upon seeing the card, the waiter's expression transformed into one of respect. "Please wait a moment. I shall consult our manager." Chapter 52. Encountering bandits, a stout, middle-aged man approached me. "Hello. Are you the one intending to settle the bill with a purple crystal card?" "Indeed. What of it?" I replied lazily, feeling quite full and longing for sleep. "May I inquire about your profession?" the man asked with a smile. "I'm a magician." "What does that have to do with dining? Please let me settle the bill and be on my way." "You see, our establishment is called the Nominee Tavern because any patron who possesses a certain social standing or capability can dine here free of charge by simply writing a commendation for our establishment." "Such a fortunate opportunity. I shall gladly provide a commendation for you." It seemed I could dine without incurring any costs. "And what level of magician are you?" I produced my identity card from the Magic Guild. "Archmage. Does that suffice?" The proprietor's face lit up with surprise. "Indeed. That will do. Thank you." Merely by inscribing the words "delicious cuisine," I had managed to waive several gold coins and charges. That it appeared that this magic certification card was quite advantageous. History would later prove the proprietor's wisdom, as my inscription fetched a staggering 20,000 diamond coins at auction. After a restful night at a local inn, I awoke early the following morning and made my way to the East City Gate. The rendezvous point agreed upon with the burly man the day prior. To my surprise, there was quite a crowd. Numerous carriages lined the roadside, likely the merchant convoy we were to escort. There stood the burly man, engaged in conversation with several individuals who bore the unmistakable air of merchants. "Ah, I'm here. When do we depart?" "Ah, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Litzman, the leader of our merchant convoy." He gestured towards a portly merchant. "This is the Archmage. Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name. I am Long Ming Hai. I am Chong Gongwei. Greetings to all. It is an honor to escort you alongside Long Ming." The merchant leader regarded me with a skeptical gaze. "You are an Archmage?" "Indeed. Do you doubt it? O great light element, heed my call and gather before me, manifesting your holy brilliance to vanquish all. Only by showcasing my strength could I ensure a smoother journey ahead." As I uttered my incantation, a brilliant white light erupted from my form, pushing everyone within a 5-meter radius aside. If you possess any knowledge of magic, you should recognize this as a level 6 defensive spell. My voice resonated through the holy light. All present were captivated by my formidable magic. Expressing various exclamations of awe, I retracted the holy light. "Now, do you believe me?" True to their nature, the merchants were quick to respond that Mr. Litzman approached with a beaming smile. "My apologies for any doubts. With your esteemed presence, great magician, our journey will surely be safe." Long Ming came forth, visibly humbled by the display of my holy light, admitting, "To be honest, I had my reservations about your abilities at first, but now I realize how foolish I was. For this escort, I have decided that my entire mercenary group will heed your commands." Flattered by their praise, I felt a surge of elation. "Oh, there is no need for that I simply wish to dispel any notion that I am merely a freeloader." You should continue leading. I am not well versed in such matters." Just call upon me when needed. Thus, I, alongside Long Meng's mercenary group, began our journey to protect over 100 carriages laden with merchants and goods. Due to my display of power, the others treated me with great respect, providing me with the most opulent carriage and the finest provisions during meals that I found myself in the privileged position of being treated like a lord. Verily, my studies in magic had proven worthwhile, yielding bountiful benefits. Not only did I dine for free, but I was also treated like royalty among the mercenaries that, my carriage was situated in the center of the convoy, supposedly to ensure the safety of both the front and rear. Just as I was drifting into a peaceful slumber, I was abruptly awakened by Long Meng, who appeared quite distressed and drenched in sweat. "What is the matter?" I inquired lazily. "We seem to have encountered bandits," he replied nervously. "Surely not. Who would dare to rob such a large convoy?" In my mind, I envisioned no more than 20 or 30 thieves. "Our number should suffice. Go take a look," Long Meng urged, clearly agitated, sensing something amiss. I disembarked from the carriage, only to be struck dumb by the scene before me. Now I understood why Long Meng was sweating profusely. I, too, felt a cold sweat break out that a band of no fewer than 300 individuals charged down from a nearby hill, waving flags and shouting. Such a formidable band of robbers. How unfortunate I was! I had anticipated a comfortable mission, but now it seemed troublesome indeed. Long Meng is mercenary warriors, and I moved to the forefront of the convoy as the bandits swiftly surrounded us, leaving no avenue of escape. "Bring forth your leader to parley," one of the bandits shouted arrogantly. Long Meng, Mr. Litzman, and I exchanged glances, uncertain of who should step forward, when suddenly I was pushed out into the open. This was rather ungracious of them. However, I had already stepped forward. If all else failed, I could simply flee. With the thought of escape in mind, my fear began to dissipate, that I took a few steps forward. "Might I inquire what business brings you here, noble sirs?" My inquiry was met with raucous laughter from the bandits. "What do you think we're here for? Hand over all your valuables, and we might spare your lives. Otherwise," a bandit clad in black armor, clearly their leader, bellowed, "Gentlemen, we all face hardships. Could you not grant us a chance to live?" I pleaded. "We've waited over a month for you. Do you think we'd let you go so easily?" It appeared that negotiation was futile. Suddenly, a thought struck me that I recalled my former teacher, Mr. D, mentioning that the people of the Rooted Kingdom were particularly concerned with their honor, especially regarding the chivalric code. Perhaps I could leverage this. "Might I ask, esteemed leader, are you a knight?" As soon as I finished speaking, one of the bandit-esque lackeys interjected eagerly. "Of course, our leader bears the title of Sky Knight." The leader seemed to swell with pride at this proclamation. Excellent. I had ensnared him. Chapter 53, A Clash with the Bandit Chief. "How about we make a wager?" "What sort of wager?" he inquired, clearly dismissive of my presence that I feigned deep contemplation. "Let us wager that you cannot defeat me." My words elicited uproarious laughter from the bandits, except for one rather quiet-looking thief beside their leader. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader replied, "Very well, I accept your wager, but not only shall we bet your valuables, we shall also wager the lives of all your companions." "Do you dare to stake your lives?" It appeared he was no fool. He had turned the tables on me, that I found myself at an impasse, as I could not disregard the fate of the hundreds of people with me. "Allow us a moment to confer." I returned to my group. "You all heard my conversation with the bandit leader. What are your thoughts?" Long Meng, filled with fervor, declared, "I entrust my life to you, great magician, that I believe you can triumph over him." "What about you, brothers?" All the members of Long Meng's mercenary group shouted in unison. "We're in. What a band of valiant souls." I turned to Mr. Litzman, the merchant leader. "And what about you? Would you entrust your lives to me?" Mr. Litzman appeared hesitant. "May I confer with the bandit leader?" Each individual has the right to choose their own destiny. Though Long Meng and the others glared at him, I displayed no outward reaction. "Very well, go ahead." I accompanied Mr. Litzman back to the bandit leader, who was met with utmost courtesy. "If we merchants refrain from participating in this wager, would you allow us to surrender only our goods and spare our lives?" The bandit leader, clearly irritated, replied, "Yes, but hurry up and decide. We could have easily overpowered you, but we agreed to your request to make this more palatable. If you do not decide quickly, I may not be so accommodating." Mr. Litzman pondered for a moment before addressing me with resignation. "I must ensure everyone has safety. I hope you understand." He then turned to the bandit leader. "We are willing to surrender all our goods." I sighed internally, realizing that an opportunity for a clean escape had slipped away. Engaging in this wager now seemed devoid of purpose. However, words once spoken are like water spilled. They cannot be retracted. Observing the smug demeanor of the bandit leader, an unusual turmoil stirred within me. Typically averse to anger, that I coldly addressed Mr. Meng. "Since you do not believe in me, I hereby declare the termination of the employment relationship between myself and the Dragon Fury Mercenary Corps." Mr. Meng shook his head in resignation and departed, presumably to gather his belongings in preparation for the delivery. "I challenge you to a contest on behalf of myself and my 20-odd brothers. Should I prevail, you will allow us to depart, but if I lose, our lives shall belong to you," I declared through gritted teeth, resolute in my belief that I could indeed best a Sky Knight. "Very well, young man, you have spirit. Let us proceed." The bandits cleared a substantial area, evidently valuing the fairness of the contest. The members of Dragon Fury surrounded the periphery, offering their encouragement, while the merchants watched from a distance. Awaiting the conclusion of our duel to finalize the transaction, that I flashed a confident smile at my comrades and proclaimed, "Brothers, have faith in me. I shall lead us through this ordeal." Standing face to face with the bandit leader in the center of the arena, I sensed his formidable presence. Nonchalantly, I removed my outer garment and gestured, "Come forth, dimensional pouch. You are a mage, so I presume you do not ride. Neither shall I doubt. Let us engage in a straightforward battle." It was clear that this bandit leader truly embodied the essence of a Sky Knight. Exuding the noble demeanor characteristic of knights, that I retrieved the robe of light from the dimensional pouch, for the stakes involved the lives of many. Prudence was paramount, adorned in the robe of light. I felt invigorated, casting several defensive spells upon myself. "Come, allow me to witness the strength of your prowess as a Sky Knight." The bandit leader let out a maniacal laugh, drawing his long sword and charging at me with astonishing speed. In an instant, he was upon me, a flickering shadow slashing toward my shoulder. His speed was breathtaking, rendering me unable to employ instantaneous teleportation in time that I raised my right hand, unleashing a burst of white light that deflected the shadowy strike. The bandit leader halted, perplexed. "Are you truly a mage or a warrior? How could you wield spirit energy?" "This is not spirit energy. It is a method of utilizing magic." This was my true strength. I had reached a level where I could cast lower-tier spells without incantations, merely channeling light elements to achieve the desired effects. This understanding had taken nearly 3 years to attain. Though I still lagged behind Master D, the sudden manifestation bore a striking resemblance to spirit energy. It was fortuitous that the bandit leader refrained from attacking me. Despite successfully deflecting his strike, my right side had gone numb. Engaging in close combat was not a mage's forte, and I would not grant him another opportunity. I utilized instantaneous teleportation to distance myself, recognizing the necessity of employing a more potent spell. His spirit energy was formidable. That previous tentative strike had nearly injured me, and I doubted I could withstand a full-force assault. I continuously shifted my position with instantaneous teleportation, for his speed was alarmingly swift, nearly matching the pace of my magical relocations. Should I pause, I would surely be vanquished. This could not continue. As I evaded, I began to recite an incantation. My hands emanated a faint white glow, intensifying with each moment. This was unlike the previous magical thought attack. This was my enhanced light slash. A 6-tier spell capable of direct control over magical energy with each movement of my hands, boasting formidable single-target damage. Ideal for the current situation. Utilizing the Radiant 9 Continents would likely prove ineffective against his speed. Given its excessive area of effect and inability to inflict meaningful harm, that I was left with no choice but to gamble with the light slash. Suddenly, I halted and pivoted, unleashing a beam of white light. The bandit leader swiftly summoned his spirit energy, his knightly sword radiating a dazzling white light to counter my magic. Precisely, do not simply run. This is where the excitement lies. Very well, let me provide you with a taste of exhilaration. I rapidly unleashed a series of light slashes. He wielded his knightly sword in a flurry, unable to inflict damage upon me, yet successfully preventing him from launching any further assaults. The contest now hinged on whether my magical energy could endure longer than his spirit energy. Chapter 54. The terrifying little gold. The arena was filled with the echoes of my magic and his spirit energy. Internally, I lamented encountering such a formidable bandit. Was everyone in the kingdom of Shuda so fearsome? It was truly alarming. Gradually, his spirit energy appeared to wane, and he seemed overwhelmed. I finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Though my own energy was significantly depleted, I could still persist. Seizing the opportunity, I intensified my assault and struck him squarely on the shoulder. The sixth-tier spell's power was indeed formidable, sending him flying a considerable distance, even with his spirit energy shielding him. This blow must have been substantial, that I ceased my magical onslaught, aware that knightly duels abide by the principle of not continuing to attack an opponent incapable of retaliation, since he exhibited grace. Why could I not embody the spirit of a knight as well? Rising from the ground, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his left shoulder awkwardly positioned, but he flashed me a peculiar smile, gruffly remarking, "Kid, I did not expect you to be so strong. At such a young age, your level of skill is quite impressive. Regardless of the outcome of this contest, I will allow you and your companions to leave that I know, if you truly wish to depart. We could not stop you. However, your willingness to stay for your friends is commendable. You are indeed a man." What did he mean by regardless of the outcome? Did he still possess the strength to retaliate? I replied calmly, "Then I thank you in advance. I also greatly admire your knightly spirit." This was a genuine expression of my sentiments that he dusted himself off, declaring, "Allow me to show you my true strength. Come forth." Battle Tiger. With a resounding roar, a massive striped tiger materialized in the arena. This is my spirit beast, the Battle Tiger. You may summon your own spirit beast, and let us unleash our full power in a final clash. I have not experienced such exhilaration in ages. Battle Tiger emerged. The tiger let out a fierce roar and charged toward him that in an instant, human and beast melded into one, his body adorned with tiger-like armor, covering over 60% of his vital areas. Even his knightly sword displaying similar patterns, gleaming brilliantly. The intensity of his presence was overwhelming. So this was the armor formed by the fusion of a warrior and their spirit beast, according to Master D. The spirit beasts of warriors and mages were quite similar, both aiding their masters in offense and defense. However, once a spirit beast surpassed level 7 and the master reached the level of spirit energy, they could merge to form protective armor, significantly enhancing the master's offensive and defensive capabilities, far surpassing solo combat. Knights capable of such armor fusion were nearing the level of radiant knights, equivalent to high-level mages. Let me witness your spirit beast as well. It seemed that if I did not allow Little Gold to take the field, I would surely lose. Yet, I had yet to recover from the shadows of Little Gold's previous battle. Perhaps it was time to let him emerge again. Times had changed, and surely Little Gold would not be easily defeated this time. Come fort. Little Gold. With a flash of golden light, Little Gold's massive form nestled beside me. His appearance visibly startled the bandit leader, who exclaimed, "What spirit beast is this? It is enormous." Little Gold now measured over 10 meters in length. His body enveloped in thick white scales, adorned with 3 gleaming golden stripes. His horns had elongated significantly, and the broad wings on his back were only slightly shorter than his body. 0.5 sharp claws scratched the ground beneath him. Exuding a formidable aura, I noticed that Little Gold, upon emerging, displayed no inclination to battle. Having been dormant for so long, he seemed to think I had released him for play, that it was only when I conveyed the presence of an enemy through mental connection that he tensed. Curiously scanning the surroundings, he likely sensed that only the bandit leader posed a threat to me, and inquired through our bond, "Is this the enemy?" I affirmed with certainty. Without warning, Little Gold unleashed a powerful royal presence, glaring fiercely at the bandit leader, the scales on his body bristling, wings unfurled, sending gusts of wind and sand swirling around us. The overwhelming aura sent the surrounding bandits scattering in terror, their cries of "monster" echoing through the air. "Stop! Stop, e conceit. The bandit leader's voice rang out amidst the tempest, and I quickly commanded Little Gold to halt, perplexed by his sudden withdrawal from the contest before we had even engaged in combat. What manner of spirit beast is this? It is utterly terrifying. My battle tiger seems frightened, as if it wishes to detach from me. Did I concede? Summon it back quickly. It became apparent that the bandit leader, faced with Little Gold's formidable power, recognized his inability to continue the struggle, thus voluntarily surrendered. Indeed, the extraordinary prowess of Xiao Jin leaves me in disbelief that I am acutely aware that I am no match for Xiao Jin at this moment, especially after the regal aura it exuded earlier, which astonished me to the core. Could this truly be the adorable Xiao Jin I once knew? Reluctantly, Xiao Jin returned to my inner being, and I suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over me. My magical energy had been severely depleted. Although the previous contest had drained a considerable amount of my magical power, it was also significantly related to my battles alongside Xiao Jin. Despite its formidable strength, Xiao Jin is also a considerable drain on my magic, as its energy is sourced from me. This was without even engaging in an offensive. Had we done so, I might have been utterly exhausted. That it seems I have a long journey ahead of me. If ever I can synchronize our strengths to their fullest potential, I may not be far from becoming the legendary Archmage. Yes, the dust gradually settled. The bandit leader, looking disheveled and covered in grime, stood not far from me, his battle tiger having already been recalled. That he gazed at me with resignation, and from his eyes I could discern no trace of hostility. Thanks to Xiao Jin's immense strength, I emerged victorious. With a wry smile, he remarked, "I must say, brother, your familiar is rather monstrous. How on earth did you come by it?" "I have no idea what breed it is," I responded with a smile. "I cannot say what breed it is either. All I know is that it is my dearest friend. In truth, you did not lose. It was merely that your familiar could not compete with mine, that in terms of strength, we are quite evenly matched." It seems my words flattered his vanity, as he could hardly conceal his excitement. "Good. You are indeed a straightforward brother. I consider you a friend now." Chapter 55. A Friendship with Bandits. The bandit leader cheerfully declared, "All right, brother. You and your companion may leave. I shall go and claim the spoils." I never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. I had actually befriended a bandit. That Mr. Meng, the leader of the merchant caravan, was undoubtedly distressed upon seeing us transform from foes to friends. Berating himself for his lack of foresight, that he hurried over, too apprehensive to approach me directly, and instead pleaded before Long Meng. "Long Meng, could you persuade the great Archmage to spare us? The loss of this shipment would be catastrophic for us." Long Meng regarded him with disdain, coldly replying, "It is too late. Who told you not to trust the great archer?" "Blame whom? Blame yourselves. That I have no face to advocate for you. Yes, it is all my fault for lacking discernment. I was too selfish. But we have families to support, and for many, the loss of this shipment would mean ruin. That I implore you, please help me." Mr. Meng was in tears now. Although Long Meng appeared to be a brutish man, he possessed a kind heart. Seeing a grown man weep softened his resolve, and he sighed, "All right, stop with the theatrics. I will see what I can do, but I cannot guarantee that the great archer will acquiesce." Thank you, you are truly a good person." I had been eavesdropping on their conversation and reflected that merchants also have their struggles. They are merely trying to survive. Why should I stoop to their level? Before Long Meng could speak to me, I interjected, "All right, Long Meng, you need not say anything further. I will try to plead on their behalf." I approached the bandit leader, who was busy counting his loot, and said apologetically, "I am truly sorry to trouble you once more." The bandit leader responded with geniality, "There is no need for apologies. Speak your mind. It is like this. These merchants are not having it easy either. Would you consider sparing them this time? After all, this is my first mercenary task, and I would prefer not to fail midway." The bandit leader shook his head, looking troubled. "It is unlikely that we would relinquish what we have nearly claimed. Why do you still wish to assist them? Did you not see the faces of those deceitful merchants? They trust you not at all. Why trouble yourself on their behalf?" I too felt a sense of difficulty and sighed. There is no other way. Firstly, they are my clients, and secondly, they have families as well. That I simply hope you will not act too mercilessly. That I understand that you must have your own struggles. but we all need to leave ourselves a way out. The bandit leader's expression darkened as he ominously inquired, "Are you threatening me?" I fixed my gaze upon him, unwavering. "I do not intend to threaten you. I merely hope you will consider my request that I assure you I will repay this favor in the future." Under the steadfast scrutiny of my gaze, he gradually softened, exhaling a heavy sigh, and said, "You are quite the negotiator. However, I appreciate your forthright nature. I can agree to spare them, but not entirely. I will require half of the loot that I cannot allow my brothers to leave empty-handed. And I have one condition." His response was already quite satisfactory. Those deceitful merchants deserved a lesson, and this outcome was the best possible, that I replied with a smile. "Then I thank you in advance. Please state your condition. I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. My condition is rather stringent, so prepare yourself that if you cannot meet it, our previous agreement will be for naught." My heart tightened, and I gritted my teeth. "Speak, and I shall do my best." Would he demand an arm or a leg? He laughed heartily and said, "My condition is simply this, an invitation for you to visit our mountain stronghold." Upon hearing this, I felt as if the air had been let out of a balloon, nearly collapsing to the ground. Really? This was his condition? It was far too simple. Weakly, I replied, "Boss, I am in awe." He looked at me in surprise. "What? You do not wish to visit us? Very well, the invitation is rescinded." I quickly exclaimed, "No, no, no. I would be delighted to go. I am curious to see what your place is like. You are not planning to scare me to death, are you?" He suddenly burst into joyous laughter. "Haha, I have successfully played you this time. I have taken my revenge." Words failed me. With the bandit leader's consent, the bandits returned half of the goods to the merchants, who expressed overwhelming gratitude towards me that I paid them no mind, merely conveying the bandits' terms to Long Meng that I instructed them to escort the merchant caravan to Shuda while I accepted the invitation to visit the bandits' lair for a few days. Initially, Long Meng vehemently opposed this, but after I explained that the bandits would not harm me, he relented, stating that he would ensure my safe passage to the kingdom of Shuda, unexpectedly gaining so many little brothers. I found the situation amusing that I assured him that I would seek them out once I arrived in Shuda. Watching Long Meng and the others departed to the distance, I turned back to the bandit leader, smiling, "Boss, let us be on our way to by the way, I still do not know your name. I am Chang Gongwei, almost 17 years old. Everyone calls me Zhan Hu. You may address me as such. I prefer not to speak of my former name, that I am 29, quite a bit older than you. It is fitting for me to be your elder brother." I mused silently, sensing that he must have endured some painful past. It would be wise not to touch upon it. I replied, "Of course, you are indeed my elder brother. Now, let us proceed, so I may witness your hideout." Saying this, I urged a horse that a bandit had given me to gallop ahead. "Do you know the way? Or shall I lead?" Zhan Hu's horse, clearly more majestic, swiftly caught up to my side, riding alongside me. Their stronghold was nestled among the mountains at the border of Aisha and Shuda, rather than a hideout. It appeared to be a sizable village, with Zhan Hu clearly serving as its chief, that I asked the villagers, young and old, men and women, saw the bandits return with a bounty of goods. They greeted them as heroes. The scale of this bandit village was indeed impressive. The mountains formed a natural barrier, and the small village lay encircled by them, resembling a basin. The entire settlement harmonized with the surrounding peaks. Lush and verdant that if one were unaware, they might easily mistake it for a hidden paradise. Chapter 56. Brother Zhan, who is Zhan Hu, and I entered the village. He was a figure of adoration. Every villager greeted him with enthusiasm, and he reciprocated each salutation that he instructed his subordinates to return home, leading me to his dwelling, which consisted of a few modest thatched huts at the village's innermost part, surrounded by a ramshackle fence. I jested, "Your home could use some repairs. Otherwise, a gust of wind might whisk you and your house away." He seemed unfazed by my teasing. My words appeared to evoke some deeper reflection within him. He murmured, "In August, the autumn winds roar, sweeping away the thatch on my roof. The thatch flies across the river and scatters by the riverside, some caught high upon the treetops, others drifting low into the ponds. I once lived a life of luxury, but now I see through it all. This simple, unadorned existence is what I truly seek." I patted his shoulder. It seems you have endured many sorrows. Would you share them with me? I am willing to listen. Expressing your feelings will surely lighten your heart. He regarded me, a glimmer of understanding reflecting in his eyes, and boldly replied, "Very well. It has been a burden to keep it bottled up. I shall share it with you today. Come, let us enter and drink while we talk." He lived alone, having not married, and fetched a jar of liquor from somewhere, presenting some simple dishes and wild game. "Let us make do with this. Brother, tomorrow I shall have them prepare something better for you." I quickly responded, "This is already quite sufficient." He retrieved 2 large goblets and said, "Come, let us drink." I hesitated and replied, "I have never partaken in alcohol before. Perhaps you should enjoy it alone." "That simply will not do. Wine is a splendid thing. My friend, that we men endure enough hardship in our lives. To abstain from both smoking and drinking is to live no better than a dog. Come now, drink." Reluctant yet curious to experience the taste of wine, I acquiesced. "Very well, I shall share a drink with you today." I filled both our cups from the wine jar and raised my goblet, downing its contents in one go. "I toast to you, my elder brother. Let us begin with this gesture of respect." He appeared quite pleased and followed suit, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid!" As the wine coursed down my throat, it initially felt sharp, but soon revealed a pure and delightful aroma. It was not as unpleasant as I had anticipated. However, once it settled in my stomach, it ignited like fire, causing my entire abdomen to blaze with heat, that my face flushed crimson, and it took me a while to regain my composure. Jean, who chuckled, "You ought to drink more slowly. This wine packs quite a punch. With time, you will surely build your tolerance. Most can barely handle a single cup of this." Blushing, I remarked, "Oh, so this is what wine is like." I hastily resumed eating. After a while, I inquired, "Elder brother, what compels you to be a bandit? With your skills, you could thrive anywhere." Jean, who sighed, "Ah, brother, you do not know that I once shared your youthful exuberance, once hailed as the genius of the new generation of the Shuda kingdom. By the age of 20, I had already attained the level of a sky knight. I was the pride of my family, a figure of admiration." He paused here to take a hearty swig of wine. I interjected, "And what transpired thereafter?" He continued, "Eventually, I joined the military. Due to my exceptional performance, I garnered widespread acclaim and quickly ascended to the coveted position everyone dreams of. You must have heard of the Shuda Kingdom's elite Dragon Legion. Is it the Earth Dragon Legion? I had heard from Teacher D that on flat terrain, a single Earth Dragon Legion could easily vanquish any foe. Earth Dragons possess formidable magical defenses, and unless confronted with exceptionally advanced magic, they are virtually impervious to harm, with only the Shuda Kingdom capable of breeding them, albeit in limited numbers. Indeed, you are correct. At that time, I was the commander of one of the 3 Earth Dragon Legions." "Ah, so he was once so formidable. You must have felt quite proud then. What of your Earth Dragon? I have heard that once bonded with a master, an Earth Dragon remains loyal for life." Jean, who downed several more cups of wine, and in anguish revealed, "My Earth Dragon was named Jean, one of the mightiest in the Legion. The primary reason I am in this state now is due to it. During a training exercise, due to my negligence, little Jean perished, sacrificing itself to save me." He clutched his hair in despair. I grasped his hand, urging, "Do not dwell on it. What is done is done. Regret serves no purpose now. You must find the strength to move on." Perhaps my words had some effect, for he gradually calmed down, and we continued our conversation over more wine, that he recounted that since the death of Jean, he had never forgiven himself. Everyone blamed him, claiming it was his fault that the precious Earth Dragon had perished. Leading to his removal from the position of commander, it was during this time that he turned to drinking, drowning his sorrows daily and facing the cold gazes of others. Unable to endure it any longer, he fled, wandering aimlessly until he encountered the desperate bandits of this village. With his prowess, it was easy for him to subdue them, and later, moved by sympathy for their plight and in search of a refuge of his own, he decided to stay and became their leader. His journey had been so tumultuous that I was deeply moved. Taking a sip of wine, I declared heartily, "Elder brother, I greatly admire your character. Shall we become sworn brothers?" My tongue felt heavy, and the wine now tasted sweet, as if two Jean Hus danced before my eyes. Jean who, having indulged sufficiently, slurred, "Excellent. Good brother indeed. I accept you as my brother if you ever find yourself in need. Come to me, and I shall assist you." Embracing his broad shoulders, I unsteadily raised my goblet, proclaiming, "To our brotherly bond, let us drink to this." And thus, we drank cup after cup until we were both thoroughly intoxicated. My head throbbed painfully the next morning. Upon waking, I felt dizzy and suffered greatly. "Brother, you are awake." Jean, whose voice reached me. "Oh, elder brother, why does my head ache so?" After drinking so much last night. "How could it not?" Jean who chuckled. "But how is it you seem unaffected?" I questioned, puzzled. "I drink daily. I have long since adapted." "Brother, were you serious about wanting to become sworn brothers last night?" As clarity returned, I affirmed, "Of course. It is my honor to have you as an elder brother." Jean who exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful. I accept you as my brother. Rise now, wash your face, and have something to eat. It will ease your headache." It was through Jean whose assistance that the Son of Light ultimately found true love and became an indelible figure in history. Chapter 57. Mutual Transmission of Techniques. Name: Jean who. Height: 184 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Primary magic: none. Secondary magic: none. Phantasm: Jean who. Overall magical strength: Sky Knight. Magic control: F rank: S. A, B, C, D, E. F. Magical power: F. Magical acumen: B. Magical defense: a magical attack: F. Speed: it cannot fly. Physical attack: a physical defense: a stamina: S. After finishing breakfast, Jean who and I ascended a hillside. Taking in the surrounding beauty, which lifted our spirits, that I asked, "Elder brother, after expressing what weighed on your heart yesterday, do you feel better?" Jean who reflected, "It has been a long time since I felt such relief. I now feel completely at ease." We exchanged smiles, and I inquired, "Elder brother, what type of fighting spirit do you wield? Its power is remarkable." "My fighting spirit is called Rising Dragon Technique. It is a family heirloom, a technique only the royal lineage of Shuda can cultivate. Now that we are brothers, I have no need to conceal this from you. My father is the younger brother of the current emperor of the Shuda kingdom, the Grand Marshal Chilu Shuda. My birth name is Jingyun Shuda." I laughed. I did not realize you were of royal blood, elder brother. I truly feel honored." Jean who replied with a wry smile, "Are you jesting? I am but a wanderer. What royal lineage do I have? Why do you ask about my fighting spirit? Do you wish to learn?" My face flushed, and I murmured, "I had intended to seek your guidance. It was one of the tasks assigned to me by my teacher before his departure. Given my frail constitution, I need to learn some foundational fighting techniques to strengthen myself. But your fighting spirit is a royal secret. How could I possibly learn it?" "Silly brother, there is nothing that cannot be learned. Such barriers of tradition have stifled many talents. Besides, you primarily study magic. I will teach you the Rising Dragon Technique." Jean who declared boldly, I was grateful, realizing I had not made a mistake in choosing a brother. It seemed I was on my way to fulfilling one of Teacher D's tasks. "That would be wonderful. Thank you, elder brother." Jean who became serious. The Rising Dragon Technique is a method of cultivating fighting spirit, originating many thousands of years ago from a holy knight. The training is divided into 9 major stages: Foundation, Entry, Basic Proficiency, Minor Accomplishment, Understanding, Excellence, Transformation, Pinnacle, Unmatched, and Unfathomable. The initial stages are relatively easy to achieve with practice, but from the 4th stage onward, it becomes exceedingly difficult. Advancement requires not only diligence, but also insight that I have reached the mid-stage of transformation. The cultivation of fighting spirit shares many similarities with the cultivation of magical power. One controls external magical elements through the mind, while fighting spirit taps into the inherent potential of the body. Ultimately, both aim to enhance oneself. Let us begin by learning the fundamental practice of meditation. Jean who proved to be a strict instructor. Any sign of my slacking or faltering in practice would earn me his stern reprimands. He assigned me 2 months of rigorous training before I could proceed to Shuda. Mornings were devoted to physical conditioning under his supervision, forbidding the use of magic, focusing primarily on running and strength training. Afternoons were reserved for meditation and cultivating fighting spirit, while evenings were spent in contemplation and practicing magic independently. Initially, I struggled to adapt. This was no less grueling than the devilish training of teacher Shio from years past. However, I gradually discovered that no matter how exhausting the mornings were, once I began training in fighting spirit in the afternoons, my stamina would rejuvenate quickly, ensuring I felt invigorated the following day. As my training progressed, the fighting spirit began to coalesce in my lower dantian, harmonizing with my magical power, which relieved my concerns. That afternoon, after completing my meditation, I rose to stretch and took up a sword. Practicing a basic sword technique that I practiced, I channeled the fighting spirit from my dantian through my arms and into the sword, and to my delight, I succeeded almost immediately. This was likely due to the extraordinary strength of my will. The sword felt lighter in my hands, and with a gentle swing, I could feel the force emanating from it that I executed the foundational sword technique, the air whistling around me, and it felt truly exhilarating. A sudden thought struck me. What would happen if I channeled magical energy into my sword? I decided to give it a try. I extracted a minuscule portion of magical power from my golden core and gradually infused it with light elements into the iron sword. Initially, it seemed as though the fighting spirit and magical energy operated independently, ignoring one another. Gradually, however, a certain resonance began to occur between the two, causing them to merge and emit a potent energy that bore the strengths of both. I swung the sword toward a massive boulder, which was instantly cleaved in two. It appears I have made a new discovery. Under certain conditions, magical power can indeed enhance fighting spirit. That I must hasten to share this good news with my brother, Xanagar. Upon hearing my account, Xanagar urged me to demonstrate once more, and his excitement was palpable. He exclaimed that he had been unable to improve himself for several years, and if he could master the fusion of magical power and fighting spirit into a magical sword, his strength would undoubtedly increase. That I was equally delighted for him. Naturally, the task of teaching him magic would fall to me. Magic differs from fighting spirit. While the latter is easy to begin but difficult to cultivate, magic is challenging to initiate yet comparatively easier to practice. Since Xanagar had never studied magic before, I needed to help him grasp the existence of light elements before I could teach him light magic. We made our way to his humble abode, and I solemnly stated, "Brother, shortly, I will guide you to sense the light elements using my magical power. You must concentrate your mental energy and allow the light elements to embrace you. This opportunity is singular. You must be attentive." Xanagar nodded, saying, "All right, let us proceed." I instructed him to sit cross-legged before me, raised my index finger, and pointed it at his forehead, saying, "We shall begin." I concentrated my magical energy into a slender thread, directing it through my finger into his brow. Opening his upper dantian, as the magical energy entered, he trembled slightly before gradually calming down. I began. The light element is an exceptionally serene magical element, embodying the principles of generosity, tolerance, peace, and love. Light is essential for the growth of all living things. Feel it with your heart as it reaches out to our elder brother and our parents. Allow it to accept you. We are all children of light. Upon uttering this, I sensed that Xanagar had indeed grasped the essence of the light element, and I myself experienced an extraordinary transformation. Chapter 58. Journey to Shuda. That I felt the surrounding light elements wrapping around me, bathing my entire being in the ocean of light. What was happening? I withdrew my finger, allowing Xanagar to contemplate the mysteries of the light element on his own, while I sat opposite him, concentrating my thoughts on the translucent golden sphere. The sphere remained unperturbed, quietly resting at his brow. Just as I relaxed and prepared to rise, the light elements around me surged violently towards me, permeating every part of my body. The power was overwhelming. I dared not resist and surrendered completely, accepting the baptism of light elements. The light elements within me rapidly coalesced, inflating my form like a balloon, and I felt I could not endure it any longer. That moment, the golden sphere began to move, racing through my meridians and swiftly absorbing the excess light elements. The feeling of swelling gradually dissipated, and the sphere's absorption rate accelerated beyond my previous experience, quickly reaching a balance with the tumultuous influx of light elements. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining my current state until no more light elements surged in. Taking a deep breath, I controlled the golden sphere to rotate within me before gently retracting it back to my brow. To my astonishment, the sphere had transformed from translucent to completely transparent. Shimmering with light, that my inner, golden manifestation radiated joyful emotions. Evidently having gained considerable benefits from the recent influx of light elements, that I recalled Master D mentioning that it would take at least 4 to 5 years for the golden sphere to become completely transparent. How could this be? Reflecting on the earlier events, could it be that as I spoke to Xanagar about the light elements, they recognized me once more? This was truly remarkable. Unable to contain my elation, I realized I had now become the 11th magical master on the continent, at least in terms of magical power. Given time to consolidate my abilities, I would not be inferior to anyone. How splendid! I opened my eyes to find Xanagar already awake, gazing intently at me. Upon seeing me stir, he eagerly inquired, "Chong Gong, what transpired? Just now, you were enveloped in dazzling golden light, making it impossible for me to approach. What happened?" With excitement, I responded, "Brother, I succeeded. While I was sharing with you about the light elements, for reasons unknown, I underwent a baptism of light elements, and now my magical core has become entirely transparent." Xanagar appeared somewhat perplexed and chuckled, "Slow down. Don't rush if you speak too quickly. I can't grasp what you're saying." I gazed deeply into Xanagar's eyes and pronounced each word distinctly. In other words, my magical power has now reached the level of a magical master. Upon hearing this, Xanagar's mouth fell open in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Brother, you have succeeded. You have succeeded. Now brother is no longer your match. Ha ha! How wonderful! I have a brother who is a magical master. Come, let us celebrate with a drink." During the feast, I asked him how he felt about the light elements. That he replied that it felt very comfortable, and I instructed him to meditate diligently using the methods I had taught him. Following my ascension to magical master, we continued to practice each other's ultimate skills. 2 months swiftly passed, and I had mastered the Rising Dragon technique to a competent level. Xanagar was astounded by my pace of learning. I explained to him that my mental strength had grown significantly, allowing me to control both magical energy and fighting spirit with considerable efficacy. That my physique had become much stronger. I had gained 5 kilograms from daily hearty meals and had tanned somewhat from regular exercise. I learned 3 sword techniques from Xanagar, and I had essentially categorized my fighting spirit as supportive of magic. That Xanagar's progress was equally remarkable. He had begun to wield some basic light magic. I primarily taught him enhancement spells, as learning advanced light attack magic was not a task to be accomplished overnight. But he successfully infused light magic into his knight sword, effectively complementing his fighting spirit. My advanced magical attacks had little effect on him, as he easily countered them, but he excitedly declared that he was making strides toward becoming a light knight, confident that he would soon succeed, and vowed he would not allow me to pull ahead alone. The 2 months of shared living had forged a bond between us akin to that of brothers, reaching a level of intimacy where we spoke freely. I confided in him about the task entrusted to me by Master D, and he expressed his desire to join me in completing this formidable mission once I concluded my training in Shuda. I was, of course, thrilled. Having such a powerful ally would be immensely beneficial. United in purpose, we would achieve great things together. Unexpectedly, Mark had not come, yet I had Xanagar by my side. It was time to depart. Xanagar accompanied me to the village's edge, gifting me a set of his old knight's attire. While not extravagant, I appeared quite spirited in it, and with the iron sword he had given me, I looked rather imposing. Xanagar remarked that such attire would be well received in Shuda, making it easier to earn respect and facilitating my entry into the city. Standing at the village entrance, I took a final look at this idyllic little village. Feeling a pang of reluctance as I said, "Brother, I truly find it hard to leave this place." Xanagar, placing an arm around my shoulders, replied, "Brother, all gatherings must eventually disperse. Take care on your journey, and return swiftly after completing your training in Shuda. I eagerly anticipate embarking on great adventures with you. Rest assured, brother, I will return as quickly as I can." Xanagar's expression turned somber as he said, "While you are in Shuda, if the chance arises, do visit my home, but please do not mention my circumstances to them. That as long as they are safe, I will be at ease. It was evident that he was deeply concerned for his family. Then why not return with me? It would be wonderful for you to join me, and we would not have to part ways. That I suspect your father is not getting any younger. No matter how high his expectations for you may be, he would not wish for you to be away from him. I attempted to persuade him to accompany me. That is not possible. You do not understand. Everything will wait until we retrieve the sacred sword. Now go, hurry back, he insisted, clearly resolute. With a heavy heart, I bid farewell to my brother, with whom I had spent 2 months, and set forth toward Shuda. Chapter 59. The Night Academy. Upon entering the realm of the Shuda kingdom, I found it to be vastly different from Aisha, yet the simplicity of its folk remained unchanged. Throughout Shuda, warriors clad in armory were a common sight, even in remote villages, reflecting the kingdom's deep-seated reverence for martial prowess. Along the way, I practiced some of the 8th level light spells from the magic tome Master D had previously given me, spells that I had been unable to master before. They were indeed formidable, although merely a level higher. The effects were drastically different. The boost in my strength filled me with confidence regarding the upcoming trial. Clad in the Earth Knight-esque garb that Xanagar had bestowed upon me, my journey proceeded smoothly, and I arrived at the capital city of Shuda without incident. What magnificent architecture! The towering city walls were awe-inspiring, and the soldiers guarding the gates stood resolutely, their formidable presence palpable from my observations. The city guards comprised seasoned warriors, showcasing impressive strength. The guards, upon seeing my attire as an Earth Knight, regarded me with expressions of respect, once more feeding my vanity. Just as I was about to enter the city, I suddenly heard someone shout from within, "Make way for the person in front." I instinctively turned to the side and gazed toward the city. Wow! Is that the Earth Dragon? I beheld as 10 colossal creatures surged forth from the city, each bearing a knight clad in full armor, wielding a massive dragon spear measuring an impressive 3.6 meters in length. Such grandeur! Surely, those magnificent beasts must be the Earth Dragons. Upon closer observation, I noted a resemblance to the smaller golden dragons, albeit somewhat diminished in size, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and standing 2 meters tall. Their robust hind limbs supported their massive bodies, while their forelimbs ended in formidable claws, undoubtedly possessing the strength to rend tigers and leopards asunder. I inquired of a nearby soldier, "Excuse me, are these members of the Earth Dragon Legion?" The soldier regarded me and replied, "You must not be a local. The Earth Dragon Legion conducts routine patrols daily. They are our idols." I smiled and said, "Indeed. I am here to attend the Royal Knight Academy. I have never seen an Earth Dragon before. Truly magnificent." The soldier's expression shifted to one of respect, and he said earnestly, "You too shall surely become a member of the Earth Dragon Legion one day." As I entered the city of Shuda, the streets were abuzz with activity. With just a few inquiries, I quickly discovered the location of the Royal Knight Academy. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, I was halted by a sentry. He politely asked, "Good day. Whom do you seek?" I promptly replied, "Greetings. I am a graduate of the Royal Intermediate Magic Academy of the Aisha Kingdom, sent by Dean Leolundi to seek an audience with Dean Rick, one of your esteemed institution." "Ah, from the Aisha Kingdom. Allow me to escort you to the Dean," he said cheerfully. "Thank you very much." I responded that he briefed another guard and led me into the Knight Academy. Upon entering, I was greeted by a striking sculpture of a galloping steed, an emblem of knighthood. We weaved through several instructional buildings and expansive training grounds until we arrived at a secluded corner of the academy, where the environment was resplendent, reminiscent of a miniature forest adorned with myriad unusual flora. At the center of this grove stood a quaint wooden cottage, and as we approached, I could hear voices within. That a robust and irate voice exclaimed, "How can you be so foolish? Do not rigidly adhere to techniques. Learn to apply them flexibly. Such mindless practice will never make you a radiant knight. Utterly dim-witted." A clear and respectful voice replied, "Yes, master. You move like a wooden puppet." Once more, I turned to the guard and inquired, "What is happening here?" The guard chuckled and said, "The esteemed dean is instructing his protege. Come, let us approach." A sense of trepidation gripped me. Is it appropriate to disturb them? Just as I spoke, the previously heard robust voice boomed, "Who dares intrude? Did I not instruct you to refrain from interrupting me without permission? The guard replied respectfully, Esteemed Dean, this is an individual sent by Master Leolundi of the Aisha Kingdom to seek you. Oh, do come in. The guard and I stepped into the courtyard, where two figures stood, a towering elder, well over 2 meters tall, with a face adorned by a bushy beard, clad in the garb of a warrior, wielding a wooden sword. Beside him stood a youth of similar stature to myself, slightly taller, bare-chested, showcasing his well-defined muscles. Also wielding a wooden sword, it was evident they had just engaged in a sparring session. I hastened to the elder and bowed deeply, humbly stating, Master Rikwan, greetings. That I am Changong Wei, a graduate of the Aisha Kingdom's Intermediate Magic Academy, here at the behest of Dean Leolundi to pay my respects. Master Rikwan appraised me with a smile, saying, Ah, Leolundi, that rascal. I thought he had forgotten me. You must be his disciple. It seems there are still those willing to learn his outdated light magic. Given your potential, perhaps you should study martial skills with me instead. Ha ha! His boisterous demeanor was refreshing. Yet his words left me feeling somewhat awkward. That I replied with poise, Dean, Master Leolundi's light magic is indeed formidable, and your martial skills are equally exceptional. I fear I cannot pursue both. I presented him with a letter from Master Leolundi. As he accepted it, he remarked, Do not be so formal. It makes me uneasy. Let me see what old Leolundi has penned. He quickly perused the letter, then scrutinized me anew, making me feel rather uncomfortable before he stated, Leolundi has great faith in you. He claims you possess a genius for magic. I wonder just how far that talent extends. I dared not respond, fearing that a misstep might provoke the fiery temperament of this elder. Fortunately, his apprentice came to my rescue, saying, Master, our guest has just arrived. Let him rest before being subjected to your training. We wouldn't want to frighten him. Ha, very well. You young ones should bond more. Come, let us enter the house. You may leave now. He directed the guard and we entered the wooden cottage, where Master Rikwan inquired about Master Leolundi's recent endeavors. From his questions, I sensed a profound camaraderie between them. By the way, I have yet to introduce you to my apprentice, Winterfire. He is a half-elf, keenly perceptive and quite the teacher's pet, Master Rikwan said with a chuckle. Winterfire, slightly abashed by the introduction, offered me a friendly smile as I nodded and said, Greetings. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 60. Rigorous Physical Training. Come, let us dine while we converse. We made our way to the Dean's exclusive dining hall. Initially, I felt somewhat reserved, eating cautiously, but as I observed Master Rikwan's boisterous manner of consumption, my previous dining etiquette seemed exceedingly refined by comparison. He perched one foot atop the chair, devouring his meal with wild abandon, scattering food everywhere. Winterfire shot me an apologetic smile that I heard Master Rikwan's voice call out, Changong, why are you not eating? Come, indulge yourself. Encouraged by his words, I shed my reservations and began to devour my meal with fervor. Having subsisted on mere rations since morning, that my voracity left them astonished. One moment of distraction from Master Rikwan, and I had cleared nearly half the dishes from the table. Wow, lad, is Leolundi starving you? Have you come here to find solace? Master Rikwan teased. Having committed to my feast, I could not afford to be polite any longer. I needed to fill my belly first. That I mumbled, Master, if you do not hurry, you too shall find yourself hungry. Ah, Winterfire, eat quickly. He is consuming far too fast. If you don't hurry, there will be nothing left. With such a frenzied dining atmosphere, conversation became impossible. It felt more like a competition. When the dust settled, I estimated that only I had truly satisfied my hunger. Master Rikwan lamented, It appears I shall need to prepare more meals in the future. Leolundi has provided me with a veritable bottomless pit of appetite. Upon returning to the wooden cottage, Master Rikwan announced, Changong, you shall reside in the left room with Winterfire. Leolundi has tasked me with intensively training you for 6 months. Do you believe you can endure? I detected a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. It seemed the days ahead would be quite challenging. However, I could not bring shame upon Master Leolundi. That I resolutely replied, Absolutely, I shall persevere. With the foundation laid by my older brother, I was confident I could rise to the occasion. As we engaged in light conversation, I learned that Master Rikwan was a radiant knight, while Winterfire was an earth knight. Beneath Winterfire's golden locks lay the distinctive pointed ears of a half-elf, an exceedingly rare lineage resulting from the union of humans and elves, embodying both human intellect and elven grace. Winterfire possessed a human physique coupled with elven beauty, a trait that made me feel rather inadequate by comparison, that I recognized that, in terms of innate talent, he was certainly my equal. It was merely a matter of fortune. According to Master Rick I, Winterfire's archery skills were hereditary and exceptionally formidable, causing even Master Rick I to admit inferiority that I inadvertently remarked. With such excellent archery skills, if you were to learn some magic to enhance your arrows, their power would be even greater. They fell silent, exchanging curious glances, and I noticed an insatiable yearning in Winterfire's eyes that I asked, "What is it? Did I say something amiss?" For the first time, Master Rick I adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "No, you are absolutely correct. Had you not arrived, I would have suggested Winterfire seek out Leolundi for some magical instruction. Now that you are here, you two can exchange knowledge, and in return, I shall impart martial skills to you as well." I smiled and replied, "Please do not take it so seriously, Winterfire, and I shall not disappoint your expectations, nor those of Master Leolundi." From the following day onward, Master Rick I had Winterfire and me engage in rigorous physical training. His demands were exceedingly strict, even more so than those of my older brother. War Tiger. Had I not already established a solid foundation, I would have surely collapsed under the intensity. Master Rick I praised my stamina, remarking that I did not resemble a typical magician. Little did he know that I had been training for 2 months. After what felt like an eternity, the afternoon finally offered a respite. Initially, Master Rick I intended to teach me combat energy techniques, but I informed him that I had already learned some from a friend, and I preferred not to switch. That he insisted I demonstrate my skills, but I deflected, saying that my friend had instructed me not to disclose the specifics of the energy type. Master Rick I, somewhat vexed, decided to disregard my reticence, only to escalate the intensity of my physical training the following day. That IT was utterly exhausting. Thankfully, the Rising Dragon technique proved to be an exceptional method for cultivating combat energy. With just a period of meditation, I could restore my stamina. However, my magical power seemed to have hit a plateau. No matter how much I practiced, I could not seem to advance, though I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. At present, I felt as though I possessed the strength to move mountains and fill seas, with my magical energy flowing as ceaselessly as the mighty Yangtze River. I employed the same method as my elder brother Jean, who to teach the Winter Sun magic, and he grasped it even more swiftly than Jean, I was also privy to his archery skills, which could only be described as terrifying. Within an 800-meter range, his keen eyesight ensured that if he aimed for a fly's left wing, the arrow would never stray to the right. Teacher when once exaggeratedly claimed that as long as Winter Sun cast a glance, he could undoubtedly discern the gender of a fly. Winter Sun possesses a very amiable disposition, and his personality mirrors mine in several respects. Although our acquaintance has been brief, we have already forged a strong friendship. Every evening is our happiest time, as we can venture out and enjoy the fresh air. Time has flown by. I have already spent over a month in Shuda City Point one day, as Winter Sun and I stepped out for some fresh air. A voice called out to him, "Brother Winter Sun." It was a delicate voice. Together, Winter Sun and I turned around to see a girl with red hair approaching, perhaps a year or two younger than us. I am merely 2 months older than Winter Sunday. Her large, sparkling eyes and long flowing hair caught my attention that I nudged Winter Sun and whispered in his ear, "Is she your girlfriend?" His face flushed crimson as he hurriedly explained, "No, she's just a regular friend." I teased, "Oh, really? It doesn't seem that way." At that moment, the red-haired girl had reached us and said to Winter Sun, "Brother Winter Sun, it's been a while. Has teacher been too strict? You seem to have lost weight." Wow! Such concern for him, and she claims she's not his girlfriend. Winter Sun mumbled, "Hello, Miss Hualuen." Miss Hualuen, looking displeased, retorted, "Didn't I tell you? Don't call me Miss Hualuen. Just call me Hongshu." Oh, and who might this be? Now noticing me, I felt rather insignificant, as if I were merely air. "Hualuen, no, Hongshu, this is my friend, a disciple of Teacher Wen, studying magic." I smiled and introduced myself. "Hello, Miss Hualuen. I am Chang Gongwei." She kindly responded, "Hello, I am Hongshu Hualuen. Pleased to meet you. I turned to Winter Sun and said, I have some matters to attend to, so you can chat with Miss Hongxue, and I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for his response, I swiftly slipped away. Haha, giving that lad a chance. Chapter 61. The Orphan Winter Sun. As I departed, Miss Hualun smiled at Winter Sun and remarked, Your friend is quite perceptive, leaving so promptly. Meanwhile, Winter Sun inwardly lamented. Feeling guilty for my departure, for now, he found himself ensnared by Hongxue. Setting aside Winter Sun's predicament with Hongxue, I strolled along the streets, relishing the rare tranquility that as I wandered, I suddenly noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Curious about what was happening, driven by youthful curiosity, I approached, only to discover it was an announcement board that I squeezed my way to the front, where the notice read, Next month, a national martial arts competition will be held, welcoming skilled fighters from all corners to participate, with no restrictions on techniques, meaning magic can be used as well. The top 10 will have the opportunity to join the Earth Dragon Legion. I had little interest in this. After all, I was a 5-clawed golden dragon and had no desire for anything related to pseudo-dragons. Upon returning to the academy, I found Winter Sun had not yet returned, so I shared my encounter with the announcement board with Teacher Wen. Teacher Wen asked, Chong Gong, will you participate? This is a splendid opportunity. I shook my head. I don't think so. Everyone else is a knight, and I am the only magician. What's the point? Besides, I have no intention of joining the Earth Dragon Legion. You should encourage Winter Sun to participate instead. Teacher Wen then realized Winter Sun had not returned with me and inquired, Where has Winter Sun gone? I smiled mysteriously and replied, He is busy enjoying himself, having a date with a girl named Hongxue Hualun. Teacher Wen frowned. Ah, so it's that girl, Hongxue. You know her? I asked. Of course. She is the niece of the current emperor, the daughter of the queen's sister. Ever since I took Winter Sun to a royal banquet, she has been persistently pursuing him that I worry she might distract him from his studies, so I advised him to avoid her. But that is your mistake. When a man grows, he must marry, and a woman must marry as well. How can you hinder their freedom to love? I jested. You rascal. You lack any seriousness, just like that old fellow Lauren. When Winter Sun returns, I'll have a word with him. Winter Sun, don't blame me. It was unintentional. After what felt like an eternity, Winter Sun finally returned. Upon entering, he was met with Teacher Wen's displeased countenance. Teacher, I'm back, he announced. You remember to return, do you? Your training leaves much to be desired. Yet you go off courting. The MY face has been thoroughly disgraced by you. Contrary to my expectations of him, being contrite, Winter Sun responded calmly. I am merely an orphan, taken in by Teacher Wen. I have been learning martial arts since childhood. She is of noble lineage. What right do I have to court her? I am going to rest now. With that, he turned and retreated to his room. I was left staring at Teacher Wen in astonishment. Teacher Wen remarked, What has come over him? He has never spoken back to me before. I pondered for a moment and said, He must have faced some grievance outside, feeling inferior due to his background. Rest assured, I will speak with him, that I bear some responsibility for this. I should not have left him alone. Upon entering his room, I found Winter Sun sitting there in a daze. I approached and asked, What is wrong, Winter Sun? Has someone bullied you? It was my fault for leaving you alone. Winter Sun replied distantly, It has nothing to do with you. Then what is the matter? Please don't act this way, that I'm also a commoner. What does it matter? Let them say what they will. I shook his shoulders earnestly. Suddenly, Winter Sun violently pushed me away and shouted, You may be a commoner, but you still have parents. What do I have? I have nothing. I'm an orphan. Do you know what they call me? They call me a bastard. Do you understand? At that moment, Teacher Wen rushed in and embraced Winter Sun tightly, saying, Child, don't be this way. You still have me. I am your family. In Teacher Wen's embrace, Winter Sun seemed to find solace, bursting into tears as Teacher Wen wept as well. Child, tell me, who said you were a bastard? Tell me. Teacher Wen exuded a chilling aura, and I knew that if Winter Sun uttered a name, Teacher Wen would immediately rush out to exact vengeance. Perhaps aware of the potential consequences, Winter Sun cried, Please. Dante asked, Tell me. Teacher Wen insisted, gripping Winter Sun's shoulders tightly, that I quickly rushed over to grasp Teacher Wen's hand, saying, Teacher, Let this matter go. Your intervention will only lead to accusations of you bullying the weak. Let us young ones resolve our own issues. I will certainly seek justice for Winter Sunday. My heart surged with righteous anger. How dare they bully my friend? Teacher Wen gradually calmed down and sighed. Chong Gong. Then I entrust this to you. I coldly stated. You may not know, but prior to coming here, my magical power had already reached the level of a magic tutor. In order to bolster their confidence, I could no longer conceal my abilities. Teacher Wen and Winter Sun were both taken aback. A magic tutor at such a young age was simply unheard of, assuming they were skeptical. I summoned forth a powerful surge of light elements, and a completely transparent golden orb emanated from my brow, swirling around me before settling back at my forehead. This was one of the most direct and formidable attack spells of level 8 in the light magic realm, a pure energy attack. Winter Sun seemed to forget his humiliation, exclaiming, Chong Gong, you are incredible. I retracted my magic and firmly declared to Winter Sun, Good brother, tomorrow we shall confront those who bullied you to us. Oh, what if our identities are lesser? We will surely carve out our own paths in the future. My words revitalized Winter Sun, and he gripped my hand tightly, the unspoken bond between us profound. Teacher Wen retired to rest, and I took the opportunity to inquire about what had transpired. Winter Sun gritted his teeth and recounted his experience. That it turned out that after I had left, Hongxue had insisted that Winter Sun accompany her for a walk. Not long after, they encountered a group of noble youths, sons of dukes and earls, all vying for Hongshue's attention. Naturally, they were envious of Winter Sun's companionship and began hurling insults. Having had little social interaction throughout his life, Winter Sun was unable to retaliate, relying solely on Hongxue to defend him. In a fit of anger, he struck a few of the nobles before running back in frustration. Chapter 62. Taking the initiative to confront Winter Sun. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will definitely accompany you to seek justice, I vowed fiercely. I suggested that Winter Sun and I meditate together to expedite our journey into Dreamland. Come morning, I would ensure he regained his pride. The next morning, as Winter Sun and I prepared for physical training, we were interrupted by Teacher Wen, who announced, Today, I am granting you both a day off. Rest well. With that, he turned and left. Winter Sun and I exchanged glances, understanding that this was Teacher Wen's way of granting us time for retribution. What a stroke of luck. I hurriedly urged Winter Sun to get dressed so we could confront those ruffians. Director, is the esteemed director in? A familiar voice called from outside that I rushed out to see. It was the gatekeeper. I smiled and replied, Gatekeeper, is there something you need? It seems Teacher Wen has gone to patrol the academy. It turns out to be the longbow. This is bad. A significant event is unfolding. The Duke of Cheaning has come with several esteemed earls to seek out the dean, and it appears they are not here for a pleasant visit, that I'm uncertain of the circumstances. But they have brought along their retainers, totaling about 100 individuals. The entrance is nearly overwhelmed by their presence. The gatekeeper spoke anxiously, panting as he relayed the news. Could it be? We haven't even settled accounts with anyone, and now we have others coming to confront us. This is infuriating, I replied calmly. Brother Gatekeeper, please head inside the academy and find Teacher Wen. Winter and I will go to the entrance to assess the situation. Winter and I swiftly arrived at the academy's entrance. And indeed, it was bustling with activity, reminiscent of a marketplace that a large crowd had gathered, blocking the entrance. Winter tugged at my sleeve and whispered, Longbow, look over there. Those young nobles are the ones I bested yesterday. I mused silently. Brother, you truly know how to fight, taking down the children of high-ranking officials. But it is too late to lament now. Together, Winter and I approached the throng. Winter hesitated to speak, so I took the initiative and called out, Everyone, please be quiet. What is happening here? Why has the Night Academy been disrupted? A rotund man sauntered over, moving slowly as he spoke. Who are you? Summon your dean to speak with me. I am Duke Cheaning. Despite his corpulence, I sensed a sharp intelligence in his eyes, indicating that this duke was not to be underestimated. Greetings, your grace, I said politely. I am a student of the academy. Having such a large gathering at the entrance may not reflect well. Dean will be out shortly. Could you kindly wait by the roadside? He furrowed his brow and retorted, Which family do you belong to? I don't believe I have seen you before. Are you a commoner? I nodded. Indeed, I hail from humble origins. Before I could finish, he interrupted. A mere peasant. You have no right to speak to me, to be gone. His words ignited my anger instantly. What of being a commoner? Are commoners not human? Is it only you nobles who count? Without us commoners, what would you aristocrats eat or drink? Is it merely your ancestors' legacy that makes you so grand? I refuse to step aside. What can you do to me? My defiance resonated with the commoners present, who had long suffered under the oppression of the nobility. Winter, standing behind me, tugged at my sleeve, as I later learned of Duke Chening's formidable influence that my words clearly provoked him. Well, a filthy commoner dares to speak back to me. Guards, teach him a lesson. In public, he could not be too extreme, but had it been a more secluded setting, he would have ordered my death without hesitation. His subordinates understood their master's intent and prepared to cripple me for his satisfaction. Suddenly, Winter sprang forth from behind me, shouting, "What are you doing? This is the Knight Academy. You cannot act recklessly here." Winter's intervention did not extricate me from the situation. Instead, it ensnared him as well. The crowd among Duke Chening's retinue immediately pointed at Winter, exclaiming, "That's him. He was the one who struck us yesterday." Duke Chening glared at Winter, his expression menacing. "So, you are the one who assaulted my son. Oof. I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Surround them, and do not let them escape." Chening's followers promptly encircled us, and the situation grew dire. Winter seemed to waver beside me, so I conveyed through mental communication, "What is there to fear? Have you forgotten I am a mage?" My words bolstered Winter's confidence. With a mage at our side, we felt emboldened, even if a confrontation ensued that we found ourselves encircled like fish in a barrel. A rather exaggerated portrayal since we were merely two children. The rotund Duke commanded, "Seize them." It appeared he sought a secluded place to punish us properly, though the onlooking crowd felt indignant at the nobles' oppression of the common people. They were too intimidated by Chening's vast influence to voice their discontent. "Who dares to move?" My anger flared. Under normal circumstances, I would have chosen to flee, but perhaps due to my extraordinary strength and the blatant bullying from the noble, I could no longer endure it, that I resolved to confront them head-on. Prepared for a fight to the bitter end, that I silently chanted a spell, enveloping Winter and myself in a protective aura that a faint, shimmering white halo encompassed us, leading everyone but Winter to believe it was merely a manifestation of my fighting spirit. In reality, it was my holy aura spell. Duke Chening was taken aback, realizing the strength these two children possessed. No wonder his son had been bested. Thankfully, there were many witnesses present. "Everyone, let us unite. I doubt they can withstand us." I scoffed. How shameless. Relying on numbers to win? Upon hearing my words, most of Chening's followers hesitated to advance, indicating they still held some regard for their honor, as the spirit of knighthood was deeply ingrained in their minds. That I began to chant, "O great element of light, my friend, I beseech you to unleash boundless brilliance." This was a level 5 light-based attack spell, impressive in appearance, though its offensive capacity was modest. As I chanted, a dazzling white light erupted from my form, engulfing a 50-meter radius around me. The assailants within 10 meters of my vicinity were forcefully propelled away, with some weaker ones sustaining significant injuries. That I coldly declared, "Should anyone wish to perish, feel free to approach and see if my brother and I can handle your band of gluttonous fools." The crowd fell silent, daunted by my display. Sensing the shift in momentum, Duke Chening staggered forward, his small eyes narrowed to slits, his rotund face twisted with fury. "You utilized magic just now, didn't you? Impressive. Young one, that it seems I underestimated you. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Know that my title of Duke is not unfounded." As soon as he finished speaking, I felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The Duke's diminutive stature belied the immense force he exuded. It was astonishing. His declaration confirmed my suspicions as he smugly proclaimed, "Surprised, are you? I am also a paladin of light. You thought only your kind could wield such power. There are others, and I am among them." Chapter 63. Feigning weakness, I steadied myself. Striving to suppress the fear swelling within, I understood that a confrontation with him would yield unpredictable results. The title of Paladin of Light was on par with that of a mage. I could not afford to be careless. Internally, I calibrated my magical energy to its optimal state. Duke Cheaning perceived a different scenario. He initially noticed my pale complexion under his oppressive aura, which clearly indicated my inability to resist, prompting him to smirk with satisfaction. Suddenly, a soft, white halo radiated from me, completely quelling his overwhelming presence that he could not help but ponder. Does this boy possess strength that can rival my own? If so, could he possibly be at the level of a mage? Such a young age is unfathomable. As we faced off, a voice reached my ears. Distinct from the mental communications of magic, it was conveyed through a direct line of sound. Audible only to me that it was Teacher Wen's voice, filled with urgency. Longbow, quickly cease your resistance. Conceal your strength from him. A surge of realization struck me. Exposing my capabilities was indeed unwise, that I hastily began to retract my magical energy, allowing a facade of weakness to cross my features. Duke Cheaning exhaled in relief, mistakenly believing my display was merely fleeting. After all, the disparity in our strengths was vast, and I prepared to take further action against me. An old nemesis of his maiden appearance. Ah, what brings the Duke to my humble abode? Why the grand display? Teacher Wen's manner of speaking belied his robust exterior, exuding a slippery demeanor. Upon seeing Teacher Wen, Duke Cheaning was reluctant to withdraw his oppressive aura, retorting sarcastically, I thought you, old ghost, would remain hidden. I am not here to engage in idle chatter. You must provide me with a resolution. Finis surprise? Teacher Wen inquired. Resolution? I have not wronged your grace, have I? The fat on the Duke's face quivered in fury as he barked. You cannot be unaware that your disciple has harmed others. You must provide an explanation. Yesterday, your disciple struck my son, and many noble children were also attacked. What do you have to say for this? Teacher Wen feigned a troubled expression, responding, It seems there is some truth to that. However, it differs from your account. According to my pupil, the noble children provoked him first, and he only retaliated. Ethically speaking, they initiated the confrontation. Duke Cheaning appeared to calm momentarily, his expression betraying no emotion. Those familiar with him understood that he had ignited a genuine fury within him. Coldly, he stated, So, you intend to protect your disciple? Teacher Wen maintained his genial demeanor, smiling as he asked, Might I first see the injuries sustained by your son? Before Cheaning could respond, a richly dressed, portly young man burst forth from the crowd of provocateurs, shrieking, Look here, he struck my face. He gestured dramatically to showcase his plump cheek. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, including Teacher Wen, who chuckled at the sight. It turned out that the young noble bore only a faint slap mark on his face, indicating that Winter had indeed held back during the altercation, that I had initially feared the situation was far worse, leading so many to seek vengeance that I discreetly tugged at the young man's sleeve, whispering, Why did you go so easy on them? He replied, One cannot harm others indiscriminately. Merely teaching them a lesson is sufficient. Teacher Wen remarked to Beaky, It appears your son's injuries are not particularly grave. Is it truly necessary to summon the Duke in such a grand manner? This is, after all, the Royal Academy of Chivalry. His words were laced with an unmistakable air of intimidation. Enraged, Beaky forcefully shoved his portly son back into their own ranks, muttering bitterly, You wretched creature, who permitted you to step into the world? You've brought nothing but disgrace upon my name. He then turned to Teacher Wen and asserted, Do not attempt to intimidate me. If you fail to provide an explanation today, I shall not rest until I receive one. Teacher Wen, his smile fading, coldly replied, And what do you propose? Your son and his companions have insulted my disciple. Do you expect my disciple to apologize? I have yet to seek retribution from you. Yet you come forth as the accuser, presuming I am an easy target. Following Teacher Wen's words, a throng of students poured out of the academy, led by instructors from various disciplines. These students were the nation's future pillars, none of whom could be deemed weak. Moreover, the academy's instructors all bore titles of at least Knight of the Earth. Such formidable strength likely meant that only the Earth Dragon Legion could contend with them in the kingdom of Shuda. It is noted that in the kingdom of Shuda, all nobles are permitted to maintain personal guards according to their rank. A prince may command 5,000, a duke 3, 000, an Earl 2, 000, while lower-ranking nobles may possess fewer than 1,000 guards based on their titles. The Knight Academy boasts over 8,000 students, which is one reason why Likuan felt untroubled by Biki. That Biki's expression shifted. Very well, you are quite ruthless. Let us seek judgment from His Majesty. What does it matter if you have numbers? Teacher One, with a disdainful air, responded, You lack personnel. If we are to go, then let us go. I fear you not. Teacher One had once been appointed as the national teacher by the king of Shuda, enjoying considerable reputation and influence in the realm. Having long engaged in the pursuit of advanced education, with the Knight Academy being a vital path for officials, his standing, though not officially matching Biki's, was by no means inferior in Shuda. Biki instructed the nobles to return and await his news, while Teacher One dismissed the students from the academy. As he departed, he conveyed to me, through a subtle tone, to refrain from taking any action until his return, and to keep a close eye on Dongri. Indeed, after witnessing Biki's prowess, both Dongri and I felt a sense of awe. It was unexpected for a duke to possess such formidable skills, leaving us to wonder what other extraordinary talents might exist among the nobility. Naturally, we would not recklessly pursue revenge. Initially, under my persuasion, Dongri began to ease his heart, suggesting that it was best to let others speak, rather than allowing oneself to be consumed by anger and jeopardize one's health. Biki and Teacher One proceeded to the palace to seek resolution, leaving Dongri and me in a state of worry. Upon returning to our wooden cabin, I, usually one to indulge in food, found myself uninterested in eating, while Dongri comforted me, saying, Do not fret. With Teacher One's connections in Shuda, he is sure to be unharmed. Indeed, as he had predicted, within just over an hour, Teacher One returned, though his countenance bore an unmistakable expression of displeasure.